A Tale of Two Tutors. This overpowered TSUNA. Target 001, Runaway Mosca. The moonlight slowly emerged from behind the dark clouds. Frightened by the murderous atmosphere below, he hid behind the clouds, and the night sky became extremely dark. Fortunately, on the solid wall surrounded by iron nets, in addition to the automatic aiming machine guns, there were also several huge lamps, illuminating the now empty and dangerous stadium. Boom! The close combat made a loud noise. A dark hole was smashed on the steel cast head, and green and yellow electric arcs were constantly jumping in it. Mosca's huge body was like a pile of scrap metal, collapsed to the ground, and obviously lost his ability to fight. Hamori Junior High School. The battle for the Cloud Ring. Vongola's member Yunkei Kyoya killed Varian's member Mosca in one blow. Win! Seeing this, everyone was happy and surprised. After fighting with Varian for many days, everyone was scarred. Gakudera was bandaged, Yamamoto Takeshi had an eye injured, and Ryohei had an arm hanging. Rambo is lying in the hospital. They are the best Obsidian trio. After the Battle of Fog, Chrome was unable to communicate with Rokudo Mikuro, let alone get help. Gakudera Hayato smiled and said to the two CERBeros standing by as referees, "We won. Hurry up and announce the victory." CERBeros was still in a daze. Varian's side. There were only 3 people left, injured, disabled, and escaped. Levi pulled out the electric umbrella. He stared at the other side. Bell raised his knife and asked with a smile, "From the number of wins, it should be us who lost." "Boss, do you want to kill them? Assholes!" Gakudera Hayato was so angry that he wanted to blow up these despicable villains. "You are the ones who proposed the rules. There were 7 battles in total. Win 4 games and you will be the final winner. If you don't admit your loss, you will kill people to silence them, right?" As the leader of Varian, Xanxus remained silent, as if waiting for a certain opportunity. Suddenly, Skylark changed direction. He was as fast as the wind. He stepped on the ground and triggered the hidden mines. With the warning sound of beep beep beep, the ground exploded. Thick dust and black smoke filled the air. Swish! The black smoke was broken by the cold front. Skylark rushed to the target without any injury. He swung out the shining silver fangs. It was the duckweed crutch. Bang! The heavy blow was resisted by Xanxus with one hand. In the frown of Skylark, Xanxus showed sarcasm and finally said, "Don't stop me, I want to recover Mosca. This battle is considered you win. Who cares about you?" Skylark launched a more fierce attack. His goal is to bite and kill everything. Xanxus smiled but didn't smile, and accepted everyone who came. In a flash, the two of them attacked back and forth dozens of times with superb physical skills in front of everyone. Skylark's attack was fast, accurate, and fierce. Fu Pingwai was like a murderous sword. Every strike was deadly. Xanxus was like a wolf in the dark night, with a sharp look full of tyranny, but he had his own background, and he actually resisted all of Skylark's attacks. Hiss! How strong Skylark is! Gakudera Hayato, Yamamoto Takeshi and others knew very well. But it was the first time they saw Xanxus take action. This guy is so strong. His physical skills were comparable to Skylark's. But they forgot that Xanxus was not only strong in physical skills. He also had a more terrifying fire of anger. The two fought. Skylark's eyes became colder and colder. Xanxus's eyes passed him, looked behind him, and suddenly showed a hideous smile. He suddenly restrained Fu Pingwai. In Yunqiu's surprised eyes, he kicked hard. Bang! He bounced back with the force. Yunqi took a few steps back and stabilized his body. There was a beep-beep warning sound of a landmine under his feet. Just as he was about to dodge, he heard the panicked roar of Hayato Gakudera, "Missiles!" Swish! The sound of tearing the airflow was like the sound of scissors moving and tearing on cloth. Yun-Kei dodged the landmine. He turned his head in mid-air. His pupils contracted. Dense missiles, with red tail flames, bloomed in the sky and fell with a bang. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of missiles blew up the whole stadium. The thick black smoke could not even penetrate the surrounding lights, and the whole stadium was filled with dead silence. Only Mosca, who was flashing with electricity in the hole in his skull, slowly stood up and stood still. The electronic eyes in the thick smoke, like the devil of hell, the executioner of war, emit red light. Cough. Judihoa Hayato covered his mouth and nose, lying on the ground, looking around in horror. Hey! As a person who plays with gunpowder, he knows how terrible Mosca's missiles are. He is afraid. In this wave, everyone was wiped out. Cough cough. Yamamoto pressed ping, and not far away, the 3 obsidian also lay on the ground. It seems that the dog took action. His reaction is as sharp as an animal. Hearing Judihoa Hayato's reminder, he immediately chose to believe it and took action, lying on the ground. Fortunately, he was not hit by the missile. Judihoa Hayato smiled, puff, and wiped the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Not being blown to pieces by the bull's eye was a blessing in disguise. Damage to the internal organs by vibration is a small matter. Varian sighed. Bell sat on the ground with his buttocks, looking at the burly Levi in front of him, falling down with a charred body. With lingering fear, luckily I ran fast and hid behind Levi, otherwise it would be terrible. Pa! Xanxus dodged the missile and fell to the ground. Bell hurriedly asked, Boss, Mosca's rampage, can't he distinguish between friend and foe? Hat. His forehead was immediately covered with sweat. Bell felt fear in Xanxus's hideous smile. It's over. From the beginning, the boss wanted to kill these idiots of Vongola. If we can't survive Mosca's rampage. Even if we are trash, hey. In Varian, trash has no value. His heart rate continued to rise. Bell looked at Levi on the ground and shook his head. Unlike an idiot, I am a prince. I want to survive. The prince cannot lose his grace. Bell was about to stand up to observe the situation. At this moment, he suddenly felt the breath of death that was more violent than before, which froze the corners of his mouth. Without thinking, Bell instantly fell to the ground. A green light just brushed his blonde hair. With a bang, blooming on the wall behind him. Crash! The huge stone exploded and hit Bell's back like a cannonball, causing him to spit blood. Interrupting the action of falling, he rolled to the ground. On the wall, the location of the bombardment was emitting a hot flowing flame like magma, ticking. Bell's heart was hanging in his throat. Fear was engraved on his face. Almost. I almost died here. The runaway Mosca was so scary. Except the boss. Who else can stop it? Objective 002, the savior is coming? Ding, ding, ding. In Mosca's calculation logic, the number of targets has not decreased. Use the compressed particle cannon again. The electronic eye bloomed blood red again. The crisp command was issued by itself. Everyone felt cold in their hearts. The oppressive feeling of death has reached an unprecedented level, as if a natural disaster is about to come. I saw. In Mosca's palm, the compressed particle cannon was like a waving green whip, buzzing. The light penetrated the stadium with a diameter of tens of meters, splitting the black smoke on the battlefield in two. Burning completely. The ground bombed by missiles was exposed. The pits and potholes were scattered, like a wound on the earth that would never heal, which was terrifying and heartbreaking. At this moment, it seemed that all the oxygen was burned out. Lying on the ground, everyone looked at this scene in horror and suffocation, and their nerves felt the tingling pain of shock. War Machine Mosca. It was not until this moment that the terrifying destructive power and killing determination that humans could not match were truly demonstrated. Skylark half knelt on the ground. Covered in smoke, his clothes were torn. Realizing that he was being used by the other party, the anger caused by delaying time and causing Mosca to go berserk made him want to bite and kill immediately, but he couldn't get up in the pain of a torn ankle. He was also injured. Mosca activated the compressed particle cannon. Like waving a long whip, like a forest python, swaying in the stadium, destroying crazily. Bell's injury was just the beginning. The forest python's fangs attacked, and Yun-Kei dragged his injured leg, narrowly avoiding it with difficulty. But he saw it with his own eyes. A duckweed crutch in his hand, like a wall not far away, melted into iron slurry. A millimeter is a matter of life and death. The green light rotated rapidly again. Seeing this, Chikudara Hayato's eyes were bloodshot. He looked back at his own people. Injured, disabled, and useless. How to hide from this? Yamamoto gritted his teeth, pulled the flat, and wanted to help Chikudara Hayato up, with blood constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. He did not give up. But there is no effect at all. How can they dodge at this speed? Inuyasha looked horrified. Turning his head. The automatic machine gun behind him flashed a locked light. Chrome bit his lip. Half kneeling on the ground. The delicate skin on her forehead and knees had long been scratched, and there were scarlet blood everywhere. What to do? What to do? Gakudera Hayato was completely confused. Even though his IQ was very high, he could think of a solution in an emergency. Now. His eyes were also full of dimness, and he murmured, giving up the struggle in pain, "I'm sorry, 10th generation. We can't watch the fireworks with you." In the panicked eyes of the crowd, the cruel tail flame of the bomb was reflected. Time was almost stretched at this moment. A chill came. It was death. However, a touch of warm flame suddenly came. Boom! The bombing was like the collapse of the sky and the earth. A dark cloud that had never appeared before. Blooming like a mushroom in the dark sky. A surging wind wave hit. The ground of the stadium was overturned layer by layer. The uneven pits were razed to the ground in an instant. Stones and gravel burst out. Like dense bullets, they blew up all the automatic machine guns around, and the broken copper and iron clanged. Bell was blown far away. He smashed on the ground, screaming. Finally, he lay on the ground, covered with dust, and spat out the sand and grass in his mouth. It's over. Under such terrible destructive power, how could that group of people survive? He looked at Xanxus excitedly, trying to explain the situation and ask the boss to take action to solve Mosca. End the terrorist attack tonight. However, he saw that Xanxus had a gloomy face. His eyes were fixed on the thick smoke. He didn't say anything for a long time. Bell's heart jumped, and he was swallowed by an idea. Hey, hey, hey. No way, no way. That group of people, they are not dead yet? Just saw. The orange flames, the waves of fire, dispelled the black smoke, and the burning heat, from such a distance, actually made Bell feel that his skin was about to crack. But he had no time to care about anything else. He stared with his eyes wide open, and his mouth opened in astonishment. He looked at the boy in the flames. The boy was tall and straight. He released a barrier-like flame with one hand. He seemed weak. But everyone present knew it. It was this faint flame that intercepted all of Mosca's attacks, and he was still intact. 10th generation. Gakudera Hayato waved his arms excitedly, and the pent-up anger in his chest was swept away. His eyes were full of ecstasy, and his eyes were already filled with tears. Tsunayashi. Yamamoto let go of his hand and sat on the ground with Rihei, revealing an innocent and silly smile. Ha ha ha, I knew you would definitely catch up. Vongola. Inuyashigasa could not imagine how horrible the boy had gone through after defeating them and how powerful he had become. Incredible. Belle was horrified. You can tell how horrible he is just from the fluctuations of the flames. Hey, could it be that someone else has changed? Where's that cowardly kid before? It's always him. The person who cleared Belle's confusion was actually Highberry Kyoya, who staggered to his feet from the ground. He looked straight at Tsunayashi, his eyes full of complexity, excitement, expectation, and yet. Tsunayashi responded, "I'm here." Looking back at his companions who were covered in wounds but full of excitement, the impulse in his chest continued to accumulate. Almost, my friends would all die in Mosca's attack. He spoke calmly. It's because after entering the state of dead air fire, calmness is the norm. However, the fire of the sky on his forehead burned terribly. This was the anger in his heart. Be it anger, be it enlightenment, they are all fuel for the fire of death. Boom! The terrifying flames rose to a higher level again. The people behind him. The frequency of heartbeats suddenly increased. Almost out of breath. Looking at him in shock. TSUNA was wrapped in flames. Like a god in the sun descending to the world. That's why. In the dark sky. There were faint interweaving of white and black light. But everyone was unaware. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Goal 003, double comparison of movie watching. Xanxis. Agong drew the voice, and his voice was not loud, but Belle was shocked. Miska, who was running, was slow from the short rest of the energy overclocking. Agong passed through the gap of fireworks. TSUNA grabbed Mosca's arm, venting his anger and pulling hard, bang. The huge steel arm. It was torn off abruptly. So strong. Regardless of friend or foe, everyone felt the same emotion at the same time, their eyes filled with shock, and their mouths opened in astonishment. In front of them, it was like an invincible war machine. Facing TSUNA, it was like a straw, and a mechanical arm was easily broken. Boom! The flames broke out and burned the broken arm clean. Mosca suffered a heavy blow. He still refused to stop. The machine only listens to orders. After the rampage, the only thing Mosca had to do before being destroyed was the final order to kill all the creatures present. Seeing Xanxis's eyes flickering. Not saying a word. It seemed that he was waiting for the robot to turn the tables. TSUNA turned around indifferently. Hands joined together to form a knife, flames burning. The destructive power is more terrifying than a chainsaw, even a carefully forged steel armor cannot stop it. Hand knife, fell. Suddenly, thunder roared wildly in the sky. It seemed that a rainstorm was coming. There was no time to sigh that the dark clouds came just right, as if to render the current bleak and sad atmosphere. Rumble. It was as if a divine axe suddenly fell, splitting the universe into a deep gully, bursting out endless rays of light, and dispersing the thick dark clouds. In the light, the black and white light spots chased and entangled each other. Finally separated the two sides. With a whoosh, it unfolded into two huge light curtains. The borders were naturally one black and one white. This level of change. It instantly took away everyone's attention. There was an inexplicable pressure in the air. TSUNA felt suffocated. The flame on his forehead flickered. Bajir, who had been accompanying them during the training, said in astonishment, "Sawada-sama, are you okay?" Hula. The fire of death completely dissipated. After exiting the death mode, TSUNA clenched his fists and looked at Mosca nervously. "It's okay." Mosca didn't move. Even the scarlet eyeballs dimmed. Not to mention executing the final killing order. As if, under this power, all beings are equal. No one can use violence. Damn it! Xanxis cursed. Looking at Mosca, who was almost destroyed by TSUNA, his revenge plan was completely destroyed by something that appeared inexplicably. Unwilling anger surged. Pulling out the double guns, Xanxus was about to condense the fire of anger, but found that the fire could not be borne. The pistol lost the flame filling. Like a toy gun. Pulling the trigger, there was no destructive power at all, and even made this action childish and funny. Xanxus felt incomprehensible. Not to mention him. As the son of the rainbow, reborn had never seen such a scene, and said to himself, technological means. If there is no other explanation. His first reaction was that Will Emperor actually came to mix in and made this weird picture. However, given Willard's personality, the next attack method he should arrange is laser rain. The two people from Sherbero. They looked at each other with confusion. They immediately said, "It's not clear what force caused this, we are investigating." Hey? Jakutara Hayato was shocked. "It's not you? It's definitely not Varian. Who did it?" TSUNA was like a little lion with a particularly good temper, and he would only get angry when he was provoked to the extreme. He roared. Once an unexpected change occurred, he returned to his original state in confusion and panic. He asked worriedly, "Could it be something strange again?" "No. Everyone is so seriously injured, let's go to the hospital first." Boom. The movie chat room is being built. The relevant personnel have been monitored, the poll is successful, and the chat function is being enabled. Success. Movie chat room. The information that was inexplicably engraved in their minds made everyone full of confusion. But I instinctively felt the existence of the chat room, as if my heart could send my inner thoughts to the so-called chat at will. Please note, avoid complex and confusing content. The chat content will be automatically selected and published. In each video, all online members can participate in the reward and punishment question and answer. The top 3 correct answers will receive rewards. Random choices will be subject to random penalties. Those who answer incorrectly in succession will skip the next round of answers in addition to penalties. The rewards are all-encompassing, will match the rules of the world, and eliminate incompatible problems. The specific rewards are based on the actual gains, and you can refuse to receive rewards. During the viewing process, you cannot activate your abilities or perform dangerous behaviors. The current state will continue indefinitely and your walking range will be limited. Until the end of the viewing, everything will return to normal. Then, please enjoy the viewing next time. The so-called rules. With a grand voice that cannot distinguish between men and women, it appears in everyone's mind and is deeply imprinted. Cannot be forgotten. But practice leads to true knowledge. Reborn immediately verified himself. Soon. He sighed inexplicably, "Tisk, my power is also suppressed." No kidding. All the people present are definitely not Reborn's opponent. Their own power is controlled. It is enough to show that the mysterious power of the light curtain is above everyone else, and this is definitely not something that Will Emperor can do. What is the light curtain? At this moment, all over the world, before and after time and space. Under the light curtain, all beings are equal. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Target 004, the seats are full. Namimori Hospital. Rambo is still in a coma. Nana, Ippei, Fuda, Bianchi, Kyoko, Koharu, Kurikawa Hana. Family and girls came to visit. Kyoko shook her head in a silly way. "Everyone, did you hear this strange sound?" Kurikawa Hana pointed at the light screen in the ward and lost the calmness of a literary girl. Phantom incident. Bianchi was overwhelmed. She had been helping TSUNA and the others to play auxiliary, so that the girls and Nana didn't know about the mafia. But, seeing this scene in front of her, "Bianchi, how did I fool you?" Downstairs. Dino looked at Romario in shock. Check if he can see. Squalo, who was rescued on the bed, had his eyelids trembling slightly. Italy. Underground passage. Imitsu, who was shot and covered his wound, found that the bleeding of the wound had almost stopped while surrounded by his subordinates. It's just like what the light curtain said. The semi-finished product of the rainbow sun. Lau Milchi raised his tactical eyepiece. I hope it's not caused by some evil guy. The world 10 years later. Balin's pupils slightly widened. The astonishment on her face was replaced by curiosity and excitement. In a huge room. The real 6 hanging flowers were training. Lily of the Valley tried hard to light the fire, but she couldn't even use a small flame. She puffed her cheeks and snorted, Balin, is this also your trick? Hey! Pomegranate was unhappy. Ha hum. Kikyo laughed, always respect Balin, Lily of the Valley. Lily of the Valley turned her head away. Kikyo moved his hands and feet. It's true that the rules say that the flame cannot be ignited. Lord Bailan, please issue an order to guide us to break through the fog of ignorance and eliminate all confusion. Ha ha ha. Bailan smiled brightly, you are worthy of being my good captain, but this time, I am afraid I will disappoint you, holding a marshmallow in his hand. In the shocked eyes of the real 6 hanging flowers. Bailan pinched the marshmallow into small pieces. I am even restricted from my ability to go to parallel time and space. The purple eyes were full of danger, as the light curtain said, we can't do anything. Hiss. Everyone was shocked and unbelievable. There are things that even the god Lord Bailan in their minds can't do? Pa pa pa. Bailan patted the sofa, haha, come here, let us be the audience for once. He smiled. The people of the real 6 hanging flowers felt cold. Sweating profusely. 20 years later. In the ruins. The handsome man under siege, the fangs on his chest swayed, and he was about to launch an attack. Lightning horn, the bullets pouring around and the electric current on the horn, unexpectedly disappeared, controlled by the light curtain. The young man was stunned. He stared blankly at the light curtain in the sky with one eye open, muttering to himself, is it a rocket launcher 10 years later? Brother TSUNA. The last separation was too hasty, I really want to see you again. Now. In a small family in Italy. A group of teenagers sat around a shabby old table, led by a red-haired young man, with a blank look on his face. In terms of demeanor and temperament, he was actually somewhat similar to TSUNA. Guli Yanzen looked at Suzuki Adelhate and asked the housekeeper girl, what does it have to do with us? Is it my illusion? Obviously not one person's illusion. A strand of black hair fell down in front of her forehead. Suzuki Edelheit untied her apron and showed a solemn expression. I dare not forget the hatred for Vongola. It's just that I don't have the ability to take revenge. I remembered the suffering in my heart, mixed it with bitter water and swallowed it, brewing and fermenting in my stomach. It became something worse than poisoned wine. Reward. She muttered silently, is it an opportunity for us to get weapons, apply venom on them, and use it to take revenge on Vongola? Beside them, Kato Juri, who wore glasses and dressed like a cynical and philandering scumbag, was moody. In the Vongola ring, the 6 dead fires were reawakened, full of surprise and confusion, but no sound was made. Vongola, Jiruron, and Mafia from all over the place were all in panic and at a loss. In the prison of the Avengers. Imprisoned in the water dungeon, where light and heat could not reach, Rokudo Mikuro slightly broke free from the spiritual world and made sure that he was still there and had not left. The consciousness showed a surprised look. Kyufufu. A power that can even interfere with the spirit? Oh my intuition tells me that it may be related to Sawada Tsunayoshi. Rokudo Mikuro said easily. Anyway, there is something worse than the current situation. That is death. All the members of the Black Obsidian were handed over to Sawada Tsunayoshi, so there is no need to worry even if he dies. He became a spectator leisurely. The Avengers gathered together. They were wrapped in bandages, and the cold breath of death emanated from their bodies, which made the most powerful mafia family Vongola treat them with caution. On Yeka's shoulder, like the child of the rainbow, the little baby Bermuda holding the transparent pacifier asked in doubt, "Is it a new method created by Iron Mask?" Everyone was silent. Only the mournful screams sounded from time to time, as if being whipped by the memories of the past. Yeka said, "Maybe the sorcerer can provide some opinions. I'm talking about Rokudomyakuro." The Avengers tried it. Found that no more operations could be performed. However, with their tacit consent, Rokudomyakuro's spirit body could appear beside them. Seeing a group of Avengers, Rokudomyakuro laughed fearlessly. "Oh, what a terrible atmosphere." The Avengers were silent. In an illusory space, the man sitting on the throne opened his eyes. In front of him was a sweaty, squinting young man, who rubbed his hands. "Sir, what do you see?" The man hated by the Avengers. Through the iron mask. Shaking his head, "I can't see through it. This is an unknown power that can only be watched, not detected." Squinting eyes don't know. The heart of the Iron Mask is also full of confusion. Managing the planet for who knows how many years. For the first time, the unknown appeared. Everyone had different emotions. At this moment, the screen suddenly moved. The white light curtain on the left. There were faint sights and sounds. Everyone was refreshed. Looked closely. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Target 005, I use love to influence. In the light curtain on the left, the camera passes through the high-rise buildings. People with good memory already feel a little familiar. Chat room. Seisagawa Ryohei, it seems to be the street where I run every day. Oh. It really can talk, I don't understand it at all, but it's amazing. Seisagawa Kyoko, brother. Rambud, meh ha ha ha, where is everyone? Lord Raymond is going to ride TSUNA around in circles. TSUNA, Raymond. Sivalo, hey. Shut up. Listen to me. Kinvarian, see what I say. Belle, aren't you dead? Phantom Knight, illusion. Mammon, what rewards are there? Haha, if you have the ability, remove the curse on me. As soon as the screen appeared, a large amount of chat content was generated, even after being filtered by the light curtain. It was still a mess. However, each of them had their own concerns, but they all noticed some people who shouldn't be able to speak, such as Squallow, Rokudomyakuro, Rambo, Mammon, and others. They were either imprisoned or seriously injured, missing, and unable to contact. Therefore, they also gradually determined that the ability of the light curtain was amazing, and everything shown was real. The light curtain continued. The picture suddenly fell, and a group of people appeared in the shadows of the two streets. Several young men dressed casually. They were surrounding a boy. The boy had brown hair, was not tall, had a slender body, and his eyes were full of cowardice and panic. Chat room. Rokudomyakuro, Kyufufu. It turns out that it is related to you, Sawada Tsunayashi. Gakudera Hayato, good. It turns out that it is to show the greatness of the 10th generation. A group of hooligans dare to bully the 10th generation? The 10th generation beats them hard. Gyurianma, ah. Such a familiar plot, ah sorry, I forgot that I can't speak. Wild, light curtain? Technology? Illusion? I will crack you sooner or later. Wait. Stadium. TSUNA was immediately in a panic. Speechless, ah? Why? It's my video. It's not me. Seeing Varian's people staring at him. His scalp was numb. TSUNA waved his hands to deny it. Beside him, Gakudera Hayato was still trying to take credit. As your right-hand man, I must not let you down. It's this damn light curtain. I sent so many messages, but only 1 or 2 appeared. It doesn't matter, I'll keep sending. Don't. TSUNA raised his hand quickly, his face full of bitterness. How can I beat these hooligans? The more you brag in the chat room now, the more socially dead I am. When he thought of being bullied by hooligans and being seen by Kyoko and the others, TSUNA was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it without looking back. In the light curtain, the hooligans raised their fists and said with a greasy smile, "Brother, we have no money to play video games. Brother, support us a little. Is that okay?" The boy was holding his school bag with a panicked face. He stepped back and bumped into the wall. He stuttered, I don't have money." Bang! A punch fell. Hit the boy's eye socket. TSUNA was beaten to wail. He squatted on the ground and tried to defend himself. As a result, the school bag was easily pulled away by the other party. These people fumbled around casually. Originally, they were looking for a wallet. Shaking it, a paper floated out from it. He picked it up and looked at it. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. "FK. What a talent! When I was in school, I could get 20 points without using any brains. This guy only got 16 points. Let me see." The astonishing scores were passed around among the gangsters, and the bright red numbers seemed to be enlarged in the light screen. TSUNA whimpered immediately. Half of it was in pain. Half of it was shame. Even the gangsters scored better than me, I am really a loser. Finally, he laughed enough, and the yellow-haired man stuffed the test paper into his school bag and threw it to TSUNA. In TSUNA's blank eyes, he said disdainfully, "I feel bad for robbing a loser like you, let's go." TSUNA carried his school bag. Not knowing whether to cry or laugh, he finally carried his school bag, leaving behind a lonely and desolate back. Chat room. Reborn, great. TSUNA. Knowledge changes fate. You relied on the power of knowledge to avoid a beating and blackmail. Gakudera Hayato. Yamamoto Takeshi. Chrome. Coke Nero. Byron, ha ha ha. Tsunayashi-kun, you are so funny. And Reborn, it's really a master who produces good students, you two are a perfect match together. Suzuran, I'm dying of laughter. The chat room went wild. Just from this scene, we can see how useless TSUNA is. Not good at fighting. Not good at grades. Not even good at height. What a complete loser. Beside Varian, Belle was laughing like crazy. Even Levi got up from the ground, a mocking smile on his charred face, and fell to the ground again. Xanxus was full of contempt. Here. TSUNA's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and he was about to cry, "Oh, what is the light screen for? Why are you playing the screen of my social death? The light screen on the right. No matter what it is playing. Save me." It seems that I heard his call. On the right. The black light screen gradually lit up. The camera flew over the city. Familiar. It made everyone feel as if they were watching it again, a completely repeated aerial view of the city of Namimori town. Swish. The screen fell. Still a familiar person, a familiar yellow-haired man. When everyone was about to raise doubts in the chat room, suddenly, it became quiet. I saw. In the center of the screen. A tall boy with smooth brown hair, calm temperament, clear eyes, and a book in his hand. Those clear eyes looked at the camera. As if. It brought everyone into the perspective of the yellow-haired man. They were swallowed by the depth in his eyes. They were completely speechless. Damn. This kid is so handsome. After coming to his senses, the yellow-haired man cursed himself secretly, his eyes wandered, and he looked at the side and said, Brothers have no money to play video games, lend me some money. Across the light screen. Everyone actually heard that the yellow-haired man's tone was not confident, embarrassed and a little embarrassed. Oh my! Aren't you a gangster? At this moment. Suddenly. The picture was frozen. Question: in the picture, what method will Sawada Tsunayoshi take to deal with the crisis? A. Crouch down and wait for the gangsters to snatch the school bag, and run away in shame when they see the 100-point test paper. B. Stand up and fight back, beat the gangsters with a military boxing, and make them cry and run away. C. Use love to influence. Through the means of talk therapy, let them realize the truth of I am sorry for being born as a human being, and then change their minds. D. The doctor is kind, point out the pain caused by the gangsters' bad habits, and invite them to a quiet clinic for treatment. E. Special ability, shout loudly that you can't see me, and the gangsters leave in confusion. Please choose. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Objective 006, Multiple People's Choice. Chat room. Are both of them Sawada Tsunayoshi? Where is the handsome guy in the black light screen? Can you introduce him to me? Wild, according to existing theories, it is likely that they are isotopes from a parallel world. Larmilchi, even so, the temperament difference between the two is too big. Squaro, hey. Variance people, select all the options. You will definitely get the reward. Punishment? It's nothing. Dino, you are so loud even when you are lying on the hospital bed and texting. You are worthy of it. But everyone should be cautious, it is not certain what the random punishment is, don't regret it later. 10 years later, in the Myofuri base. Iri Shoichi's forehead was full of sweat. Tsunayoshi from a parallel universe? Oh no, don't affect and expose our plan. Ah! My stomach hurts. This super undercover and space-time scientist. Completely panicked. I can't even think about the options. Upper floor. In the towering sky tower. Bai Lan kneaded the marshmallow, her face full of interest. It's a pity that I can't go to the parallel universe, otherwise I will definitely find this Tsunayoshi-kun. Hold your head and crouch to defend? Feel with love? These weird options. It made Bai Lan curious, and she couldn't see what the development of Black Tsuna was. As for the reward, Variance Squavero is right, everyone can choose randomly. I'm curious about what the punishment for failure is, hehe. The real 6 hanging flowers can open the box. Possessing terrifying repair ability. Regeneration of broken limbs is a piece of cake, very confident, not afraid of punishment at all. Besides, this is the will of the god Bai Lan. Pomegranate said indifferently, then I choose A. Daisy. I choose B. Kikyo, ha-hum, then I choose C. Lily of the Valley chooses D, and Wolfsbane is E. Is this arrangement okay? Whatever. Wolfsbane said nothing, while Lily of the Valley was barefoot, grabbing Bai Lan's snacks and said with a smile. Modern time and space. Italy. The wound stopped bleeding, and Imitsu shook his head, don't choose yet, see what happens to others. Simon family. Suzuki Adelhate said seriously, no one can choose, I'm serious. Got it. Out of caution, most people kept a wait-and-see attitude and did not come up to make a choice. Stadium. While mocking Squallow, Bell drooped his lips. This guy, he is obviously a defeated loser, but he still acts like a vice-captain. But what he said is not wrong. Boss? How do we choose? Whatever. Xanxus said coldly, his eyes worried, I don't care about the scumbag picture. If the light curtain is only this level, then the light curtain is also garbage. Bell smiled falsely. Just because of the rules of the light curtain, he didn't dare to choose randomly. Levi on the ground. Loyal, let me verify the authenticity of the light curtain for the leader. Ha, a waste like Sawada Tsunayashi would not be a waste in another time and space. Chat room. Levi, I choose E. Those hooligans can give up beating people because of poor grades, and they will definitely leave because the other party is a psychopath. Mammon, the idea is quite clear. Gakudera Hayato, Shim, BD. How dare you humiliate the 10th generation like this? When this light curtain ends, I will blow you all away. Judah Hayato sent a lot of messages. But the word limit and the selection of content made it difficult for one person to confront this group of netizens. He turned his head and looked at TSUNA angrily. Raising his fist, 10th generation, I chose B, you can definitely beat up the gangsters. TSUNA was speechless, but, the me on the black side is different from me. 10th generation. I'm not that handsome. TSUNA looked envious, so I don't know what choice he will make. Everyone should not choose randomly, there are penalties for continuous mistakes. But the reward. Judah Hayato was very unwilling, glaring at Varian over there. If I can become stronger, as the right-hand man of the 10th generation, I will not let the 10th generation down. Reward, I want it. This. TSUNA didn't know what to do, and looked at Reborn for help. The other party said calmly, whether to choose is a personal will, don't bother. Hey, Reborn. Reborn completely ignored his voice and touched his chin. Stupid TSUNA, you also choose one. Hey. TSUNA widened his eyes, I told you I don't know. I'm afraid of punishment if I choose randomly. Humph. Reborn jumped up and kicked TSUNA in the face, scaring TSUNA to scream, but he didn't feel any pain on his face. All the power was dissolved by the rules of the light curtain. Crying in pain. It was purely the shadow brought by Reborn. Reborn stood on his shoulder, the subordinates are willing to take risks for you, you can't stop them, at least you should set an example and take the risk together, right? TSUNA was stunned. At this time, Yamamoto Takeshi scratched his head with a smile, what an interesting game. I think with your personality, TSUNA, you should be C. It must make sense. Ryohei, I don't understand it at all, but if you get hit, you have to fight back. I will choose B too. Chrome, C. Chigusa pushed his glasses, you are reading a book when you appear. You look knowledgeable. I choose A. Everyone. TSUNA murmured. At this moment, he felt the seriousness of his companions. It seemed that every choice contained his appearance in the eyes of everyone. Take risks. TSUNA's eyes became serious, I know, then let me choose D. TSUNA didn't know which one it was. But no one chose D. If you want to take risks, you must choose someone who hasn't been chosen yet, right? And this is not a random choice. He looked at Reborn. Reborn didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth were raised. Suddenly, TSUNA felt a sense of relief of being recognized. He calmed down. The light screen also changed again. Stop answering. Coming soon, correct answer. Update. Free data please. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Target 007, pure indifference. The sun fell from the angled eaves. It divided the alley into two parts. Shadow and light. The bright and brilliant boy blinked his eyes, and his long and dense eyelashes seemed to soothe the violent heart of the viewer. His temperament was bright and dreamy. At this moment, the chat room was flooded with comments from a group of female viewers. But no one else cared much. More curious. Which option is the answer? Heard the intention of several people to borrow money. He asked thoughtfully, what will you do if I say I don't want to borrow? Don't lend. In the shadow, Huang Mao looked at his good brothers around him. 4 or 5 adults surrounded a stinky kid, and the other party refused without changing his face. Several people looked at the boy in the sun. It was as if I saw a nobleman who was not worldly and did not touch the dirt. And I was just a bad boy. Inferiority in appearance. And the deep eyes that could not look into each other's eyes. At this moment, it seemed like they had all become a gas station for anger. Gasoline poured on the anger, and it burned fiercely. The yellow-haired man clenched his fists, making a creaking sound, and said aggressively, "Then you just wait to be beaten." "Oh." TSUNA slowly put away the book. "Then, what you did is not called borrowing money, it's robbery." "Yes. That's right." The yellow-haired man smiled grimly, and several people spread out faintly, trying to surround the boy. "We are robbing." "Okay." The book was put into the school bag, and in the gap between the openings, the full mark test paper was accidentally revealed. Chat room. It's A as expected. He looks like a handsome guy with all A grades. Yamamoto Takeshi, ha 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 ha. TSUNA has been communicating with these people all the time, and I was also saved by TSUNA's words before. It must be C. TSUNA, full marks. I'm so envious. After closing the zipper of the school bag again, the boy left the light and walked slowly into the shadows. Click, click. The nearest bad boy suddenly felt an inexplicable anxiety. Without thinking, he punched the boy in the head. As if he wanted to disfigure the boy first. However, TSUNA's eyes did not fluctuate. He lifted the shoulder strap of the school bag. Gently raised it up, bang. The side corners of the leather school bag were filled with books and other tools, which were very full and heavy. It was comparable to a large book like a dictionary. A light blow. For the person involved, it was like a 400 jin weight fell from the sky when he was lying on a seesaw. Bang! With a sound. The seesaw hit his chin. The strong collision jumped from the chin to the innate feeling on the top of his head like an electric current. With a roll of his eyes, the young gangster fell asleep. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. As the gangster fell down, little by little, the yellow-haired man saw the boy's eyes again. Without the sunlight, the pair of light brown eyes as clear as crystal, at this moment, turned dark like an endless abyss with no bottom. The gentle skin. It suddenly turned cold and white. As if, when there is light, he is bright. When there is no light, he is dark. Pure by nature. The light curtain seemed to completely occupy the yellow-haired man's perspective. In an instant, everyone felt an inexplicable chill coming at them. It was as if they had turned into little yellow-haired. They actually began to imagine how to deal with it next. Chat room. Nilo, this look, why does it make me feel a little scared? Cora. Ruslia, oh my god, it's scary. Squaro, it's indifference. I can feel that he doesn't seem to have killed anyone. But this pure indifference is scarier than killing people. Hey! What did Sawada Tsunayashi in that world experience? Rokudomukuro, Kyufufu. Byron, interesting. Laomurchi, Imitsu, it seems that you in another world have not fulfilled your responsibilities. Sawada Nana. Gakudera Hayato, great. I said that the 10th generation will definitely defeat these little hooligans. What do you know? I am the only one who understands the 10th generation best. Gokudera's excitement is rare, and TSUNA was frightened by that look, hehe. Try to calm your heartbeat. He forced a smile. Congratulations, classmate Mukudera, it seems that you guessed it right. Hehe. Mukudera said happily, 10th generation, don't worry, the reward is in hand, I will be the first to deal with Xanxus. TSUNA was reminded by him. He subconsciously looked at the opposite side. He found that the careless Xanxus actually frowned and began to look at the black light curtain. It seemed that he suddenly became interested. The light curtain continued. The little yellow-haired boy was startled. But he heard TSUNA slowly say, "Knowledge is power, let me tell you more." The little yellow-haired boy's face turned green. The few people around him looked at the good brother who was comforted to sleep on the ground by the school bag again. "Is this what you said, that knowledge is power?" "Rough!" The yellow-haired boy shouted, "Brothers, come together." The gangster in a black leather jacket, holding a baseball bat full of bumps and paint, rushed up with a strange cry. "Aim at the top of the head, a stick is about to fall." TSUNA's pace changes. Suddenly accelerated. His body immediately pressed in front of the opponent. At this moment, the stick would only hit nothing if it fell. Besides, the opponent had no chance to attack again. One punch. Hit the stomach. The gangster's eyes were about to pop out, tears were gushing, and his dry cheeks swelled instantly. Bang! The bat fell to the ground. TSUNA stopped and continued to walk forward. The gangster knelt on the ground, opened his mouth, and gastric juice shot towards the ground like an unstoppable fountain. TSUNA, irregular diet, stomach damage, may cause gastric perforation in the future. The yellow-haired man. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you hit him? At this time, another gangster rushed up and was hit by a school bag and hung on the wall, staring. TSUNA, the eyes are bloodshot, and the bottom of the eyes are severely bruised and black. It's a symptom of staying up too late. Damn! Where did this terrifying junior high school student come from? He was so fierce. Seeing TSUNA coming, the remaining two were going crazy. How could they still want to fight? No. Brother. The yellow-haired man's legs were weak. He knelt on the ground and did a standard squatting. "Zro, big brother. We have offended the wrong person. You are so generous, can you forgive us this time? You will be the big brother in the future." The last person also lay on the ground. He nodded repeatedly in agreement. Sweat dripped on the ground. Ticking. The small vest was soaked. Silence. It seemed to become extremely long. When the hearts of the two were about to explode. Ignorance is terrible. It is because of your ignorance that you will turn a deaf ear to the sad cries of the body. TSUNA took out the book again. Your physical fitness is too poor, so you can't stand it. Come with me. I know a quiet place that can just treat your physical illness. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Objective 008, Reward Sharingan. The boy walked forward, holding a book in his hand. Sunlight and shadows appeared alternately. It fell on him. He seemed to have no concerns about whether the people behind him would escape. In fact, it was true. The survivor trembled and asked, "Brother, how about we take this opportunity to slip away?" The yellow-haired man was thinking this. But suddenly, his mind flashed, and those dark eyes were like an abyss, and he felt suffocated just thinking about it. The yellow-haired man shivered. "Forget it. Let's help them, let's follow them." The other man's face was twitching. The visible fear was transmitted to every viewer. In the end, all 5 people were no exception. The picture was fixed on their backs. Coincidentally. And the back of TSUNA in the white light curtain. There was a subtle overlap. 1 person and 5 people, victims and perpetrators. All changed. But, the backs were extremely bleak and sad. The picture paused. Needless to say, the viewers all understood the correct answer. The correct answer is, D. A doctor has a kind heart. Sawada Tsunayashi pointed out the pain caused by the bad habits of the gangsters and invited them to a quiet clinic for treatment. Chat room. Gakudera Hayato, I guessed wrong. But it doesn't matter. The 10th generation really made a choice that I didn't expect. This is the 10th generation. Yamamoto Takeshi, ha ha ha. I was wrong too, but TSUNA is so nice. He even treated those people. Could it be that TSUNA in the black world wants to be a doctor after graduation? Shamal, hey! Don't underestimate the profession of doctor. Look at this guy, doesn't he look like a serious doctor? Isn't he a pure fighter? Colorado Nero, to be honest, the opponent's level is too low, and I can't see much. But, there is no doubt that Black TSUNA has a fighting foundation. Bell, he just showed a little trick. He is far inferior to the elite of the assassination team. After all, he is just a kid. How strong can he be? I am more curious, what is the reward for answering the question correctly? Mammon, I agree. Alice, that's right. In the Sky Tower, Bailan nodded slightly. It is normal for the same person to have different personalities in parallel worlds. He has seen many examples. He didn't care much about Black TSUNA. He was curious about what the light curtain could do. The top 3 correct answers are, 1. Rokudo Mikuro, 2. Uni, 3. Sawada Tsunayashi. Random rewards are being given. Rewards are being distributed. Rokudo Mikuro, 3 Megatama Sharingan. The chat room screen was immediately covered by a new video screen, and it was on fire at the beginning. The rhythm of the drums sounded. I saw. Handsome black-haired young men flashed by one after another. Occasionally, there were white-haired young men. But without exception. The center of the picture was focused on their eyes, either one eye or both eyes. The dark pupils, when slightly opened. Suddenly, they turned into blood-red eyeballs. In the eyeballs, there were black Megatama. Finally, accompanied by a man with long hair and laughing wildly on the battlefield, the battle scene began. 1 Megatama. Black-haired Sasuke, who was obviously only 11 or 12 years old, held a kunai and fought with Naruto, who was wearing yellow clothes and had a beard on his face, with swift movements. 2 Megatama. Black-haired Sasuke's movements accelerated instantly. He easily saw through Naruto's subtle movements, and thus made a battle prediction and made a move in advance. He caught Naruto off guard, being beaten in a miserable state. 3 Megatama. The white-haired youth with forward protection, on the battlefield, was like a swift silver dragon, with the rapid change of hand seals, all kinds of terrifying energy waves at his fingertips. The black-haired youth slashed countless opponents crazily. Scene after scene. Various execution scenes were shown in turn. Under the gaze of scarlet eyes. The enemy, only death. At the end of the scene, the beginning and the end echoed, but this time, in the eyes of these people who opened their eyes. Various patterns appeared. Instant. An inexplicable strong sense of mystery came over them, and a time bomb was stuffed into the hearts of everyone. Chat room. Dino, hiss. What kind of world is this? Is everyone a master of physical skills? The fighting skills are so terrible that the movements of children are like killing machines. Wind, as the number of Megatama increases, it seems that some kind of energy will be fed back to the body, speeding up the body's movements, greatly increasing the person's reaction, attack, and judgment. Wind, and the energy spell used by the white-haired youth, it is obvious that it has also undergone some changes with the help of the Sharingan, and wind, from the end of the video, 3 Megatama, it seems that it is not the limit. Mammon, tisk. Even you said so, it must be right. Damn it. How could Rokudo Mikuro get such a reward? Rokudo Mikuro, Kyufufu. Bailan, oh. It seems that Mikuro-kun is in a very happy mood. After using it personally, is the effect better than what we saw? Rokudo Mikuro, ha, although I don't know you, from your tone, I really want to use this reward on you. Hehe. Bailan, so scary. Hibari Kyoya, Rokudo Mikuro, where are you? With the permission of Rokudo Mikuro, a demonstration clip after receiving the reward is being provided. In the dark environment, the sound of water bubbles was faintly heard, making it difficult to tell where it was. But many people know. This is the underground water dungeon created by the Avengers. A place where no light can shine. In the darkness, 2 red lights are slightly bright. Finally, they are fixed on the 3 black Megatama on the left eye and the ancient Hyuxia character 6 on the right eye. Finally, the eyes are closed again. The picture falls into darkness. Everyone has different emotions and complicated thoughts. Only Rokudomukuro knows. After obtaining the 3 Magatama Sharingan, his sense of illusion has been super terrifyingly improved. It seems that the Sharingan contains some extraordinary energy that is very suitable for illusion. This is the most important change besides the strengthening of physical skills and the ability to defeat Hibari Kyoya. He glanced at the Avengers. In Rokudomukuro's mind, he once again planned to escape from prison immediately after the light curtain ended. Just rely on this pair of Sharingan. At this time, Bermuda suddenly asked. Rainbow Sun Feng said, "There is still room for advancement." "It seems so." Rokudomukuro chuckled, although the strange feeling was erased by the power of the light curtain. "I have no idea how to make the Sharingan complete the transformation of the promotion. So, the key is to see what the light curtain gives." Bermuda was silent. But both of them understood. If there are still problems next, even if you rack your brains, you have to make a choice. Once the answer is correct, the richness of the reward is breathtaking. It also represents countless possibilities that will increase in the future. It is really enviable. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Objective 009, Reward Resurrection Coins. Rewards are being distributed. Uni, 30 years of life. Although there is no screen to show this reward, everyone's eyes widened. Many people don't know who Uni is. But everyone knows what the word life means. What's more, it's a full 30 years of life. It's almost equivalent to 1/3 of a person's life. With 30 years of life again, the elderly can be called middle-aged. Chat room. Scarlu, I want it too. Kernlo, life? If it's true, even if it remains the same, it's fine. Mammon, ah. Damn, why didn't I get any rewards? I want life. Only with more life, there are more opportunities. Feng, hi, congratulations. Reborn, it's not easy to verify. Scarlu, no one cares about me. Wild, it's unreasonable. It's unreasonable from beginning to end. I must figure out what the light curtain is. Where does the reward come from? Lar Milchi, then you can study slowly. I will also try to answer the questions. Scarlet, hey. Those who have an urgent need for life are naturally those who have a short lifespan. As for the rainbow children, they all know that their lifespan is also limited. If you want to remove the curse, you must at least have enough time to understand and crack it. Lifespan becomes the key. Reborn frowned. The curse of the rainbow children of the sky is short life. I hope the reward is real. Don't let people be happy for nothing. Italy's hidden manor. Jiriran. A family as old as the Vongola. The contemporary rainbow children of the sky. Arya clenched her fists excitedly. She was dressed in a suit, with a capable temperament, mature and sassy, and a pair of gentle blue eyes. The rest of the people. At this moment, it is not clear about the identity of the rainbow children of this graceful family leader. Let alone that she has a daughter. Her name is Uni. Both from Italy. The Simon family, who looks like Katojuri on the outside but is actually a man named Spadu, couldn't help but clench his fists. Its lifespan? If I get lifespan, can I get a body from my soul again? No. Since anything is possible, can I bring her back to life? Thinking of his tragically dead lover. Spadil was worried that snatching rewards in the chat room would expose his identity. Now, exposed? As long as I can revive Elena, what's the use of being exposed? I must answer questions, and I must get rewards. Compared to the shock of the Sharingan, lifespan is more ethereal after all, and it is not an immediate reward, so everyone's eyes are focused on the third reward winner, Sawada Tsunayashi. Many people are unhappy, the light screen is playing him, and the reward is also him. Is there a shady deal? Gudong. The stadium was watched by Varian, Cerbero, and his companions. TSUNA was a little embarrassed, but also very excited, secretly thinking, I wonder what kind of reward I can get. It would be great if I could become stronger without training, and the Sharingan would be great. More importantly, the Sharingan battle clip just now. So cool. Which boy doesn't want to be a little bit cool? TSUNA was looking forward to it silently in his heart. Rewards are being distributed. Sawada Tsunayashi, Resurrection Coin. Special item from the world of Dungeon and Fighter. The effect is that within 10 seconds of death, you can revive yourself or your teammates, regardless of distance and space, and will not be harmed, negatively affected, or mentally controlled within 3 seconds of resurrection. There was no picture, only a flash of light. A shiny coin fell into TSUNA's hand, and the boy was still confused. Chat room. But it had completely exploded. Spadil almost popped his eyes out. He wanted to snatch the resurrection coin immediately. Until he saw clearly. Only those who died within 10 seconds could be resurrected, and then he calmed down with red eyes and panting, and secretly clenched his fists. At this moment, I don't know how many people sent messages, trying to buy the resurrection coin in TSUNA's hand, and the price offered was a number that TSUNA didn't even dare to press. Chat room. Gamma, resurrection from the dead. How can a guy who is bullied by gangsters keep this kind of thing? I suggest you sell it to someone else immediately. Sawada Imitsu, TSUNA. Keep it well. Don't promise any deal. This is not a divine weapon that can be measured by money. If you don't know what to do, just listen to Reborn's arrangement. Did you hear me? Sivalo, hey! What are you still standing there for? After the light curtain ends, you must grab it. Now you are the closest. Phantom Knight, could it be, the light curtain is a creation of God? It turns out that, this Xanxus, even if a waste is resurrected once, it is still waste. Scum. Even if you have 110,000 resurrection coins, it is useless. In my eyes, you are still just trash. Xanxus's arrogant voice echoed in the stadium, and the chat room was broadcast simultaneously. TSUNA was frightened. A real ruthless person. Don't you care about resurrection at all? Bell and others immediately followed. Hehe, the boss is right, trash is still trash after resurrection, it's useless. It's better for us to take the resurrection coins. They were full of excitement. They were all waiting for the light curtain to end to grab things. Even the Avengers. Bermuda. He was also moved for a moment. If I have resurrection coins when dealing with Iron Mask, I can increase the chance of 1 error tolerance and have more chances of winning. Stadium. TSUNA seemed to be touching a hot yam. He looked bitter. It's okay without the Sharingan, now, it seems that there are enemies all over the world? My luck is too bad. Just then, there was a message in the chat room. Reborn, great, TSUNA. There were many training methods that were not convenient to use, but now there is a chance of error tolerance. Hiss. It's Reborn of the Rainbow Sun, the world's #1 killer. Even you said so, huh? Are you fooling us? Reborn, hehe. Tsunayashi, Reborn. They are right, you are really fooling me, right? Bianchi, a moment of silence. Cola Nero, a moment of silence. Cora. Larmilchi, a moment of silence. Byron, a moment of silence. Ha 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 ha. Wild, lend me the body for research, 10 seconds? It's enough for me to hurry up. Tsunayashi, woohoo. The tonic is like this. Am I going to die? Ah. At this time, the sound of the light screen came. Ding. The rewards have been sent. The people who have violated the rules have been determined. Please accept the random punishment. The members are as follows. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Target 010, punishment. Sheep transformation. Punishment list. Platycodon, pomegranate, wolfsbane, daisy. Fran. Cerbero. Gamma. A long list appeared. It was obvious. When answering the questions for the first time, many people did not take it seriously and chose randomly. However, everyone saw their own position very accurately under the effect of the light curtain. The people around them were also affected. See clearly. At the beginning, many people regarded the light curtain as a joke. But after seeing the authenticity of the reward and recognizing the magnificent power of the light curtain, now, they are the most panicked. Future time and space. Bai Lan squinted and smiled. Oh? Because Linglan chose the correct answer, the positive and negative cancelled out, so she is not on the list? Hidden rules. What a pity. Linglan looked eager to try. I still want to try. What is the punishment? The other few real 6 hanging flowers. They also looked indifferent. With the godlike Bai Lan by my side. What is there to be afraid of? Bai Lan pressed the button, and an inexplicable energy field appeared in the room. Squinting his eyes, the abilities and techniques I have excavated from the parallel world are countless. Now this room cannot even be penetrated by thoughts, and with the interference of biological energy. Well, I will use my energy to cover it up and see if you can penetrate it. Smiled slightly. He raised his hand, and the orange sky fire was ignited on the wing-shaped mare ring. The flame spread in the room. Formed a flame defense wall. Ha-hum, Kikyo laughed. Since Lord Bai Lan is serious, we don't have to worry anymore. That's right. Pomegranate yawned, not caring at all. All over the world, everyone tried their best to defend themselves. Or hid in the basement. Or temporarily changed their names. Selecting random punishment. Confirmed, 3 minutes, sheep transformation. In an instant. All over the world, before and after time and space. All the people on the list were still in action in the last second, and in the next second, in less than a blink of an eye, they turned into little sheep covered in wool. Me. Me me. Lily of the Valley looked at the 4 sheep in horror, wandering around the room, looking down for something. Busy. Finally, it bit the snack on the table, rolled its tongue into its mouth, and chewed it. Its eyes were blank and innocent. Lily of the Valley felt creepy. Isn't this a real sheep? She wrapped herself in a black cloak, curled up in the corner of the sofa, and clenched her toes. Full of fear. Afraid that these sheep would come and eat her. Lily of the Valley shouted loudly, Bai Lan? Don't they even have the rationality of being a human being? Bai Lan sat in the same place. In her purple eyes, she became cruel and surprised, with an unexpected embarrassment, but more excited, as if she had got a new toy. Me. A sheep came in front of her, and Bai Lan reached out her hand mercilessly and pierced it straight through. Lily of the Valley's scalp was numb. Teeth couldn't help but tremble. It's one of platycodon or pomegranate. I know. Bai Lan took back her hand and played with the bloody organ that was still steaming, her face full of excitement. Look, it really turned into a sheep's heart. Ha ha ha. Interesting, so interesting. Lily of the Valley was shaking. She was frightened by the light curtain's ability, and even more frightened by Bai Lan's terror. Fortunately, the 3 minutes stopped abruptly. Several people returned to their original state, chewing snack fragments in their mouths. The expressions of Platycodon, Pomegranate, and Daisy changed drastically, and they knelt on the ground. We lost consciousness. Bai Lan didn't care. He watched the sheep's heart in his hand turn back into a human heart and return to Lang Du's chest. He murmured, "Can the punishment time cause harm?" But in the end it recovered. Could it be? Only the punishment of the light curtain counts? That's right, I said before that all the audiences cannot cause harm to each other during the process. It's so interesting. Bai Lan said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, answer seriously next time." Now it seems that I can't stop the punishment of the light curtain. Several people looked at each other, nodding in fear and fear. Italy. Varian's base 10 years later. A sheep suddenly turned into a cold-faced young man wearing a frog doll head. Oh, me actually turned into a sheep, so magical. Holding the bitten flowers in his hand, the long-haired belle said slyly, "He he he. Don't get involved in things related to Sawada Tsunayashi." Squallow and others 10 years later did not refute. Levi said angrily, "Damn it, I don't know why we are restricted from speaking. Can we only unblock it later? Otherwise, I will definitely tell us 10 years ago what a miserable life we are living now." As an assassination unit. In name, it is said to be directly under the 9th generation. Who doesn't know in fact? Even though they lost the ring battle, Lord Sawada Tsunayashi was generous and didn't clean them up. And considerate. Continue to keep them in the name of the 9th generation. Fran said calmly, "I still hope to see the scene of the seniors being defeated." The seniors who claim to be elites were actually defeated by a group of junior high school kids. It's really funny to me. The poisonous young man said expressionlessly. Varian's people were silent. Gan. Could it be that this froghead was right? That's why we were banned? Reality. Gyralone, after Gamma regained consciousness, he suddenly felt uncomfortable in his mouth. A stinky smell. The texture, extremely complex and disgusting. On the side. Everyone looked at him with shocked and pitying eyes. The bald Taiyuan cried, "Brother Gamma, you go rinse your mouth first. The lawn is not clean, I don't know which BD is walking the dog." Walking the dog, lawn. He felt his eyes go dark in an instant. But saw. As the leader, Arya, whom he secretly loves, has turned her head very gently, pretending not to see it. But Arya's shoulders trembled. What the hell? Gamma was about to speak, and a strong smell came. Ugh. At this moment, he closed his eyes tightly, wishing he could faint and die here. However, the rules of the light curtain are here. He can't escape at all. So, the red temperature of the man is better than any words. Gamma squatted by the pool, FK. BD Sawada Tsunayashi. If it weren't for you, would I be so embarrassed? Damn it. Damn it. Ah. Like a groundhog screaming. The anger was burning. The pool was a little filthy. He finally cleaned it. At the same time, he calmed down his anger. He returned to the room. As a result, the family members all quietly distanced themselves from each other. Gamma had no expression on his face. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. Update. Please give me free data. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Target 011, a loser becomes a godfather? In the stadium. The two sheep that were strolling leisurely and chewing the grass turned into masked women again. Pink fur and black skin. Mysterious and sexy. However, the two were still chewing in their mouths, full of dust, and only grass roots were left after the baptism of artillery shells and gunpowder. After regaining their human form, even the mysterious Cerberus. The two did not speak and stood there. It seemed to be down. But Gakudera Hayato had already mocked mercilessly, assholes. They deserve it. As for the fact that these two people have always been partial to each other, everyone has not forgotten it at all. Even TSUNA felt secretly happy. Knowing that he could not avoid the training, TSUNA was more curious after putting away the resurrection coins. Looking at the light curtain, my video is over, what will be played next? Yes. After everyone was shocked by the sheep transformation technique, there is no doubt about the greatness of the light curtain. Sharingan, lifespan, and resurrection coins are all things to be discussed after the light curtain ends. As long as you can answer the questions correctly. Maybe the next lucky person will be you. Hurry up and bring up the questions. As if he sensed what everyone was thinking. Soon, the white light curtain unfolded again. The picture flowed. A little boy in a green jacket, holding a ball, with two small blushes on his face. He looked very cute. However, the moment he saw him, TSUNA was confused. No, why is it still me? This is when I was a child. Chat room. Gamma, conspiracy. Definitely a conspiracy. Could the light curtain be some useless collector? Miura Haru, ha. Mr. TSUNA was so cute when he was a child. I like it so much. Levi, disgusting. Why don't you play the domineering childhood of Zangsis-sama? Scavaro, shut up. Let them quarrel. The light curtain was obviously unmoved, and continued to play TSUNA's childhood. Woof woof woof. The dog is barking, and the person is crying, don't come over, don't, ah. Mom, come and save me. Starting from the scene of being bullied by a puppy. About TSUNA's useless life. In the white light screen, it was played mercilessly to everyone. He was about to graduate from elementary school, and he still needed training wheels to ride a bicycle. Slightly risky attempts ended up with failure and crying. Fortunately, when he was a child, he looked cute. He grew up a little. This advantage has become insignificant to everyone. When he was in junior high school, the test papers often tested single digits, or tens at the beginning. Although he was not tall, his upper body was much taller than others after sitting down. In physical education class, he was the last one to be lapped by a girl while running, and he was exhausted and panting. Ball sports can never change the funny fate of being hit in the face and covering his face. He is not good at anything. So, he won the nickname given by everyone. Useless TSUNA. At this moment, TSUNA covered his face, his whole body trembling. His face was so hot that he could fry an egg on it. Through the gaps between his fingers, he frantically searched the ground for a hole that he could crawl into. This was so embarrassing. I glanced at my companions quietly. I found that everyone was watching with great interest. TSUNA's mouth was dry. Ah! It's over. It's completely over. My useless life has been exposed, and everyone knows that I am a loser. Reborn said calmly, what are you afraid of? You are a loser. Otherwise, as a tutor, why would I apply for the job? What you said makes sense. But you are not the one who will be socially dead. Chat room. Gamma, waste. Completely a waste. This kind of guy wastes resources when alive and wastes land when dead. He is completely a reptile at the bottom. Alice, well said. Levi, I agree. If it was Zangsis-sama, he would have unified the school long ago. To be honest, this guy is completely a loser. What Gamma said is unpleasant, but it is also true. The future of this kid is extremely worrying. Countless mocking and critical comments made TSUNA blush. His chest felt like it was being hit by a sledgehammer, and he shrank into a ball. He knew it. After being exposed, this will definitely be the result. He will definitely be looked down upon by everyone. Reborn, humph. Sasagawa Kyoko, Tsunayoshi-kun is very good, he is our good friend, not a loser. Tsuna suddenly froze. Kyoko said I am a good friend, not a loser. Gokudara Hayato, the dog is barking? Do you understand the greatness of the Jodame? If you don't understand, shut up. BD. Give me your address, I will definitely blow you up. Dino, I can't pretend that you are not seeing your insults to my junior brother. Haha, let me see how good you are at fighting. Hiss. Dino the jumping horse? The leader of Gabrielone? He is actually Tsunayoshi Sawada's senior brother? Hibari Kyoya, boring. Gyuriinma, he didn't do anything bad. Is it a sin for him to live? Shimmer, tisk, a group of adults are talking so harshly. Can you be kind to the little brat? Genius Killer Shimmer is also helping to speak? What is the identity of this brat? The 9th generation of Vongola, I recognize this child. He is the 10th generation of Vongola. If you have any opinions, there will be answers in the future. Like a thunderclap, the 9th generation's barrage instantly stirred up thousands of huge waves. Vongola, the boss of the mafia. The leader of Vongola. That is, the godfather of the mafia. The 9th generation is even more outstanding. He has been in office for decades. Everyone in the mafia knows him. He admitted it himself. TSUNA is the new 10th generation of Vongola. How can we not be shocked? The key is... So, this loser can also be the godfather? They can't understand it at all. Stadium. Xanxus glared at Mosca. To be precise. It was the dead old man who was kidnapped by him and put in Mosca's body, his adoptive father, the 9th generation of Vongola. You are locked up inside, and you still have to make a sound? If it weren't for the light curtain, you would have been killed by that scum himself. Xanxus was furious. He wanted to tear the old man apart with his own hands. TSUNA was stunned. His companions showed an excited expression. Reborn's mouth corners slightly raised. Just in time. The white light curtain also came to the end. Reborn, the world's #1 killer in a black suit, appeared in front of the useless TSUNA. Greeting, ciao. In order to train you to be someone who can inherit the position of the leader of Vongola, from today on, I will be your tutor, Reborn. The picture freezes. At the same time, the black light curtain slowly lights up amid the discussion of the crowd. However, it has just started playing. It made everyone silent. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Goal 012, a watershed moment in life. When the white screen played TSUNA's life. People in the future time and space. They all felt uncomfortable. It was as if ants were crawling all over their body. They wanted to close their eyes and not see, but the screen could still project in. It was useless to close their eyes. Although most of them could not speak. But they could see themselves speaking 10 years ago. Rugged big man Levi. Sweating all over. Fran was still sharp-tongued, the senior 10 years ago was so brave, and the intensity of ridicule was full. He. Belle laughed and said, he is crazy about his own death, offending Sawada Tsunayoshi, and also daring to mention the boss's childhood? That's right, we didn't know the truth at that time. Levi, you are so brave. Levi. Damn it. I wish I could mute myself 10 years ago now. Damn. Can you please stop pitting me? My oh fury. Gamma's face was gloomy, a bunch of stray dogs, they don't know that death is coming. Now. He has already launched an attack on the Vongola and allied families, killing countless people. Of course. Not Jiriurin, but one of the 6 hanging flowers of Myofuri led by Byakuran, the guardian of thunder. Sky Tower. Byakuran crossed his legs and threw a marshmallow into his mouth. According to the order of the light screen, will it play the story of Tsunayoshi becoming the 10th generation? Ha ha ha, thinking about it this way, Reborn is really amazing, he really trained a super loser into an excellent leader. Although he was laughing. But the teasing in his tone was also true. From the bottom of his heart. He still felt that everyone in the world was a stupid NPC, and only he was a god. Traveling through endless parallel worlds. Acquiring endless knowledge and having countless opportunities for trial and error is equivalent to the authority of a player. He is not a god. Then, who else is? At this moment, the black light screen lit up. The first person who came up was a cute little girl in white clothes, and everyone knew her appearance. It was TSUNA again. He was wearing socks and standing on a chair. Otherwise, the height of the table would prevent him from seeing the contents of the books on the table. Obviously. This is a library. The scene was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of turning pages. Perhaps. This cannot be called reading. It's fanning. Before the people watching could make a comment, a girl wearing a yellow vest with a staff logo came over. Looking at TSUNA, she bent over and asked in a low voice, "Little friend, do you want to see picture books? I can recommend a few to you." She looked at the pages of the book that TSUNA was turning. There was also a pile of books on the side. The titles of the books were prominent and came into view: The World as Will and Representation, Zhuangzi, Metaphysics. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue. They are all obscure philosophical books. As expected. The child is playing. Who took the book and left it here without reading it? Just right. The pages stopped turning, and Gang turned his head. His eyes were not as lively as a child, but full of calmness and depth. "Thank you, I've finished reading." Through these eyes. The girl pinched her hands unconsciously, and actually had a strange feeling of being seen through at a glance. Fortunately, the child quickly retracted his gaze and turned away. The girl couldn't help but sigh, "I must have thought too much, he is just a child." The girl didn't think much. But Gang's whisper passed through the screen and fell into the ears of everyone: "Life is limited and knowing is unlimited, using the limited to follow the unlimited is dangerous. If you want to master all the things you don't understand, you can't do it with a short life." He clenched his fist, put his index finger on his chin, and opened the wooden door of the library with the door. Slowly said, "So, my current goal should be to get a longer life, and then pursue infinite knowledge and discover the truth." Click. He stepped over the threshold. The sun fell on his face. At such a young age, he already had a hint of haziness and mystery that was hard to see through. Chat room. Fuda, the shady Aegon is so cultured. I want to re-rank Aegon. Bianchi, so, that Aegon was not playing, but really memorized all the content in the same way as playing. Feng, this sentence comes from Zhuangzi inner chapter, and the meaning is correct. Although it is shocking, it is the fact. Feng, the other Aegon has a photographic memory and seems to have extraordinary comprehension. It's incredible, he looks only 4 or 5 years old. Is it true? Hey, he is Feng, the son of the rainbow. The martial arts master of the East Country. His judgment is more accurate than our mob, right? His incomprehension is beyond belief. Damn it, they are 2 little kids, how can there be such a huge difference? Did I miss something? I agree. Could it be that something happened before the age of 4, which caused such a huge difference? Looking at the comments in the barrage, the 9th generation in Moscow felt very bad and complicated. Recalling the past. What was different about TSUNA before the age of 4, could it be because I sealed his flame? Flame is the life energy of a person. First meeting. He was worried that TSUNA was too young to control himself and would eventually burn himself, so he took the seal. Life energy is reduced. People will naturally be spiritless. That's why TSUNA has poor physical strength and memory. Now, the 9th generation fell into self-doubt. Same. Outside Moscow, TSUNA fell into deep self-doubt. He looked around blankly, pointing at the black curtain. His eyes widened. Wait. Is this really me? I thought he and I became different when we grew up. How come? They were completely different when they were children? What went wrong? Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Target 013, Perfect Seeker. Namimori Hospital. Bianchi, Kyoko, Kohana, Koharu, and Ippei Fuda all looked at Nana curiously. Nana frowned and thought. Pressing the corner of her mouth, she thought for a while and smiled bitterly. I really can't remember. Could it be that I didn't take good care of TSUNA, so he became a fool? Stadium. Belle's mouth twitched. Levi lay on the ground pretending to be dead, not daring to say a word. It's really incredible. Tsunayoshi Sawada in the parallel world. Not only is he not a loser, it seems that he is also a super genius. Just look at the barrage and you will know. I don't know how many people are crazy about it now. I wish I had the same talent. Zangsis, Highberry, Rokudomikuro, and others didn't say anything, but the eyes looking at the black light screen obviously changed slightly. Ask yourself. At their age, it is impossible for their behavior and talent to be stronger and more outrageous than that of Black TSUNA. Being treated so seriously by these geniuses. A genius who also needs to be looked at differently by geniuses. Excuse me. How should I call him? Bai Lan pinched the marshmallow and became more curious. In the parallel world, there is such a Tsunayoshi? It's so strange, why haven't I discovered it? Did it die young? The audience may not have noticed it. But now, they have become curious. With a goal, how can the Black TSUNA, who has an extraordinary understanding, achieve his goal next? The picture continues. Since then, TSUNA often comes to the library to acquire knowledge. I can remember it after reading it once, and buying books is not cost-effective for me and my mother. In the era when computers were not popular, the library contains a lot of complicated knowledge of various subjects, which is the best way to acquire knowledge. TSUNA grew up here until he was 5 years old. The contents of the library, all copied into his mind, and have a corresponding understanding. Usually when Nana is at home, whether it is cooking, washing clothes, repairing electronic equipment, you can get the answer from TSUNA. So, although there are only 2 people living together, the troubles and worries in life are much less than before in the white light curtain. Under the black light curtain. See these pictures. Only TSUNA felt a little guilty. He was grateful for his mother's meticulous care when he was a child, but he didn't understand these things when he was a child. The rest of the people. Many viewers were so numbed that they couldn't stop drooling with envy. His comprehension was too amazing. And they could see it clearly. Black TSUNA was definitely not a theoretical king. Repairing water pipes and radios. Rubbing various daily props with his hands. His physical coordination, sensitivity, and creativity were obviously far higher than those of normal children. But TSUNA still had only one main goal. After completing the general knowledge, he said to Nana, "Mom, can you follow the menu for the meals in the future?" Sure. Nana has always been gentle, and curiously picked up the menu handed over by her son, and swooshed. Her hand was not steady. The menu unfolded and rolled a long way on the ground. It was densely covered with words. In Nana's blank eyes, TSUNA said seriously, "Whether it is Western medicine or the ancient medical skills of the East, they all explain the importance of food supplements. Paying attention to diet can avoid a large number of physical diseases. Combined with exercise, it is enough to have a healthy and long-lived body. I hope that my mother and I can live a healthy and long life, so I will trouble you for a while. TSUNA planned that when he was able to make money, he would not have to trouble his mother to cook every day. It's just that the conditions are not sufficient now. He can only trouble his family. As expected. Nana is different from ordinary adults. Most people will not take a child's words seriously, let alone cooperate and stick to it. But Nana did it perfectly. Even the taste was first class after she asked TSUNA to make suggestions for improvement. In the picture, it shows a rich and tempting food, and people drool. More importantly, they are all healthy dishes carefully selected by Xiao Agong. It is a complete physical and psychological double satisfaction. The chat room is hit by another barrage of comments. A group of people are puzzled. No, what kind of food documentary am I watching? Oh my god! I am so greedy, I just stuffed a handful of grass into my mouth. At this moment. Even if it is in the future time and space. Bai Lan looked at the snacks on the table. It is incredible that she rekindled a faint desire to eat. It is outrageous. In the picture, the problem of diet has been solved. Agong has more time, and through a lot of exercise books and human muscle knowledge. A basic training plan has been formulated. Even if it is just the first version of the content, a group of people have already felt inferior to it, and it has been worshipped and praised by many muscular men. After that, because you can clearly call out any muscle and bone under the skin, you can naturally detect the shortcomings during daily exercise. Exercise version. Gradually transitioned to tailor-made. After targeted training, TSUNA's body has undergone obvious changes. His height and weight have gradually increased, and the changes have occurred at a very reasonable speed and in a symmetrical manner. From the outside, he has gradually changed from cute to handsome. His temperament has also become more and more calm. Like a calm sea, under the calmness, there is a turbulent undercurrent that has never been released. After discovering the changes in her son, Nana made another extraordinary judgment. Joined TSUNA's training plan. Of course, TSUNA would not refuse, and even tailored it for Nana with the same care. For a while, the screen was full of warmth and harmony. Seeing this scene, Squirrel was slightly surprised. He still hadn't forgotten the eyes before. Did something happen afterwards? That made him so indifferent? But according to this training plan, ordinary people are definitely not his opponents. In the picture, he quickly gave him an answer. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Target 014, Gauze Robber. Another year passed. Among his peers, TSUNA's height and weight were absolutely overwhelming. The gap in knowledge made him never play with other children. Even if others were very curious. He also showed a lot of goodwill. But he was ignored by TSUNA. The teacher kindly advised him. He hoped that he could play with others. But TSUNA asked back, they can't understand what I'm thinking. If you want to join the topic, you are wasting my time and accommodating their ideas. It's unfair to me to do this. The teacher blushed. The red was red, and for such a shameless handsome boy, he decided to strike down the dimension. To solve the problem once and for all. While thinking about the exercise plan, TSUNA had a quick question and answer with the teacher. If the other party couldn't answer, he would explain the answer. Then, it took 30 seconds to shatter the teacher's arrogance as an adult, and it took another 3 minutes to completely destroy the teacher's cognitive level. Wait until TSUNA stopped asking and answering himself. The other side. The teacher, whose spirit was destroyed, drooled, sorry. I was wrong. Ha, a loser like me, how can I point fingers at a genius? Ha, sorry. The teacher covered his face and ran out of the classroom. So far, TSUNA has obtained privileges. In school, You can do whatever you want. You can go to class if you want, and you can go if you don't want. At this time, everyone was full of emotion. Why do you want to provoke him? There is a library in his mind. However, some people noticed the change. Squirrel, as expected. As a genius, as if breathing, you regard vulgar people as scum or ignore them. This is the privilege of a genius. Zhang says. Hi Barry Kyoya, boring. Wind, hi, he is too young, and only the affection of his family is his guide. Strangers are naturally not important to him. Rokudomikuro, Kyufufu. I remembered the multiple choice question before. Could it be that this Sawada Tsunayoshi has embarked on a dark path? Bai Lan, oh, if that's the case, it's even more interesting. I'm looking forward to it. The 9th generation, no, I believe in this child's nature. He won't go down such a path. The audience's discussions obviously couldn't interfere with what had already happened, and the scene continued. That night, TSUNA consulted his memory. He was training in combat skills. Karate, judo, fighting skills, self-defense techniques, and police defense techniques. Through memory, he slowly experienced the changes in muscles and bones during the use of the techniques with his body. Feeling the explosion of power. Recording the force techniques. Exploring the potential of the body is obviously helpful for research and thinking about how to get a longer life. More vigorous energy. Faster learning ability. I don't know why. TSUNA found that his energy was comparable to that of some adults, and even better, and he could go without sleep for several days. But under scientific self-guidance, TSUNA still ensured adequate sleep. Not long after he went to bed to rest. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise. Obviously, his body perception is also better than that of ordinary people. So, he got up. The scene shifted. At the door of the house, 2 sneaky guys whispered, "Are you sure? Only a mother and son live here? No men." "Don't worry," said another person. "I've found out everything. Let's continue to run after stealing this family. Those guys from the surveillance department can only chase us, ha 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 ha." The house of the Sawada family is not small. There is a window in TSUNA's room, which just corresponds to the small courtyard below. On one side of the courtyard is the door that the 2 thieves are trying to pry open. So, TSUNA heard their conversation very clearly. The subtle sound of prying the door. TSUNA can also hear it. Leaning against the windowsill, TSUNA said to himself, if it's a thief, calling the police is the right decision. But the phone is at the entrance. Now go down, with their proficiency, maybe they will just bump into each other? TSUNA thought so. But the body has already opened the door. Standing on the corridor on the 2nd floor. Found that Nana's door was not open, and guessed that her mother was still asleep. TSUNA tiptoed down the stairs and looked down. Gata. The door of the entrance was slowly opened. 2 men, one tall and one short, one burly and the other bloated. The fat man was holding a long baseball bat in his hand. In an instant, TSUNA's mind emerged with the wanted criminals described in the morning news. Whether in terms of body shape or the tools used to commit the crime, they were completely consistent. However, the key point that made TSUNA hold his breath. It was said in the news. In addition to theft, the crimes these 2 were wanted for also included repeated murders. Suddenly, the fat robber looked up at the stairs on the 2nd floor. The tall robber said, "What's going on? Search the 1st floor first. Be gentle, don't disturb the neighbors. I'll go upstairs to take a look." The bloated robber laughed, and the tall guy was speechless. "I know." Click. Click. The bloated robber climbed the stairs step by step, holding the baseball bat, trying to control himself, but still made a heavy excited panting sound. Finally, he walked up to the 2nd floor, and saw TSUNA's room at first sight. The excitement in his eyes intensified. The hand holding the baseball bat also exerted more force, and the dark red blood scab on the bat fell off. Click! He gently pushed the door open. Looking at the bulging quilt and the child's head vaguely visible in the dimness. An excited and ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The panting sounded like a bellows. Heavy and lung-piercing. The excitement brought by killing. He kept thinking about it on his way to escape. Finally. He couldn't hold it back. As soon as he thought about it, he was about to be washed by blood. The other party was still a little kid with no resistance. He was so excited that he was about to explode. He rushed over in 2 steps, raised the bat in his hand high, and smashed it down heavily. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Target 015, Devil or Father. Bang! A stick hit the head on the bed. The ferocious smile of excitement and violence was still on his face, and the expectation in his eyes was even stronger, but he suddenly noticed something strange. The feeling is wrong. What he hit was not like a fresh and juicy crisp watermelon. Instead, it was a cotton doll that had eaten strength and was like a vortex. At this moment, a well-proportioned and agile figure. Stepping quietly, he came to the side of the robber. Even though he was short and fat, the robber was still taller than a child. A gang knew this, but he believed in his jumping ability. Bend your knees slightly. The muscle burst skills summarized during this period. Like instinct. At this moment, use them to your heart's content. First, the sole muscles, then the calves and thighs, twisting the body and rotating, the waist exerts force, just like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, and like a thunderclap. Tight and elastic muscles. It was compressed to the lowest point like a spring. The elastic force that followed the instantaneous explosion was like a steel gun forged by thousands of grindings, and it was released with all the strength of a gang's straightened arms. Puff! A slender stick-like object penetrated the target's neck. The bloated fat and fat were even more fragile than foam. It did not provide any protection. Bang! The baseball bat fell to the ground with a sound, but it was not loud. It was like waking up from a dream. The dream bubble shattered. It was not until now that the robber realized. There was no one on the bed. But the little ghost he wanted to kill was right beside him. At this time, the neck felt an indescribable and unprecedented severe pain, as if a small hole was opened on a ball filled with water. Water, or blood. It kept flowing. It failed to spray out. Because it was blocked by the tool used in the crime. Ah! The robber's eyes widened, and his thick and greasy palms tried in vain to grab the low afterimage beside him. It was just in vain. He even lost the strength to raise his hands. He raised halfway and then fell down weakly. The punctured trachea made it impossible for him to make a loud sound. He could only be like an old man who was terminally ill. He made a hi, hi, ha sound. Snap! Dizzy and dazed, the robber's body was weak and swaying. He didn't take 2 steps and fell to the ground. He didn't even have the strength to support himself with his hands. But his eyes, still filled with blood and extremely unwilling to look at the other party. At this moment, even if it was a child, standing a gang was much taller than the other party. So, a gang pinched his chin, and in the dim light, his eyes were like torches. Like a master being worshipped by a slave. Quietly watching the robber's life slipping away, he murmured, with enough skills and only a pen, a child can kill an adult. The robber's eyes were filled with incomprehension. Hey! Why? Why can this kid be so calm? Ah! I'm a criminal who killed several people. Unwilling, resentful. Compared to the pain of the passing of life, he cares more about the other party's attitude. What about your fear? Or, what about your excitement of killing? If you are a natural killer, Then it's not a bad idea to become a monster excited by blood and violence like me. In that case, I will live in your body. Silent. TSUNA's expression suddenly changed slightly. No doubt. Even if he has done a lot of reasonable scientific exercises now, he has physical fitness far beyond his peers. The strength of a child is still difficult to compete with that of an adult, which is why TSUNA chose to kill with one blow. Play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. However, in the practice just now, in addition to having enough skills and making the muscles burst out with huge energy, there seems to be a special feeling. It was guided out along with the movement of the body. I savored it carefully. After having some thoughts, TSUNA pounded his palms. I almost forgot there is another person down there, so I can call the police. Special inspiration can be studied slowly. Dealing with the criminal cannot be delayed. So, TSUNA walked out of the room and closed the door. Click. In the room, the wind outside the window blew slightly, and the curtains swayed. Modeled after images. The bloated man with a pencil stuck in his neck, looking up. In his green bean-sized eyes, despair and sorrow solidified. He stretched out his hand. As if he wanted to grab something. As if he wanted to catch the child back. Don't go. No sound came out of his throat. But his heart was roaring and begging, don't ignore me. However, just as he felt desperate, from beginning to end, except as a target of attack, the other party never looked at him again. The robber enjoyed the pleasure brought by the death of others. But when death came, he felt deep indifference. Indifference. It is a sorrow colder than death. It completely froze him. Downstairs. The tall robber didn't hear any noise upstairs, but he didn't care. Women and children, what can they change? He was glad that his accomplice didn't make much noise today. It made it easier for him to search. However, after searching for a long time, he only saw big items such as TVs and tea tables in the living room, and there were basically no small parts. There were quite a lot of things in the kitchen, but they were all cooking tools. No. Who would put valuable things in these places? After silently complaining, the tall man also stepped onto the stairs. There really wasn't anything valuable on the first floor. Click, click. He was burly, tall, and strong, and his footsteps were heavy, but he didn't care much about it. He believed in his companion's efficiency in killing. Halfway through, the top of his head suddenly felt a little cold, as if there was wind blowing. Looking up, a nimble black shadow fell. A smooth arm was placed on his neck, slightly exerting force. There was another hand. I don't know where it pressed on his neck. The strong man's thoughts were interrupted. A suffocating feeling suddenly came. In just a moment, the tall and strong man who raised his feet felt dizzy and black in front of his eyes. He shook twice and stepped on empty air. Then, with a ping-pong sound, he rolled down the stairs and fell to the first floor. This movement was very loud, but not too loud. Hoo! Ah! Hoo! Unable to make any screams, only the desire for oxygen, the strong man took a big breath of fresh air, and the darkness in front of him finally gradually dissipated. And at this time, in the dim light, he suddenly saw a figure squatting next to him. This is obviously a child. The strong man was stunned. Maybe he couldn't figure out where his partner was doing? Maybe. Anyway, in an inexplicable premonition, he sensed the breath of death brought by the other party. So, his eyes showed a deep pleading. The emotion was simple and easy to understand. Please. Spare me, okay? In a moment, he vaguely saw his childhood self. When he was abused by his father. Should he have shown such an expression? However, like his father, this child also stretched out his hand and pressed it on his neck. Silently. Darkness completely descended. I started updating today. Please ask for daily data, thank you for your monthly reward hehe. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Target 016, the King of Assassins. In the picture. TSUNA paused for a moment. He took a towel and carefully removed the traces that might be regarded as suspects. Then he dragged the dwarf's body and pushed it downstairs. Finally, standing in the entrance, he tiptoed and called the police. As he did so, he explained the content logically and clearly. Everyone's emotions exploded instantly. A series of question marks occupied the screen, like a waterfall. Chat room. Shamal, I couldn't help but whistle, one shot pierced the trachea, and one shot locked the throat and strangled. The position was so accurate that even the slightest mistake would not bring death. Perfect. In his eyes, the human body he saw must have countless weak points marked. Every move was a critical hit. Hit by, knowledge is power. Bell, I can't laugh. Is this kid really only 6 years old? I remember when I was 10 years old, it took me nearly a year of conspiracy and trap attacks to get rid of the guy I hated the most. In the end, I was covered in wounds and had to rest for 2 months. Squarrow, hey. I've said it before, his natural indifference and disregard for life make him a natural assassin king. Silent killers. A walker on the edge of the shadows. Yamamoto Takeshi, TSUNA was just defending himself. Dino, well, I don't want to say this, but the black TSUNA is really too calm. When he kills, he is thinking as usual. Killing is probably no different from reading a book. Area. The attitude of a strong man. Sure enough, this is the attitude of a strong man. Oh, I remember being glanced at by a big guy. At that moment, I felt like I was an ant on the ground. But compared to the black guy, being treated as an ant is at least a living thing. Come back to my senses, my pants are wet. It's confirmed. The white light curtain represents kindness and cowardice. The black light curtain is darkness and indifference. The 9th generation still said it was impossible. This guy was riding on the dark road, leaving everyone in the dust. Rokudomikuro, Kyufufu. Bailan, it seems that I guessed right, but it's a pity that there is no reward. The 9th generation. Seeing the comments in the barrage, the 9th generation frowned. But he felt a little relieved in his heart. Would the impact of not being sealed by the flame be so great? If the black Tsunayashi really embarked on the dark road, then my ban may be correct. The dark road is difficult to walk. Generally speaking, wherever you go, it is destruction until you destroy yourself. Compared with the result of self-destruction, the 9th generation thinks that the white TSUNA is better. However, is the black TSUNA really just a self-destructor? At this time, the sound of the screen sounded. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. Accompanied by the sound of the alarm. Nana woke up. She hurried to her son's room. Fortunately, the bodies and traces inside had been dealt with, leaving only the intact TSUNA. Nana rushed over and hugged her son. She looked through the documents carefully and didn't see any wounds. She was relieved. The pretty police officer next to her came out and said, "Little brother, you called the police. Please explain what you saw before again." Nana worriedly pulled TSUNA's hand. But TSUNA was very calm and held his mother's hand. She said calmly, "I heard someone fall, so I went out to check. And then I saw the 2 people lying at the bottom of the stairs." The pretty police officer showed an indescribable expression. Looking at the handsome little boy. Her tone was difficult. "Didn't you hear any other sounds? Didn't you see anyone else? Tell me if you have any doubts." "No." The police officer opened his mouth and shook his head, looking at the pretty Nana with a worried face. Combined with the situation of this family, the mother and son depend on each other. No matter who it is. It is impossible to have any connection with the two brutal criminals. Although, the beautiful police officer made a cheerful expression, "Okay, then it's okay. I'm really sorry for delaying your arrest." Nana didn't react. Instinctively replied politely, "It's okay, it's okay." In fact, she was still confused and didn't know what happened. Or rather, before she completely figured it out, TSUNA had already said everything he should say to the police officer. Even, she didn't know that the two robbers were dead. Downstairs, all the traces had been cleaned up. Seeing the beautiful police officer coming down, the old police officer nodded, handed the documents in his hand to her, and called a group of people to leave here quickly. He got on the car outside. The beautiful police officer showed a puzzled expression. "Master. It's so weird. One died of suffocation and the other died of a pierced throat. Both of them had traces of falling down the stairs, but the cause of death had nothing to do with the fall." Gudong. The old police officer drank a sip of tea and shook his head. "What's there to worry about? The two wanted criminals killed each other. The mother and son who were targeted were safe and sound. Isn't this the best result?" His eyes suddenly lit up. "Or do you think that one of the mother and son has such killing ability and methods?" This. The beautiful police officer was speechless, thinking of the gentle mother, and shook her head. Thinking of the calm child. Thinking of those calm eyes without emotion. The police car was full of silence. The engine roared. Only the sound of the old police officer drinking tea was repeated from time to time. At this moment, their complex emotions seemed to be connected with the audience. Even if they guessed or even saw that scene, they felt it was outrageous. A 6-year-old child killed two habitual murderers alone? Beep beep beep. The police car drove away. By the window, a gang yawned and sat back on the bed. Just when he wanted to think about his previous inspiration. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Nana came in holding a pillow, squeezed on the bed without saying anything, and said with a smile, "Let's rest together." Looking at TSUNA's eyes fluttering. He was about to say something. Nana puffed up her lips, sat up straight, and said with her hands on her hips, "Why didn't you wake me up first when something like that happened? What would I do if something happened to you? I'm scared too." At the end, Nana's tone was filled with sobs that could not be concealed. She held TSUNA's hand, tears in her eyes. "Promise me, don't do dangerous things. You must put your own safety first." He was familiar with psychology knowledge. At this moment, what he saw on his mother's face. It was an emotional brilliance beyond reason. Besides that, there was nothing, let alone doubt. Thinking about it. TSUNA nodded, "Okay. I promise you." Nana finally relaxed, grinning, "I believe you. TSUNA is very powerful, and he can keep his word. Oh, I'm sleepy." Nana fell asleep. Young Gang stared at the ceiling. He said nothing. His startling voice slowly flowed through the light curtain. Enjoy reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Target 017, limited time bounty. Inner voice, before I can give my mother an absolute sense of security, I have to act in accordance with the behavior logic of normal people. In short, it is ordinary. Seeing this, countless viewers shook their heads. Thinking it is impossible, can the ordinary in the eyes of monsters be the same as the ordinary of normal people? And it has been shown before. TSUNA looked at his classmates, teachers, and even criminals very indifferently, and treated them equally. Can such a person understand how to become ordinary? They don't believe it. But in the stadium, Reborn looked at TSUNA, and murmured in his puzzled eyes, "People who can only see the surface will not understand that some things will not change." TSUNA, what are you talking about? Reborn snorted. No words. But the corners of his mouth rose slightly. TSUNA muttered to himself, "With this expression, is he thinking about some tricky operation again? The picture continues. Soon, those who were not optimistic were slapped in the face one by one. They witnessed with their own eyes how terrible the will of Black TSUNA was and how powerful his ability was. As the saying goes, keep your word and do what you say. After this ordinary night, what TSUNA thought, he became a little aloof. And in the daily subjects, there is one more item, human observation. On weekdays, TSUNA went to school normally. Occasionally, he gave a very normal answer to the teacher and classmates, and was concise. Usually, while chatting, the other party would look aggrieved and retreat. TSUNA would record it in his heart. Self-summary. Finally, after TSUNA's many attempts, he could accurately control the length and time of the chat. This scene made people's scalps numb. By Anki, he completely compatible with the other party's thinking mode, and can even predict what the other party is going to say, and finally take the initiative to choose where to lead the topic or end the topic. Terrible. Lily of the Valley, a group of fools were played around, he. It's really interesting. Area, with the micro-expressions he has learned, it is already comparable to mind reading. People who have not done expression training will find it difficult to keep secrets in front of him. But he did it, integrated into the lives of normal people, matched everyone's actions, and fulfilled the promise with Miss Nana. I don't know how to evaluate this. Reborn, keep your word and do what you say. Although it is troublesome, as long as you make a decision, you will do it. You did a good job, TSUNA. TSUNA, don't be sarcastic to me. I understand that I am just a loser and can't compare to the genius Black me. By Anki, it's really hopeless, an idiot who can't even understand compliments, tut. The audience who were re-taught a lesson, at this time, felt their faces burning at the same time. They knew that Black TSUNA's understanding was against the sky, but they never thought that ordinary, this kind of normal people's daily life, could actually be put into practice. It's outrageous. However, some people also shook their heads secretly. With contempt in his eyes, Xanxus thought to himself, knowing that it is unnecessary, you still waste time getting along with ordinary people? Stupid. Unreasonable. In his eyes, people who are not as good as him are all waste that can be disposed of. Maintaining superficial harmony with waste? Don't disgust me. Sky Tower. Bai Lan's fingers rose and fell on his knees, with an inexplicable smile on the corners of his mouth, he. Try to get along seriously with ordinary NPCs in the world. It seems I have had this experience before. Occasionally, I still feel that the world is not that bad, and the feelings between each other are real. But in the end, Bai Lan still came to this step. What does he think of ordinary people? The answer is self-evident. Bai Lan's eyes are deep. Perhaps this Black Tsunayashi will gradually understand my thoughts. A strange emotion rose in my heart. It's called recognition. Soon. He denied it again. Shaking his head, he smiled proudly. Unfortunately, there is an unbridgeable gap between you and me, just like between you and others. You are just a higher level NPC. He looked at the screen. In any case, Nana, who attended the parents' meeting, never heard any negative comments about TSUNA again. Occasionally, TSUNA would talk about school. Time flies. About a month has passed. Nana was completely relieved, and even forgot the worry that night, and recovered as before. Natural, optimistic, happy. Seeing such a mother, TSUNA smiled faintly. Pushed the door open. Back to the room. Stood a strange pose. The night when the robber was subdued. Using fighting skills, TSUNA once caught a glimpse of inspiration when he exploded his physical potential. During this period, in addition to playing an ordinary person, he has been trying to reproduce the situation at that time and unveil the mystery of inspiration. Foot muscles, exert force. Leg muscles, exert force. Waist, elbows, arms, shoulders. Squeeze all muscles like springs, and then. TSUNA's eyes lit up slightly. Here it comes. He can feel it. Just like that time, with a flash of inspiration in his mind, the strength of his whole body is like twisting steel wire. Twisted into steel twists. Became a tough steel cable across the river. Then, it exploded. Buzz. An ordinary punch. Chi. A circle of white ripples actually burst and scattered at the end of the fist, making a slight sound. Seeing this, TSUNA thought and summarized as usual. Those who know the business have already stared with their eyes wide open. In the ward, Varian's guardian of sunshine, Ruslia. Originally, his bones were broken and he was tied up with ropes. But now, he was twisting in shock, like a mental patient, shouting out of control, "Fist, fist wind." The whole bed was twisted by him. Finally, it fell to the ground with a snap. He was pressed by the bed. Like a turtle. But he still looked at the screen in astonishment and excitement, like a pilgrim, his fiery eyes even penetrated the black sunglasses. At this moment, the screen suddenly paused. Everyone suddenly had an excited thought in their hearts, here it comes. It's coming. Q&A. There are Q&A. There are rewards from all the worlds. Just when they were imagining how to use the rewards, they were suddenly confused by the light screen. Dong dong, the limited time bounty order is opened. Limited to 10 minutes, limited to 5,000 people, interested participants, please click to sign up immediately. I'm back. I'm too tired. I may update here today. I'll get up early tomorrow to update. Thank you for voting for the data. Thank you. I will think more carefully about the plot. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Goal 018, the advantage lies in me. A limited time bounty order? No, what about the promised quiz reward? You also mentioned this before. Complaints are complaints. There are still viewers who react quickly and click to sign up immediately. Some viewers are still afraid of the punishment of the sheep transformation technique and dare not take action. With Reborn's previous reminder, TSUNA looked around in the chat room nervously, wanting to share the pressure with his companions. Unexpectedly, he was patted on the head by Reborn again. You participate. Oh. After clicking to sign up, TSUNA realized and said depressedly, you don't know anything, and you want me to participate? What about the punishment? Anyway, it's not me who will be punished. Hearing Reborn's irresponsible words, TSUNA was furious, and wilted. On the opposite side, Belle's mouth twitched. Not a buddy. Everyone is under the rules of the light curtain and cannot use violence. Are you still so afraid of Reborn? Isn't the psychological shadow too big? Boss, are you participating? Not interested. Xanxus was not interested. Answering questions is always related to the content being played. Now, this Sawada Tsunayashi is just a child, I am not interested. If it could be done in front of everyone. Beat up Sawada Tsunayashi. No matter which one of the two. Let that dead old man see it with his own eyes, and regret his decision, and feel heartache and uneasiness. Only in this way, Xanxus will actively participate. Belle nodded in agreement. Xanxus is definitely a wise man. He guessed the rules of the light curtain well. Questions, rewards, and various forms are closely related to the content being played on the light curtain. Belle laughed. He, boss, I am still very interested, I will sign up. Registration is full. Limited time, 15 minutes. Reward for reward, fighting side. The content of this bounty order is, in the virtual battle space, within a limited time, defeat the projection of Sawada Tsunayashi. For fairness, the physical fitness of the participants will be balanced. The battle begins. The light curtain seemed to have used the art of clones. In the endless space, a full 5,000 new light curtains were instantly dispersed. It was like a camera shooting live. And all the people who just clicked to register were covered by the light column. Their bodies were still in the same place, but their consciousness was summoned to the virtual battle space. Waiting for the battle to begin. Chat room. Damn it, my speed was just a little bit slower, and the number of people registered was closed. Fighting with Sawada Tsunayoshi, the physical fitness was brought to the same level? Isn't that just a pure competition of fighting skills? Cool. I am the champion of 3 fighting competitions. Although his comprehension is against the sky, my decades of experience are not bad. Yamamoto Takeshi, haha, my hand speed is too slow. But TSUNA was selected, so can't we see TSUNA versus TSUNA? It's so interesting. Oh my god. I was there, and they materialized a revolver for me? I can use American IAI as well? Damn. This wave is a one-shot kill. I won. Mine are dual blades. So cool. This wave also contains the rules of materialized weapons. Sawada Tsunayoshi's assassination skills are awesome, but I remember he didn't study weapon combat much, right? It's a sure thing. Among the 5,000 light screens. In addition to the brave ones, there are at least 1,000 people who are very confident in their own strength. At this moment, everyone also realized that there are so many combat weapons and schools in the world. Seeing these people's barrage, many people regretted it in their hearts. Hated their slow hand speed. Xanxus clenched his fists, his face full of displeasure. Is this really a chance to beat Sawada Tsunayoshi? Jiluron Gama, who was shrouded in the light column, sneered. Finally, I can take revenge. I will make you, the damned little devil, understand my true strength as the guardian of Jiluronira in the virtual battlefield. The hatred of swallowing feces is irreconcilable. Inside the Sky Tower, Bai Lan looked at the people who were covered, then looked at the scene on the screen, and shook his head helplessly. The so-called leveling of physical fitness means that the age of the participants is the same as that of Black Tsunayoshi. You guys have all become 6 years old. Without Shurikai box, how can you be his opponent? He was not optimistic about the real 6 hanging flowers. Bai Lan's eyes searched in the light curtain, and soon his eyes lit up. He saw several battle spaces that made him very interested. All battle spaces. They are all arenas after being hit. The excited participants holding weapons and preparing have all become children. However, from their own perspectives and the reactions of their limbs, they are almost the same as usual. It's just that the appearance is different. It can only be said that the mystery of the light curtain is still rising. On the ring. There are 10 seconds left on the fluorescent countdown. Across. A child slowly walked out. His face was calm and his eyes were deep. He is exactly the same as TSUNA in the black light curtain. Many people swallowed their saliva. They became slightly nervous. However, when they thought of this rule that was completely in their favor and decades of combat experience, they were instantly excited. In 5,000 images, Black TSUNA looked at his opponent calmly. His eyes were calm. Like a human machine. The two sides of the battle were only 10 meters apart, about 3 floors away, not far or close. The Mafia, holding a revolver and wearing a cowboy hat, laughed and put his hand on the trigger. The man holding a double blade flow, his eyes were like a hawk, dividing his opponent sharply. The fighter tightened his muscles, the assassin opened the field of hidden weapons, the gladiator panted and pounded his chest, and the violent maniac held a rotating chainsaw. The time was decreasing second by second. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The challengers acted instantly. However, it was like a salute, exploding in all the screens at the same time, and the overlapping sounds created a terrifying effect like a sonic boom bomb exploding. Their eyes went dark. The audience also lost their sight for a while. Wait for both sides to come back to their senses. Spend a second or two staring. Everyone's jaws almost fell to the ground, and their mouths were dry. I saw. Originally, there were 5,000 densely packed light screens. They formed a dazzling white sky. But now, they were like guests who had the reject button pressed, and like monsters rolling on the ground and destroying thousands of lights. The rows of light screens were like waves, like power outages, rolling, spreading like a virus, extinguishing like crazy. Just looking at it, there was actually a suffocating feeling of falling into the abyss. Starting work, I was too tired yesterday, and I got up very late today, haha, thank you all for the data. I am very excited, and I will try my best to update today. Reading books every day is fun on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Target 019, the realm of boxing style. Gyrolone. A pure white beam of light suddenly dissipated. Gamma suddenly opened his eyes. Taiyuan, the loyal younger brother of the bald man, opened his mouth in surprise. Brother Gamma. Why are you back? The companions of the family all looked over. Looking at the leader on the first place area. Her face was full of peace and tenderness. Gamma looked depressed. There must be something wrong with the light curtain. I haven't made a move yet. Damn it. I was going to teach that kid a lesson and let him learn some lessons. Even if the other party was just a projection, it would be good for me to vent my anger. Unexpectedly, the light curtain had problems at the critical moment. What a pity. Suddenly, a man with a nose stud asked in a low voice, why didn't the Phantom Knight have any problems? Gamma looked over in astonishment. On the other side of the table, in the pure white beam of light, the Guardian of the Mist, who is also one of the future 6 flowers, the Phantom Knight. Now he is still shrouded in the beam of light. This. Gamma was confused. Stadium. Xanxus watched the light column disappear, and the confused Levi cursed angrily, waste. Levi, leader, me. Sky Tower. Kikyo, Pomegranate, Daisy, and Lily of the Valley of the True 6 Flowers returned almost at the same time and came to their senses. Daisy and Kikyo were both confused. Lily of the Valley scratched her head. Only Pomegranate seemed to have some understanding, with a face full of shame and anger. Damn it! If I can open the box with Shura, how could I not even survive one move? He pounded the floor angrily. Lily of the Valley and the others' faces suddenly changed, and they obviously understood what he meant. Are you kidding? We were killed in seconds? Bai Lan didn't care at all, this was just the situation he expected. He looked at the light screen with a sharp gaze. At this moment, the chat room was extremely lively. Oh shit! Why did I come out? The countdown ended, and my eyes went black, and I was so numb. I was ready for American IAI. In the end, I only heard a sound. Could it be that the gun exploded and killed me? Is there something wrong with the gun? I was still thinking about throwing or hugging, and in the blink of an eye, I sat on my butt. Hey, something is wrong, why is the screen black so much? Nonsense. A bunch of noobs. You guys thought there was something wrong with the screen? The truth is that you were killed in seconds. The timer is over, you will be killed if you show your head. You keep scolding? I am the champion of the fighting competition. I am still an active member of the British Marine Corps. Didn't I get killed in seconds? If you are noob, practice more, don't be stubborn here. Look up. Those who are still in the screen are masters who have dodged the attack. Hongwen. Hongwen without a doubt. Even if his companions didn't say anything directly. Gamma still felt like he was thrown into a furnace. The surrounding flames burned him all over, and he wanted to jump into the lake immediately. Taiyuan said awkwardly, "Brother! Shut up!" Gamma was furious and roared, attracting everyone's attention. After roaring, Gamma also realized that at this time, the more irritable he was, the more embarrassed he was. But the mockery on the barrage seemed to have replaced the opinions of others, cutting his self-esteem one by one, which was too painful. The key is more. Not far away, the Phantom Knight in the light column. As the saying goes, there is no comparison. There is no gap. Both are guardians, and the Phantom Knight is still fighting, but you, Gamma, were killed instantly as soon as you showed your head? Gamma was embarrassed to death. First place. Gentle Aria shook her head slightly at everyone, indicating that they should not pay attention to Gamma for the time being. But she sighed slightly in her heart, anger makes you less rational. Physical skills are not what you are good at, why are you so angry? I hope Gamma can figure it out by himself. Aria retracted her thoughts. Together with everyone else, he looked back at the light curtain. One of the battle spaces. Ruslia, wearing sunglasses, with sweat all over his forehead, turned into 6 afterimages in a circle, moving frantically around TSUNA. As an elite of Varian, he is proficient in many fighting skills, and his best is Muay Thai. This super high-speed movement technique is his specialty, and the most common solution is to confuse and provoke opponents. But now, he can't stop. Ruslia licked his cracked lips, looking at TSUNA's back. Full of shock, I can't see any preparation, nor any flaws. If I act rashly and get close, I will definitely die if I reveal a flaw. In a highly alert state, his heart maintained a strong excitement. In the battle space, the rest of the battle light curtains are just above his head. So, he also saw the scene of the light curtains being completely destroyed. I have to say, it was very shocking. Seeing a group of people arguing. Ha, ah ha ha. He laughed strangely, and under pressure, he shouted with fanaticism, "A group of guys who were smashed by the fist wind, you should feel honored." The barrage of comments became quiet. Now, the light screens that can stay are undoubtedly the masters and elites of various fighting skills. At least better than those who were killed instantly. Someone explained. They naturally won't talk too much. Ruslia, let me tell you. Fist wind is the ultimate pursuit of all fighters. Within 10 meters, do you think the gun is faster? No, it's the fist wind that is faster. The moment the countdown ended, the fist wind hit your head. Without the head, of course you failed in the battle. Idiot. The comments in the barrage of comments suddenly became irritable. No one wants to be scolded, and some people say that it's nothing, and there is no punishment for failure. A group of ignorant guys, they don't know how precious the fighting opportunity is. Mercilessly laughed. Ruslia sneered, now in the remaining light screen, any fighter will understand. If we can appreciate a little bit of the mystery of the fist wind, no. If we can fight with masters of this level, we will die without regrets. The audience was shocked. Fighting is already a death without regrets? Did we miss a few episodes? Fist wind, the pinnacle of fighters, didn't this kid figure it out in a month? And isn't he only 6 years old? You are a group of famous world-class masters and fighters, one by one, so enthusiastic, as if you saw the king of fighting? Comprehension against the sky? We misunderstood it before. It turns out that this is the real understanding against the sky. A group of chattering guys. At this moment, I feel extremely ashamed of the previous record, the title of fighting champion, active soldier king, etc. I wish I could withdraw them all. Even though the light screen is still disappearing, the fighters who persisted until the second move. Which one is not a super fighting master? Compared with them, he is just a rookie. It may be our honor to be killed by Kuriko. A group of people even began to reflect on themselves. At this time, Levi was scolded and blushed. Unable to refute the leader's anxiousness, he transferred the pressure to his teammates and pointed at Ruslia through the chat room, "Go! Shut up!" He was already under pressure. Ruslia's anger erupted instantly at this moment, and he raised his head and shouted, "If you can do it, you go!" Before he finished speaking, a white air wave suddenly bloomed in front of him. Bang! The sunglasses shattered into slag and fell to the ground, and the light curtain suddenly went dark again. In the ward, the light column dissipated. Ruslia was stunned. Immediately, he ricocheted wildly on the ground, twisted in the chat room, and frantically output text to Levi. 11. Read books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Objective 020, Battle against Rokudomukuro. Watching Ruslia's outburst of words, Levi was probably about to burst open by the scolding. Bell was far away, squatting on the ground, his mouth twitching, so it's such a powerful ability. He dodged the first move. It was entirely due to his extraordinary reaction ability and his strong vigilance and alertness to Black TSUNA. A genius who is more talented than the prince. Anyone who dares to underestimate him is definitely a fool. So, after successfully dodging, he ran away in a flash. There are not many obstacles in this arena, and it is impossible to use the dagger to build a suitable trap. On the opposite side, the 6-year-old TSUNA was expressionless. The momentum of the pure life reaper made Bell sweat a little. Watch this. He pulled the piano wire with both hands, and the dagger that passed through the piano wire was like being controlled by magic, floating beside him, swinging up and down, full of rhythm. Waltz of the dagger. Bell didn't dare to delay for a second, swung his hands, and the dagger stabbed at the target at a high speed like a knife array. Then, he saw his opponent simply swing his fist. It was a small fist as big as a bun. It was clearly hitting the air. But in the rain of daggers, a white gas flower exploded strangely. The extremely tough piano wire was instantly blown into pieces, and the knives hanging on it all fell down, without any escape. Bell found that his cutting secret was not enough to stop the opponent for even a second. Bared his teeth and smiled. He thought about it. As long as he defeated the projection of the Black TSUNA within 15 minutes, he would be able to get a random reward. He licked his lips and suddenly raised his hands under the surprised eyes of the audience. No more playing. The smile on Bell's mouth was far-fetched. I hope the boss can understand that I can't deal with monsters of this level. He was comforting himself. He saw TSUNA approaching. At this moment, his heart accelerated uncontrollably. The next moment, bang! The eyeballs trembled suddenly, a slight pain emerged, and the eyes immediately turned completely black. Stadium. One less white light column. Bell rubbed his face when he returned, and he still had a slightly unpleasant memory of the death he had just felt. Levi blushed beside him. He hurriedly looked at the boss. Xanxus was frowning at the light curtain at this moment. Hey! Bell was slightly surprised. After me. Now. The remaining light curtains, there are actually 3? My God! Where did these 3 fierce men come from? Bell was surprised. A pair of red eyes. Oh, Rokudomukuro. That is, Sawada Tsunayashi. Looking at the 2 Sawada Tsunayashis who look very similar, almost like brothers, Bell felt very subtle, and then looked at the last person. In the light curtain. Although this person looks like a child, he has short black hair, wears combat leather armor, and has yellow eyes and short broad bean eyebrows, giving people a sense of a beast with a cold face and a slightly cruel look. Others don't know. He is the Phantom Knight of Gyralone. Although not as good as the future. Today, he is still a comprehensive master of swordsmanship, physical skills, and illusions. with terrifying hard power. At this moment, he holds a sword in each of his hands and feet. Secret Four Swords style. Sitting on the sofa, Bai Lan looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. Although he doesn't have the ability to open the box, Xiao Huan's fighting ability is indeed better than you. It turns out that he stayed until the end. He was optimistic about it at the beginning. It was Rokudo Mukuro and Phantom Knight. But I didn't expect. White Tsunayashi also dodged a few moves and stayed. It seems Reborn's teaching ability is really amazing. Being able to dodge is also a skill. Seeing that Suzuran and others were a little unconvinced, Bai Lan was too lazy to explain. Now, the three legs are in a tripod. Bai Lan's face was full of expectations, just wanting to watch the show. In the battle space, Rokudo Mukuro moved his body and lifted his scattered hair. It feels so good to move freely. Both of his eyeballs were red. Obviously, the reward of the Sharingan has been integrated into his body and has become a part of his own ability recognized by the light curtain. Others are envious. INU, ha ha ha. Even if Vongola has mastered the fist wind, he doesn't know how terrible illusion is. He definitely doesn't understand things he hasn't experienced. Chigusa, well, when the white Sawada Tsunayashi enters the dead state, he will also be controlled by the illusion of Mukuro-sama. Mukuro-sama will definitely win this bounty competition. Gakudera Hayato, pa, pa, pa. It seems like you said that 6 Paths Mukuro won at that time. I support the 10th generation, the 10th generation will definitely win. Suzuran, pa, pa, pa. Which Sawada Tsunayashi are you talking about? There is one who is being beaten like crazy. Mammon, tisk. Sharingan. No matter how good the reward is, it still requires strength to perform at its level. Let me see if your illusion has been enhanced. Larmilchi, I can smell the sour taste of envy through the screen. Mammon, that's enough, there will be a chance later. Scarlu, ha ha ha. If this kid wins another game, he can get a new reward. Rokudo Mukuro, if you want to become my subordinate, the number of places is limited, you have to sign up as soon as possible. Bai Lan, come on, Mukuro-kun, I'm your fan. Waiting for you to defeat Black Tsunayashi. In the noisy barrage, Rokudo Mukuro smiled slightly, first raised his head and looked at the other two light curtains. Among them, the Phantom Knight was obviously constantly testing and obtaining information. Very stable fighting method. And the white Tsuna rolled on the ground. Because he did not enter the dead state, he could only dodge the fist wind frantically, and the exclamation resounded throughout the space. Kyufufu, it's hard to imagine that I was defeated by such a person at that time. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. In a blink of an eye, looking at the expressionless Tsuna, he said lightly, if there is a chance, I really want to get in touch with you. I am very curious, if you were in my shoes, what would you have judged about me? Unfortunately, you are just a projection. In the flames of white Tsuna, the darkness in Rokudo Mukuro's heart was purified. So, he became a companion in the shadow. Tsuna's mist guardian. Black Tsuna's expression did not change at all, like a cold killing machine. At this moment, the distance is enough. A punch came. The seemingly beautiful white flowers bloomed. The breath of death was so strong that it was suffocating. However, Rokudo Mukuro's figure suddenly disappeared. The red eyes, like the red moon hanging in the sky, were terrifying. It was an illusion. His body had already appeared in the distance, and the number in his eyes was 3. Animal Way, start. In an instant, a large number of poisonous snakes, poisonous frogs, spiders, scorpions, centipedes, etc. fell from Tsuna's head. Enjoy reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Goal 021, no one is perfect. Rokudo Mukuro's right eye. It gives him the memory of the 6 paths of reincarnation. As the numbers change, different abilities can be activated. At this moment, the third of the 6 paths, the animal path, summon deadly poisonous creatures. In an instant, the hell of poisons that makes the audience uncomfortable descends. The patterned venomous snake finds its target in midair and opens its fangs, the black scorpion's tail, the venom seems to be overflowing. The pustules on the back of the poisonous frog burst, the long legs of the centipede dance quickly. These highly toxic creatures, even if you encounter one, are enough to be horrified and disgusting. Now, although the expression of the surrounded A-gang does not change, he looks so fair and delicate, which naturally forms a strong contrast with these poisonous creatures. It's like a pure angel falling into a dirty hell. Surrounded by demons, there is no way to escape. For a while, many people felt sympathy. He is still a child. So anxious. The next second, the cold and indifferent TSUNA, like an experienced snake catcher, casually grabbed the 7 inches of a poisonous snake about 1 meter long. Puff! The cold and slippery feeling was ignored by TSUNA. After death, the trembling and convulsing poisonous snake immediately turned into a long whip in his hand that was full of elasticity and could be swung freely. All kinds of poisons and venoms that came at him were successfully blocked in the airtight dance. A group of people were stunned. He quickly slapped himself twice and said soberly, God-defying. I almost forgot how I was killed. I am a rookie, and I still pity the pinnacle of the fighter's pursuit. The king of fighters is here? I don't know how to be brave enough. Rokudomyakuro chuckled. Looking at TSUNA, who was running towards him and punching as fast as thunder, I know these can't stop you. Even if the other party did not reply. Rokudomyakuro still explained, or rather boasted, however, the effect of the Sharingan enhancement is even more powerful than I expected. Kyufufu. Bang! The fist wind burst out. Rokudomyakuro's figure disappeared again. With a buzz. In the blood-red eyes, the number turned into 1. One of the 6 paths, the path of hell. Using illusions, people enter an endless nightmare and destroy the opponent's mental power. Rokudomyakuro's signature skill. In an instant. On this huge arena, under countless spotlights, there were actually 6 figures of Myakuro standing. Not only that. The 3 Magatama Sharingan in the left eye. It was actually rotating at a constant speed. Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and their scalps tingled, a group of gloomy children with pineapple hair and bloodshot eyes, with tridents in their hands. They surrounded the fair-skinned TSUNA in the center tightly. 1 against 10? No. At a glance, there are at least 100 illusions, 6-path Myakuro. This is 1 against 100. Gakudera Hayato, I didn't see you use this trick when I fought you before? No. Don't worry about the 10th generation, they are all illusions. Fake. Chrome. Under the amplification of the Sharingan, these are illusions, but also real. Mammon, Sharingan. Sharingan. Byankee, what do you mean? 6-path Myakuro, Kyufufu. 6-path Myakuro was watered down in the barrage, and he didn't seem to care about the leakage of these basic information. He said lightly, this is to convert the intangible illusion into a physical illusion, and it can also convert the physical illusion into an intangible illusion. Don't understand? Haha, in short. You can regard all of me here as the real me. Impossible. 6-path Myakuro smiled elegantly at the doubts in the barrage. He held the trident. Suddenly, his whole body was shaking, and above his right eye, a blazing purple fighting spirit was burning Shura Road. The 4th of the 6 paths. For a moment, all the 6 paths of Spadu stared at the blood-red eyes with envy. Your talent. Ha! If you can't be resurrected through the light curtain, I will take your body. In the dark environment. Looking at the light column beside him, Bermuda said, with Rokudomukuro's character, he will definitely have some reservations. Ha! He doesn't think that he can escape from prison like this. The other Avengers didn't say anything. Even if Rokudomukuro can't escape, it seems that the difficulty of supervising him needs to be increased immediately. Stadium. Hibari Kyoya's eyes became brighter and brighter. The surging fighting spirit. It seemed that they all mobilized the cruel and indifferent Xanxus not far away, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. But seeing the black TSUNA being attacked by the group, Xanxus sneered coldly, "This is not enough? Scum, hey, for a moment I really thought he would have some skills." Everyone was silent, looking at the surrounded black TSUNA, as if tirelessly fighting with the endless six-path corpses. Even though the six-path corpses, who were doubly strengthened by the Sharingan and the Shura Road, were constantly killed. But they all understood that these were just illusions. Where is the six-path corpses himself? Even the audience didn't know at all. For a while, the atmosphere was slightly silent. Only Reborn shook his head slowly. "A bunch of idiots, the consumption of physical strength is relative. TSUNA over there is working hard, but six-path corpses don't have to work hard." Seeing the barrage, everyone looked up suddenly. Six-path Mukuro, Kyufufu. As expected of Reborn, the Sharingan is powerful, but it also burdens me. Battle space. Hidden among countless six-path Mukuro. There is a six-path Mukuro. His left eye looks a little dim. He sighed slightly. It seems that this is the end, and the basic test has just ended. The projected U is no longer useful to me. Yes. All he did. He was digging out the ability of the Sharingan in limited activity opportunities. Now, the burden on the body has reached the limit, and it can be ended. Bang! 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 Another 4 or 5 illusion bodies were killed. Six-path Mukuro didn't care. The strength of these illusions was actually not as good as his own. Especially after obtaining the Sharingan. His own observation, reaction, and judgment will increase significantly, enough to anticipate the enemy's moves. But illusions cannot be perfectly reproduced. Perhaps, a more advanced Sharingan can? Here and now. Six-path corpse was clearly visible, and TSUNA's muscles were spasming with fatigue. This was a sign that the opponent was exhausted. What a pity! A faint thought emerged in his mind. Six-path corpse, holding the trident, slowly moved forward, looking at TSUNA, whose speed and physical strength had greatly decreased. Full of regret, "I am curious about how powerful the real you, the you in a few years, will be. I hope I can have a chance to fight again later." He raised the trident. The power of Shuradu and Sharingan was finally pushed to the peak. This is a tribute. Bang! Burning with the energy of fighting spirit, the trident was like a thunderbolt from the sky, violent and turbulent, and fell heavily on TSUNA's head. In an instant of bang! This terrifying destructive power. It actually shattered TSUNA's figure. It was simply exploding. Hey! Six-path corpse suddenly realized that something was wrong. No matter how strong the destructive power was, this move could not shatter a human body. Unless, that was after shadow. At this time, a slightly curious voice suddenly sounded in front of Rokudomukuro. "I have observed for a long time, and both of your eyes seem to have special abilities." Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. The heart, the blood-red pupils, trembled at the same time. As alert and calm as Rokudomukuro is, a terrifying thunderstorm of doubt exploded in his heart at this moment. The shattered confusion is still unclear. Snap! The slightly cool white finger suddenly fell on his eye socket. Hiss! Rokudomukuro's back suddenly felt cold, through the gap between the fingers. Trembling eyeballs. Glancing down slightly, he saw the child's curious brown eyes, pure and deep. It was like an endless dark abyss. At this moment, Rokudomikuro remembered Squallow's evaluation. Pure indifference. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly, as if distressed, as if self-deprecating. Puff. Like the most sophisticated medical instrument in the world. Mastered all the secrets of the human body. So, in such a chaotic and tense moment, let the patient struggle. The finger still skillfully and lightly opened the patient's eyelids that were not willing to cooperate. Flexibly probed into it. Determine the size. Hold it gently, and then, pull it out suddenly. Puff. A handful of blood splashed out. At the end of today, the number of words in a chapter is not fixed, many are almost 3,000 words. So the update must be more than 10,000 then. I feel that the writing of these 2 chapters is still not good enough, not strong enough, but it's too late and my mind is a little confused. I will work hard to come up with good content tomorrow. Thank you for the rewards, votes, and flowers. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Goal 022, break the movie watching wall. The change was too fast. At this moment, everyone's brains seemed to be blown out, staring blankly at this huge change. It was like a mechanical deus ex machina performed in a theater. Looking at the red moon hanging over the entire arena. It was so sudden. Has he reached his end? On the huge stage, he lost his 6 paths eyes, and his illusionary body disappeared, leaving only the entity. It seemed lonely and empty. Rokudomikuro half knelt on the spot. Covering his empty right eye, he gasped. His forehead was full of sweat. Drop by drop, it wet the ground. The remaining Sharingan could not hide the shock. He fell into a state of mental downtime. It's overturned. This statement inexplicably emerged in the minds of the audience, and they looked at the child standing there, playing with the red eyes. They felt really creepy. Xanxus's face was uncertain. The ridicule just now was still ringing in his ears. Now, Rokudomikuro's reversal and defeat was like a complete rejection of his judgment. Just TSUNA standing there. He felt deeply humiliated. Trash. Trash. Looking at Rokudomikuro, Xanxus showed a trace of anger, and the next battle, I will do it myself. He couldn't continue to stand by and watch. Even until now. Even he had a little doubt, and didn't understand how TSUNA completed the reversal. When he thought of the old man Jodame at this moment, he might have a satisfied expression again. Xanxus's anger burned fiercely. Sky Tower. The marshmallow in Bai Lan's hand stopped in mid-air, and his purple eyes looked at it seriously and thought. The few people of the real 6 hanging flowers had thousands of doubts, and they also knew that Bai Lan was thinking at this time. Don't dare to disturb. Staring at the kid on the screen. At this time, Rokudomikuro was the first to react. He took a deep breath, stared at the other party with his intact Sharingan, and asked the first question. Do you have thoughts and feelings? Of course, TSUNA nodded very calmly. I was studying Chi in the room just now, and the next second I came to this place, so of course I have thoughts. Rokudomikuro was silent. Suddenly, TSUNA threw his eyes at him, and in Rokudomikuro's confusion, he looked up at the other 2 light screens, and other extinguished light screens. TSUNA said lightly, however, I should be the projection you mentioned now, equivalent to my memory or a clip in a movie. And you, like everyone else, should still have some channels for communication, so you have been communicating with other viewers. Hiss. The Sharingan trembled. The 6 paths I held in his hand was also slightly squeezed and deformed, and Rokudomikuro was silent and speechless. TSUNA turned his head and looked. Suddenly raised his hand and shook it twice. It was like saying hello. The chat room exploded instantly. Damn, my cabinet moved. I don't want to play anymore. What kind of monster is he? A projection, can he actually be aware of our existence? He even knows that he is a projection, and he guessed the chat room. Damn, didn't he know this from the beginning? He has been acting all the time? The exploding barrage corresponds to the restless thoughts of the crowd. It's like the characters in the movie broke the fourth wall and suddenly got closer. Do you think it's a good thing? No. Even if it's a love movie, it can bring a sense of horror with such a scene. What's more, looking at the screen, Tsunayoshi Sawada's eyes are no different from the moment when he dug out Rokudomyakuro's eyes just now. It's so deadly. At this moment, the Phantom Knight and White Tsuna, who were still fighting, looked at the human-machine opponent in front of them at the same time. They showed expressions of shock and horror respectively. On the opposite side, the cold projection Tsuna stopped attacking, standing in place. In a flash, he showed a regretful expression. It's a pity, if it was me fighting over there. The human-machine feeling disappeared instantly. The Phantom Knight and White Tsuna were shocked. However, at this moment, the two projections looked at the same light screen. They seemed to be waiting for a result. At the same time, the audience's thoughts exploded to the extent that it was comparable to a nuclear bomb explosion. Even if their heads turned violently, it was still a wasteland. Rough. It turned out that more than one projection saw through it. Did the other projections, Sawada Tsunayoshi, also realize this situation? Then the one we just fought was also this kind of super monster? They suddenly felt fortunate. Fortunately, it was killed instantly. Fighting against human machine is not scary. What is scary is real people. Otherwise, now, facing Tsuna alone on the ring, I'm afraid he would be scared and have psychological problems. Cole Nero, is there a possibility that because you are too weak, Black Tsuna is too lazy to communicate with you, just like he treats his classmates, teachers, and the two robbers? Larmilchi, I agree. If Rokudomyakuro hadn't aroused his interest, I'm afraid we wouldn't know he could think until the end. Rough. The truth is always sharp. Big guys, stop scolding. In the battle space, Rokudomyakuro regained his composure and had thought about the cause and effect. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Because you haven't seen any extraordinary abilities, you became interested in me, and from the beginning, you let me use it. He was testing the Sharingan. He used the other party as a test dummy. But the other party? Isn't he just watching the show? Or is it my one-man show? A sense of shame emerged in Rokudomyakuro's heart. Yet, Tsuna calmly added, from the beginning, the aura on your body was different from the aura of other illusions. Although you have been running around, I can still see it clearly. Tsuna also felt a little regretful. It's a pity that you have no strength so soon. I can only control the muscle spasms and wait for you to come over and attack actively. Rokudomyakuro's eyes twitched. Even the muscle spasms, are you playing me? That's right, I have seen your control over your body. I should have thought of it earlier. I am unwilling to give up. If I take it seriously from the beginning and regard the opponent as an enemy, I will never lose so easily. At least, the whole battle process and the result will not be so stupid. I look like a clown. After all, I am still arrogant. Rokudomyakuro smiled bitterly. At this time, Tsuna looked at him with expectation. Will we meet again? I'm talking about the real world. Rokudomyakuro was stunned, realizing that he was talking about the world displayed on the black light curtain. Myakuro smiled. A genius with extraordinary understanding who pursues the limit of life. And an illusionist with extraordinary eyes? In his one-eyed eyes. He also expected, is it possible? But it's not me, but me in another world. Is that so? The young Tsuna showed a trace of joy and expectation. That's good. After saying that, he pressed his little hand on Rokudomyakuro's neck. With a little force. Target 023, kill Phantom Knight instantly. There are only 2 light screens left. But compared to the battle between the two TSUNA, who was always being beaten and running around, everyone is obviously more interested in the other one. In the battle space, the Phantom Knight stepped on the sword with both feet, holding the long sword with both hands, showing an extremely solemn expression. Originally thought, as long as you get the information, defeat the opponent, and get the light screen reward, you will be fine, but you never thought, the opponent is a conscious, terrifying super monster. Empty. 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 Retreat dozens of meters. The Phantom Knight stood the 2 swords in front of him and suddenly asked, "You are talking about chi, not fist wind. Is there any difference between the two?" There is no difference in essence. Unexpectedly, TSUNA actually gave an answer. The chi blasted out with a fist is called fist wind, and the sword can be called sword wind. You can also try it. Between the two, the solemn atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the Phantom Knight showed a complicated expression. It seems that he has something to say. Ruslia, absolutely, I also want to try it. The key is whether this can be tested? Dino, this TSUNA seems to have made a wrong judgment about our understanding. Sivalo, sword chi? Sword chi. Sword saint is not the end. In addition to bombs, it turns out that the human body can also release sword chi. Yamamoto Takeshi, no, no, no. Sivalo, wake up. Don't be obsessed. You are you, TSUNA is TSUNA, don't try and die. After a while, suppress the desire to complain. The Phantom Knight whispered, "Okay. I will try. So, can you use your full strength?" At this moment, compared with the future, he is a little more humble. Seeing the performance of Rokudo Mikuro, fighting chi and Sharingan and illusion, full configuration, are not the opponent of the child in front of him. Phantom Knight understood that the other party definitely did not use his full strength. At this moment, his eyes were full of admiration and curiosity for the strong. He didn't want to leave any regrets. TSUNA sighed, "That's right, I'm just a projection, so even if I see some interesting swordsmanship, I can't study it all the time. Then, let's end it." The muscles instantly tightened and the power was full. Even if the projection had just captured that inspiration in the room a second ago, the breath of life. At this moment, with his extraordinary understanding, TSUNA has already understood a lot of principles of chi, and successfully applied them to the battle with the opponent. Even if this part of experience cannot be passed on to the main body. But TSUNA is not sorry. Anyway, these are all principles that can be understood by thinking casually. There is no need to treat them as treasures. Bang! The white flowers bloomed again on the ring. TSUNA, who was serious, seemed to have turned his arms into 2 air cannons that never stopped. As the figure rushed forward, the flowers connected into a piece, as if creating a white cloud, or the waves that were rolling wantonly before the big waves hit. The Phantom Knight was horrified. He wanted to see TSUNA's full strength. But he hadn't thought about it. What he had to face was a ruthless wave. Fight head-on? Fighting a fart. He made a judgment in an instant, and like walking on stilts, the Phantom Knight stepped on the long sword and dodged quickly. He finally avoided the attack of the huge wave. A sudden warning of danger made the hairs on his neck scream in fear. Damn it! He used the air to confuse my vision. Now, could it be? The Phantom Knight's eyes were decisive, and the 2 long swords stabbed behind him together. Under his feet, the long swords twisted and turned, and the Phantom Knight, who was lying sideways, suddenly stiffened. Bang! With a sound, a blood flower exploded on his waist and abdomen. It was the fist wind. Clang! The long sword in his right hand fell to the ground. The Phantom Knight ignored the severe pain of the wound, and changed his steps in a series of steps, like a sword dance, to distance himself. I saw it. TSUNA was still standing there. His pupil shrank. Could it be that, in such a short fighting time, his control over chi has become stronger? From the initial 10-meter attack range to now, at least 20 meters away. Terrible. Too terrible. The Phantom Knight sincerely felt fortunate that there was no such monster in his world. At this time, TSUNA suddenly picked up the long sword on the ground. Looking at him, it has been delayed for a long time, so let's put an end to it with this attempt. A trace of fear and a trace of surprise emerged in the heart of the Phantom Knight, and the rest was all shock. Could it be? Hearing TSUNA's announcement, almost everyone realized what kind of attack he would launch next. Fighters, swordsmen, and anyone who constantly explores the potential of the human body, at this moment, their eyes widened, not daring to miss a single bit. Buzz. TSUNA held the sword in his right hand and held it horizontally in front of him. The chi guided from the body. At the fingertips of the left hand and the entire right hand, it poured into the long sword in his hand. Buzz. The long sword began to tremble obviously. A faint airflow visible to the naked eye kept rotating repeatedly and spirally on the sword. TSUNA raised his eyes, looking at the Phantom Knight in the distance. Sword horizontal, cut. Buzz. A low and clear roar sounded. The narrow white air wave, like the silver light of the bright moon at night, turned into a half-moon blade and moved forward. The brilliance was infinite. It instantly engulfed the obstacles in the middle. There was no stagnation. Until it hit the ground. Bang! The gravel exploded, the smoke and dust filled the air, and the light curtain was completely extinguished, but everyone was still unable to come back to their senses. Even the Phantom Knight who returned to Gyrolone ignored Gamma's whining and sat on the ground, holding the long sword tightly as if he had gone crazy. Chat room. Bell, WTF. Beja L, I only know that people can release fire, but I've never heard of chi. Moreover, the combat power of chi is almost the same as that of fire. Wait. I don't even understand chi. What is fire? What are you talking about? Six-path Mikuro, fighting chi, fire, in the end, are all the use of life energy. In my memory of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Shura path corresponds to chi. Xanxus frowned even more. Chi, fire. That scum mastered chi at such a young age, isn't it the same as me mastering the fire of anger since I was a child? He thought about it. Okay. That's it, I will completely destroy you next time. Damn old man. Just wait and see. I am the strongest. EPUB, master. The dumpling fist you taught me also uses chi to disrupt the target's actions. Wind, yes, EPUB. Wind, Sawada Tsunayashi over there discovered chi by himself. He even managed to check other people's chi and extend his own chi in a short time. I'm ashamed, his research should be about to surpass mine. With his understanding, it's probably just a matter of time. Everyone took a breath. As the son of the rainbow, the world's #1 martial artist, it seems natural for Feng to master chi. However, in a limited time bounty order, in less than 15 minutes, Sawada Tsunayashi's progress in the development and research of chi is almost catching up with Feng. The projection is like this. The main body. How far will it be studied? Even if the brain is about to explode. They can't think of it. At this time, someone was depressed. No, the 2 masters have been solved. Why is Sawada Tsunayashi still hiding? Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Goal 024, giving up is easy. A group of people realized it. The last ones left. It turned out to be the 2 Tsunas who were least favored. Battle space. White Tsuna was also confused. Seeing the opponent's fist gust coming at him, he rolled away with his head in his hands. Shouting, since you are a real person, why do you torture me like this? Just kill me directly. White TSUNA was about to cry. Anyway, it was revealed that he was not a human machine. Black TSUNA calmly asked back, if it is very difficult, you just stand there and don't move, right? As soon as this was said, not to mention the audience, even TSUNA himself was stunned. Yes. I just need to stand here and be hit by his attack, then I can leave immediately. Looking at Black TSUNA, who was much more handsome than himself when he was a child, but had a completely different temperament. He knew very well. Rokudomyakuro had lost. He must not be his opponent. But Baegong made a bitter face, no. If I don't move, I don't know what Reborn will come up with to trick me after I go back. Is that so? Black Agong kept moving his hands, but gave up the punches and rushed over neatly, starting a close combat, which made Baegong even more confused. However, this time, he was beaten to a pulp. The next 10 minutes, everyone almost watched a fighting lesson. It was a precise beating. It was suspicious. Was the one being beaten a beef ball? Baegong's nose and face were swollen, and his whole body was swollen. This time he couldn't run away. In the hands of Black Agong, he was like a puppet. He could never escape from this fighting burst. Gakudera Hayato, no, tonic. 10th generation, don't beat the 10th generation anymore. Ah. Me, the 10th generation. Please, don't beat me anymore. Yamamoto Takeshi, Agong. Chrome, Leader. Rambo, BD. Idiot TSUNA. Damn TSUNA. Don't hit Idiot TSUNA again. Miura Haru, you. Suzuran, poo, I'm finally here on my favorite show. Seeing a cowardly and incompetent me, it's natural to get angry. I would do the same if I were you. Say Sagawa Kyoko, no. Bianchi, no matter what, it's too much, especially, to Aunt Nana. In the ward, Nana's eyes were red, and her tears fell like beads from a broken string. No matter what the girls said, they couldn't really comfort her. TSUNA. Although she was extremely distressed, Nana still wiped her tears and didn't let her eyes avoid the light curtain in front of her. The beating continued. Black TSUNA is a typical person who doesn't talk much. Beat to the end. No one questioned why the light curtain of White TSUNA would stay until the end. Oh my god, if I was beaten like this, I would definitely have a psychological trauma. Thank you, Lord Sawada, for the instant kill before. Time is almost up, there is no good show to watch, it would be a pity if it could be extended to half an hour. Among the discussions, only Reborn had a solemn look in his eyes and watched the light screen in silence. Countdown, 30 seconds. Black TSUNA stopped attacking and looked at his opponent, who was holding his head and trembling all over, with his legs barely standing. He said lightly, remember, pain is the fastest and easiest way to gain wisdom and experience. White TSUNA. His mind was confused, and he was still in a daze. Agong shook his head slightly. He walked forward. He put his fingers together, and air swirled at his fingertips. Agong came back to his senses slightly. Ah, finally, is it over? It hurts so much. Under his swollen eyelids. He looked at the other person with only a slit in his eyes, even though the other person was smaller than him. Agong felt very scary. This guy. Maybe he is more terrifying than Reborn. Fortunately, it is over. I also held on to the end. Click. A stream of air hit his body. Agong instantly felt as if a hole was pierced in a balloon, puff puff. The lazy breath that swollen his whole body suddenly found an outlet at this moment. He himself did not react. But his arm suddenly raised and punched the other side. With a puff, a terrifying sound rang out. At this time, Agong suddenly woke up. Trembling all over, he looked at the scene in front of him. His fist actually punched through the opponent. Through the opponent's chest? Oh my god! What kind of heaven-defying operation is this? The invincible TSUNA was killed by a little scumbag? It's okay. He can hold on. TSUNA's expression is calm. Obviously he still has the strength to fight back. White TSUNA came back to his senses, looked at the barrage, and blurted out, "It's not me, it's you who did it." He looked at the other party in shock. If it wasn't for the airflow before, how could he have burst into attack? Sure enough, Black TSUNA showed no sign of fighting back. Still calm, "You should be me in a parallel world. Although your personality is different, you would rather be beaten than give up, which means that participating in this battle is very necessary for you." Yes. White TSUNA nodded frantically, "You are smarter than me, more handsome than me, and much more powerful than me." Heh. It feels very strange. Being praised by my parallel world self. Very subtle. Black TSUNA smiled, "This battle is meaningless to me. If defeating me can give you some rewards, it will be worthwhile." That's your plan. White TSUNA understood everything, his eyes inexplicably red. "I'm sorry, I'm too weak. If I could be stronger. Maybe it doesn't have to be this way." At this time, the figure of Black TSUNA was like a ripple on the water surface caused by interference on the screen. Obviously, the projection is about to end. Black TSUNA has regained his composure and stared at his other self. "I don't know what you are facing, and how many people you are protecting, but promise me." The whole audience was silent. He said, "At least, protect your mother." As soon as the voice fell, the ring suddenly became quiet, and Black TSUNA's indifferent projection completely dissipated at this moment. White TSUNA trembled all over. 5,000 light screens, one long burning lamp. Limited time bounty order ends. The final winner list has been confirmed, Sawada Tsunayashi, and the fighting side rewards are being issued. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Objective 025, Reward, Invincible Skill. In the chat room. It was rare for it to be quiet for a while. Everyone was silenced by the sentence, "At least protect your mother." The mood was very complicated. All the beating scenes before. At this moment, the dark speculations and inferences about Black TSUNA seemed to have lost their support points. Relating to the previous screen image. The 9th generation, a person who cherishes his family, knows the value of protection, and even helps another self. I firmly believe that he will not completely step into the darkness. In Moscow, the 9th generation felt quite proud. Before, even he doubted whether the fire seal was a decision made by Genkan. Fortunately, this child's nature is the same as I thought. The 9th generation was full of comfort. Relieved. In the ward, Nana's eyes were blurred with tears, but she smiled. The girls covered their mouths. Their eyes were also red. Leaning against the windowsill, by Anki's side, "Now, those who want to become TSUNA's family may have to line up from Japan to Italy." To be honest, seeing that Bai Agong was stunned like that and still insisted, everyone was really very moved. Talking about it, Elia, Jillian, Elia's chest was slightly undulating, and there was a little speechlessness between the eyebrows. As a short-lived person who is deeply cursed, she was deeply moved by the actions of the two TSUNA. As a result, Gamma performed like this. Through the talent of the witch family. Hearing the dark emotions in Gamma's heart, it really made Arya feel disgusted. But natural tolerance. And she could only make some harsh criticisms. "Gamma, you go outside and calm down, don't speak impulsively for the time being, okay?" Leader. Gamma showed an incredible expression and opened his mouth to explain, but when he saw Arya's sad expression, he suddenly wilted. Damn it! He walked out dejectedly. Sitting on the stone steps, staring at the light curtain. He didn't believe that there was no other chance. Sooner or later, he would get back at the place. In the light curtain, TSUNA stood on the empty ring, as if the other party was still here. He took a deep breath and said heavily, "I will definitely do it." He was telling Black TSUNA. He was also strengthening his own beliefs. Moreover, not only my mother, but also, everyone, my friends and companions, I must protect them. The resolute light in his eyes, at this moment, made the audience shocked and uneasy, as if they were seeing the Black TSUNA again in a hallucination. This guy has changed. Everyone couldn't help thinking. In addition, before, the White TSUNA was beaten madly and refused to admit defeat. They had a little respect for this useless 10th generation. So, almost no one doubted his confidence. "Xanxus, ha! If I fight you, you will be turned into a pile of ashes before you can brag, waste garbage." Sawada Tsunayashi, no. "Xanxus. You can't kill me, I will definitely defeat you, definitely." The boy's counterattack came so fast. Xanxus was slightly stunned. Immediately, he laughed wildly in the stadium, without replying, showing his brutality and disdain. Levi laughed along. Bell's mouth twitched, but he couldn't laugh. Sawada Tsunayashi's momentum was already scary before, and now he's going to get a reward. It's really not easy for the boss to fight him, right? As the light column disappeared, TSUNA returned to his original place. He looked at Reborn, who nodded lightly, as if everything was almost as he expected. "That's great, TSUNA. You're going to get a reward again." Suddenly, TSUNA bared his teeth. "You're not the one who got beaten. He really beat me up. Idiot." Reborn was speechless. "He attacked your weak spots. Do you really think that with his understanding, he beat you up just for the last one?" TSUNA was stunned. Recalling it carefully, it seems that he really felt some gains. He slumped. "That's not the experience gained from being beaten, hey? So this is what he meant by the painful wisdom experience." "Don't talk about TSUNA." Jakudara Hayato and Yamamoto Takeshi beside him were shocked, and Jakudara was even more envious. Another opportunity for the 10th generation to guide, I want it too. TSUNA's mouth twitched. Oh my god! Is he rushing to get beaten? Even so complaining. TSUNA silently thanked him in his heart. At this time, rewards are being sent, random fighting skills crouching. This reward comes from the world of Dungeon Fighter. The effect is, in the gap between being hit, you can force the crouching state to start. In this state, you are immune to damage. And you will get a short-term dominance effect when you end the state. So the barrage disappeared immediately, and in the light curtain, the skill display screen appeared again. This time, a female fighter wearing yellow leather armor appeared, with an amazing figure and beautiful appearance. Her temperament is full of fortitude and wildness. She was at the entrance of a bright and magnificent town, and the ground was paved with red and yellow bricks. Behind her was quiet and peaceful. The voices of hawkers could be vaguely heard. And the sound of children playing. In front of her, outside the distant grassland, a strange phenomenon emerged. The black tide came. Filled with a strong stench of rot, as if the world was about to end, even the air became depressed and low. Monster. There were endless monsters, green-skinned goblins, cat demons wearing strange masks, blue zombies, tall bull-headed monsters holding giant axes. They strangely did not fight each other, but marched towards the town together, as if there was a more terrifying existence controlling them. The number and momentum of the monsters alone made everyone feel horrified and uneasy. Is this the world of the resurrection coin? My god, that world is so terrifying. I'm a little suffocated. Not to mention the monsters that are several meters high, there seem to be more terrifying things in the distance, which makes me so nervous. Not only that. Looking at the sky, there seemed to be all kinds of flying monsters in the dark clouds. Hiss! Facing so many monsters, just arrange a woman to fight? Even if it is a display picture, it is a bit too outrageous. It is not difficult to imagine. If this guardian fails, next, this quiet and peaceful town behind him will usher in a terrible end. However, facing the siege of the terrifying monsters, ordinary people would have been weak-legged and cried out. This female fighter was not afraid at all and wrapped the bandages on her hands. Facing the sea of monsters, she rushed over with a big laugh without hesitation. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Target 026, useless chi feeling? The fighting skills of the female fighter. Smooth and smooth. She could fight gracefully in the dark tide of monsters. The ferocious monsters were not her match. She destroyed everything she passed by. However, everyone was not so excited at this moment. Someone muttered, after watching TSUNA's fighting skills, I feel a little visually fatigued now. The female fighter's skills are very strong. However, apart from the magical energy such as Qigong, the basic fighting skills are a realm that other fighters can reach by experience. Not as amazing as Black TSUNA. A qualitative change has occurred. Soon, as the female fighter went deeper, after being surrounded by many monsters, countless unavoidable attacks also came at the same time. The female fighter suddenly made a crouching posture. Boom! The shrill thunder, the bloody flames, the mossy boulders, and even the giant axe of the bullhead tube raised high, all fell. Compared with these attacks, humans seem extremely fragile, and any one of them can destroy their bodies without leaving any residue. The amazing thing is, the female fighter is intact. She stood up, with a layer of golden domineering color on her body, and continued to slaughter the monster deep inside. The screen went black. The video ended. The audience was instantly indignant. Chat room. Another invincible skill? With the resurrection coin, now Sawada Tsunayashi has become an unkillable guy. Sour. I really am jealous. Please, light curtain, give me a chance, I'm not greedy, just a reward. Kayuli cream. Mammon, hee hee. Levi, hee hee. Alice, hee hee. The barrage became sour as usual, especially under Mammon's expression, it became a repeater. Tower of the Future. Lily of the Valley puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, I thought that guy could hold on to the end. Beat up Sawada Tsunayashi, but in the end, all the rewards were given to him. Also, what is sword energy? Flame is the most powerful. Lily of the Valley tried hard to create a blue flame on the ring. Finally gave up and groaned. Next time Shura can open the box, I must do it myself to let them know how powerful we are. Ha hum. Jakyung smiled, there are plenty of opportunities, no need to be so angry. People 10 years ago had narrow vision and didn't know the greatness of Lord Bailan. Look at today's era, how many people recognize people 10 years ago? Kikyo looked up at Bailan with eyes full of admiration. Ants think the food on the ground is precious when they fight for it, but for gods, it's just crumbs scattered casually. If they can see our era, they will naturally surrender to Lord Bailan. Ha ha ha. Bailan covered his face, I'm embarrassed to say that, but one thing is true. He spread his hands. The palm of the hand. Suddenly, a wisp of air appeared. Linglin widened her eyes, Chi. Yet. Bailan nodded, and the airflow in her palm became even bigger, like a small tornado. Linglin, you can do it too. He smiled and said, when I saw Chi, I felt a little familiar, as if there were people who specialized in studying this energy in the parallel world. Then, I was thinking about it just now, and finally found it in the corner. Because he couldn't go to the parallel world. He relied entirely on memory to complete the operation. Then what? Linglan was curious. He. Bai Lan squeezed lightly, and with a bang, the tornado dissipated immediately. He shook his head and said, "The martial arts of the life energy developed by gathering the power of a world is just some fancy moves. Flames have attributes, the decomposition of mist and the calmness of rain, but what about qi?" Bai Lan seemed to be teaching, qi is a pure energy without attributes, its natural effect is weaker than that of fire, and its application range is extremely rare. The combination of flames and box weapons allows me to conquer countless worlds. Relying on the group of warriors who practice qi? A few hundred meters away, the destructive power of qi is not as strong as that of a sniper rifle. Bai Lan showed a hint of irony. If there were no rings and box weapons, the number of people who could release flames would be extremely rare. But there is no if. Fire flame is the best way to pass the level verified by countless worlds. As long as you have the awareness and match it with the ring, you can immediately form combat power. Qi? The world I have seen, even with hundreds of years of accumulation, still has not developed any eye-catching content. In the final analysis, this kind of energy that comes from oneself can only be strengthened by oneself. Bai Lan waved her hand, just like the black Tsunayashi said, human life is limited, and studying qi is a waste of life. Li Lan, puff puff puff. She covered her mouth and laughed, "Great, I thought qi was something amazing, it turned out to be so weak. Then I am relieved." "Hat." Bai Lan laughed, reassured. "If he lifted the flame, would you feel worried now?" Li Lan suddenly froze. Realized. She actually felt a little worried about the shady Sawada Tsunayashi. "I'm not." Her face flushed with anger. "It's okay." Bai Lan said calmly, "I can understand that Black Tsunayashi has amazing talent, which will definitely make people worry. Besides, according to the fate of the world, he will always meet his teacher reborn. Then, he will come into contact with fire sooner or later. Compared to qi, I am more looking forward to how strong he will become after gaining the power of fire. Do you think I will lose to Black Tsunayashi?" "No. Absolutely not." Several people immediately knelt on the ground and denied it. Their expressions were very firm. They never doubted the greatness of Bai Lan as a god. "Bai Lan, then keep watching." He smiled. Lily nodded a little aggrievedly, "Yes." After the bounty order ended. Sure enough, the light screen continued to play. In the room, the young Tsuna's eyes sparkled, and he murmured to himself, "This inspiration is called qi, the energy inside the human body. It will be very interesting to feel it." 11. Read books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Objective 027, this question is so easy. The sun is shining. Full of hope and vigorous vitality. Tsuna's smile flashed. The voice of self-talk was played, "I was just trying to keep fit, but I didn't expect to have such an unexpected discovery." Research on technological transformation through biological knowledge seems to be arranged later. In order to gain a longer life. To study more knowledge mysteries. In this technological age. Obviously, biotechnology is more promising. But the arrival of qi. Let Tsuna understand that there are more potentials in the human body that are worth exploring. Even if no research results are achieved, it is not too late to transfer to biological knowledge. Besides, the more you understand the body, the knowledge of biology will be improved along with it. Tsuna's eyes are bright. He did not rush to study qi, but went to a larger library and conducted a deeper reading and research on books on the human body. The audience was also full of expectations. Shimmer, the mysteries of the human body are too complicated. It takes ordinary people decades to thoroughly study an organ. Only a monster like Tsuna can do it at the same time. the value of photographic memory is still rising. Ruslia, fist wind, I thought it was the end of a fighter. Could he be able to research out some more powerful ability? Scavaro, hey, BDSE, figure out which side you are on, but if he really researches it, it will definitely be played on the screen, and then we can learn and master it. Oh my god! Awesome! My blood is boiling. I want to copy, I want to master Fistwind and become a superior person. TSUNA, come on and rush forward. Lily of the Valley, puff puff puff. She covered her mouth, her face full of sarcasm and impatience. I really want to see these people who have worked hard for a long time, only to find that the chi they have worked so hard to learn is not as good as the flame. Under the expectations of everyone, TSUNA finally came to the end of his reading in the library, just when he was about to leave the library. But he met an old man with glasses. The years left ravines on his face. It has also accumulated a lot of wisdom. The old man stopped A Gang and said with a kind smile, I see that you have read a lot of medical books. Are you very interested in the mysteries of the human body? A Gang thought for a while. Decided to delay some time. Yes, Mr. Tianzhong, your works Microscopy of Internal Organs and the Effect of Natural Therapy on the Human Body are very well written. It's really good. It gave him some inspiration. So, A Gang was willing to stay. Tianzhong's figure froze slightly, as if there was a small problem with the program in his brain. His eyes changed, looking at the child, no longer amiable. Became surprised and shocked. He originally thought that the child was flipping through the books for fun, and he saw it several times, so he decided to guide the child to a path of loving reading. Unexpectedly, the other party said his identity in one breath, and even told all his works. His brain crashed this time. It was to understand that his photo appeared in these two books, so. Are you really reading books? He still couldn't help but asked. Suddenly, the comments were full of ridicule. They were all talking about the old professor, who didn't understand the value of photographic memory and incomprehension. TSUNA was silent. But he was thinking that out of respect for the two works, the time he wasted should be enough. He was about to lift his foot. Tianzhong immediately reacted, wait. The voice was too loud. It attracted the glares of others. Even though he was old, Tianzhong's face was still red, and he handed out his business card. Said, little friend, I underestimated you. If you have any questions, you can communicate with me. Seeing that A Gang accepted the business card, the old man was in a good mood and left quickly. It seemed that he was in a hurry to participate in something. Back home, A Gang put down the business card. A new round of chi research began. At this time, the audience immediately perked up. It was impossible to keep up with the knowledge. Could it be that the answer was not copied? I saw. A Gang stood up straight on the spot, not like before, accumulating power and preparing to punch. I don't know how many people in the world stood there in confusion and excitement, and followed him to stand together. After standing for a while, they were confused. No, what's the next step? I'm almost falling asleep standing here. However, real fighters and warriors. But they have already discovered the difference. He is not just standing there, look carefully, his body is moving. Everyone immediately stared at the frame. Sure enough, under the sunlight, they saw that A Gang's shadow was shaking slightly. Looking closely, it was TSUNA's entire body that was moving slightly. Very faint. Like a speck of dust floating. Almost imperceptible. Obviously. Compared to the previous big opening and closing. Through a lot of knowledge reading, TSUNA has completed an evolution. Suddenly, his body stopped shaking. Chi. Chi. The familiar white air was released from every part of his skin. From the fist wind forward, the white flower displayed. Suddenly it turned into a thick and ethereal white mist with infinite mystery. It was as if the room had turned into a sauna room, and a bucket of water was poured on the red-hot stone. TSUNA was surrounded by so much air, and his inner voice slowly emerged. Well, it's okay. After perfect control of the muscles, only a small internal movement is needed to complete the effects of charging, squeezing, and exploding. In this way, the air can be released easily. Paused for a moment. A group of question marks in the barrage passed by. No? Who the hell said I can copy the answers? I can't even punch normally, and now you tell me that if I can perfectly control my muscles and stand still, I can punch all over? I'm really crazy if I believe you. Copy, copy, copy. Blah, blah, blah. Not bad easy. I seem to see the professor saying, this problem is difficult. Substitute XX formula, use XX changes, and you can easily get the answer. The problem is, I was a primary school student who accidentally entered the professor's class. The brother asked me if I caught up. I said, brother, I just found out that my legs are paralyzed. Catch up? It's over before I even started. The barrage fell into crazy wailing. TSUNA naturally didn't know. A faint voice emerged, the preliminary research has been completed, and the real research can be carried out. Start updating, daily request for data, thank you for the votes yesterday. Flowers, thank you very much, continue to write. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Objective 028, be responsible for any incident. Preliminary research? Real research? The people who were still complaining frantically were stunned. Then, they repeatedly confirmed whether a gang was joking. We were looking for a trace of chi, and you were smoking all over and told us that it was just preliminary research? Originally, these people were about to give up, but suddenly, someone said, preliminary research is like this, real research must not exceed the limits of human beings. Hiss. Looking at the child in the light curtain, everyone felt their scalps tingling. They said they would not look at it, but they did not dare to move their eyes away for a second. A gang in the room. The body trembled slightly at a similar frequency. In an instant, more chi gushed out. The whole body was shrouded in white mist, like a dream. As the white mist spread, it seemed that there was a mysterious beast hidden in the mist. The tables, chairs, and beds it touched all made frowning hoarse and mocking sounds. Looking closely, these furniture seemed to be afraid and were shaking constantly. Bang! 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 The pencils and homework on the table exploded one after another. The broken wood and paper scraps still made a small puff sound in the mist. It turned into smaller fragments. Everyone felt cold in their hearts, and almost immediately thought of the sword energy that killed the Phantom Knight. No. The sword energy at that time might not be as much as the energy now. If the energy exploded completely, this room would probably be blown into ruins. Fortunately, they soon realized that their worries were unnecessary. At the moment, TSUNA turned a deaf ear to the change. It seemed that everything was under control. His eyebrows remained unchanged, but the breathing in his mouth and nose had slightly changed rhythm. Exhale. Inhale. Different from normal breathing. With perfect control of the body, TSUNA compressed the air in his lungs and absorbed the released air. Wisps of white air were taken back into TSUNA's body through breathing. One increased while the other decreased. The air filling the room gradually became less. Under the pull of TSUNA, these misty mists could no longer float around like free clouds, and finally became horses with reins tied. Seeing this, finally, a master reacted. Control? Could it be that he is controlling his own chi? A group of people were puzzled, but no one answered. They had to continue watching. All around, The shaking tables, chairs, and beds gradually calmed down. The chi in the room also dissipated, as if it had never appeared, leaving only TSUNA standing there. At this time, those who couldn't understand were even more confused. Weekly wanted an explanation. Suddenly, TSUNA moved. Just like a person who got up, lazily walked to the window, admired the sunshine and scenery outside, and then casually prepared to greet the sun. At this time, the gap between the slightly opened lips. There was actually a faint white airflow, which escaped along his cheeks to both sides of his body. It was chi. I saw that his chest slowly rose up, and Agong's meat-like face gradually swelled up. There was no time to praise his cuteness. Agong's eyes flickered, and a pure white airflow immediately shot out of his mouth. In an instant, like a wild horse running away, and like a thunder snake running. A small gap between lips and teeth. The airflow erupted. It unexpectedly condensed into a huge, boulder-like rolling airflow ball outside the window. A noisy and violent sound suddenly sounded. Like the roar of the wind god, the howling of ghosts and wolves. The weeds and fallen leaves in the courtyard were instantly swept into it, crushed into invisible debris, and dissipated. The moment of formation. The surface of the sphere trembled violently like water ripples. It seemed that there was a dragon unwilling to hide in the abyss. The storm was unwilling to stop at the moment. However, no matter how violent the internal airflow is, it is obvious that it cannot exceed the non-existent air film. This is the effect of the reins that TSUNA has put on the air. If the air cannot be controlled, you can only let it be released and cause damage. No matter how powerful it is, it has no meaning for TSUNA. What he pursues is not the outside, but the inside. The air used for destruction is just a byproduct of practice, and the air that can be controlled is his goal. The mouth and nose breathe with subtle frequency changes. The trembling dragon seems to be pulled by the reins, and the violent tornado gradually becomes calm. Buzzing. The chaotic howling of the storm turned into a strong rhythmic buzzing sound, and the airflow ball began to rotate. The surface of the sphere seemed to be brushed. And it was gradually polished. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As TSUNA operated with his mind, the balloon sometimes stopped, sometimes turned, and sometimes condensed. It made the viewer feel that his brain was rotating with it, and then stopped. Did I skip several episodes? How could it rotate clockwise and counterclockwise all of a sudden? Is this ball yours? At this moment, the goal has been achieved. After completing the full control of the airflow, TSUNA was also very curious about the destructive power of this airflow, so he simply let go of the control. Push it into the air in one breath. As the distance changes, the white silk air escaping from the corner of TSUNA's mouth broke off. In the air, the stable sphere suddenly became violent. The dragon and the storm that lost control finally began to explode their true terrifying destructive power. It was the wind of the human body that stirred up the natural wind. In the air, a spiral storm gradually appeared. With the addition of natural wind, the spherical airflow quickly became slightly flatter and changed its shape. Like a rotating shuriken, the wind around was like a naughty little drop of water joining the stream, little by little. Unconsciously, it converged into a wide, roaring river. Buzz buzz buzz. A harsh sound, a roar. It seemed that many helicopters were hovering above the head. It made people feel uneasy and sad. Bang, bang, bang. The doors and windows around opened one after another. One by one, neighbors, men, women, old and young, popped up, frowning eyebrows, curious eyes, and mouths that were about to swear. The moment they looked up, all turned into wide-open mouths, frozen expressions of shock. What the hell is this? Is it haunted? Suddenly, someone shouted, "My clothes!" Damn! Wait, no, close the door. Close the window. Tornado. It must be a tornado. One call and 100 responses. Bang, bang, bang. Faster than before. All heads immediately returned to the room. The doors and windows were smashed and closed. But their eyes were still wide open, watching their things fly up from the ground one by one. Clothes, shoes, small toys in the yard. All kinds of messy things were pulled from the ground by the storm and forced to fly into the sky. However, until downstairs, the clothes drying rod buried in the soil, the expansion screws made a creaking sound. The window next to him trembled. TSUNA's expression changed slightly. He showed a rare solemnity. It shouldn't cause any major damage. Boom. 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 His hand was bounced up by the vibration of the window. Nana's shouting came immediately from downstairs. TSUNA, be careful. No, this destructive power is a bit beyond expectations. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps going upstairs. It was Nana who ran up worriedly. In an instant, TSUNA played the melody of Chi again. His body trembled slightly. The pure white airflow escaped from the corners of his mouth. In his ears, the footsteps had stopped and the door handle made a sound. Click. The door opened. At this moment, TSUNA put his fingers together to form a sword. Cut it off from afar. Fist wind? No. Since it is a sword, it is sword energy. I was shocked to see that there were so many more flowers and monthly tickets rewarded all of a sudden. Thank you for your support. I have nothing to repay, so I will continue to write. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Target 029, if not you, then who is it? The ferocious storm raged in the sky, stirring up endless air currents. The originally clear and sunny weather suddenly became slightly dark, and a storm was about to come. In the air, there was a little more moisture. Dewdrops had already condensed on the windowsill. The most terrifying thing. It continued to devour the wind to grow stronger, as if the eye of the storm lord had been born. If you turn a deaf ear to it, it is hard to imagine how far it would develop. The sports equipment in the park swayed. The iron cabinet doors slammed back and forth. The window frames shook back and forth. The screams of children came one after another, and were suppressed by the howling of the wind. The panic spread like a virus, and the neighbors around looked at the disaster in the sky in amazement. At this moment, a white silk appeared diagonally, like a rainbow light, and it rose against the wind, and its speed was far faster than thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the violent storm and disappeared. The speed was so fast that it made people wonder if it was an illusion under great pressure. However, the next second, the rotating storm suddenly froze. It was like a photo that was cut into two halves diagonally with scissors at some point. One half rose slightly. The other half gradually fell. However, the inertia of the rotation was still there. The two storms were no longer of the same mind. From their intimate selves, they became new and the worst opponents of each other. They suddenly collided. Cry. It was like a flock of birds crying in the sky. The airflow was released instantly at the collision point. The airflow exploded like an explosion, blasting the countless debris swept into all directions again. It is estimated that no one would find it convenient to find their own things. However, compared with the horrible consequences of the storm, everyone at this moment felt that the gods had descended, and their faces were surprised. Push open the quiet doors and windows and look at the sky. It was already clear outside. For a long time. Only then did he come back to his senses and screamed in surprise. The superstitious old man said to himself excitedly, "Miracle! The white light just now must be a miracle, God's will." Xiao Gang. Nana ran to the window quickly and just closed the window. Before she had time to care about her son, she was confused. She tilted her head. The typhoon is gone. Probably. TSUNA gently spread her palms. Well, my mother played steadily, and she really didn't think of anything. Nana carefully opened the window. Looking at the mess outside and the debris falling in the courtyard, she put her hands on her hips and taught TSUNA a lesson: if you don't close the window when the storm comes, you will be swept away next time. Sorry. I won't dare to do it next time. TSUNA stood there honestly. He lowered his head, accepting his mother's education and care. Outside the light curtain, a group of people made a distorted sound. Okay, okay. I won't dare to do it next time. Do you think I believe it? Is it not okay if I pretend to believe it? Please give me a high energy warning behind the light curtain. Change my second pair of pants. Today I can rub the storm with my hands and clear the universe with my sword. Tomorrow? I can't guess. It's only been a few days since I mastered the sense of chi. And you've made such a big fuss for us? Ready to learn? I'm not going to learn anything. Best of the match, Miss Nana. Yamamoto Takeshi, too strong. Dad, I'm sorry, your Shiger Kanjian style is invincible. The premise is that you can't compete with TSUNA in swordsmanship. Sivalo, hey. You naive BD baseball kid. Can't you be a little more ambitious? Can't you learn the sword chi and use it in swordsmanship? Mammon, which side are you on? Squaro. Phantom Knight, I swear here that this is the sword of destruction that I will pursue throughout my life. Lily of the Valley saw this. She kicked her legs and stood up straight, her face flushed like a big apple. Is this Phantom Knight mentally retarded? He swore to pursue it for his whole life. Bailan. Look at him. Doesn't he claim to be your super confidant? I'm so angry. He is a traitor. Kill him immediately. Lily of the Valley. Kikyo's voice became stern. You should call him Lord Bailan. That Phantom Knight is obviously from 10 years ago, and has nothing to do with the Phantom Knight today. Ugh. Lily of the Valley was so angry that she turned around. He would have thought so 10 years ago. It means that the flames are powerful than chi, but the storm and sword of the sword are super strong. Hee hee. Bailan suddenly laughed. Sure enough, you still care about Gang Jaijun's strength. A little bit in the place. Only after mastering it can you cause such a powerful attack. Bailan walked to the window with a smile. The airflow and sword energy were originally his own energy, but after being thrown out, they relied on the natural wind. Just like for artificial rainfall, we will launch many missiles. The energy he released is just a medium for the storm and huge sword energy. Several people suddenly realized. Some people even showed a little bit of relaxation. There is no need to name them here. Bailan saw it very clearly. He shook his head secretly. I will worry when I see a scene I can't understand. Even if I exist, it is still the same. Sure enough, you are just ordinary people. However, the real 6 hanging flowers are already excellent among ordinary people, accompanying them in the battles of countless parallel universes. There is no higher expectation. Bailan will naturally not blame too much. Regarding chi, I'm afraid that in this world, only I and the Rainbow Sun's martial artist, Feng, know something about it. It's normal for you to be confused. Ha-hum. Kikyo's expression was as calm as ever. In that case, as long as there is no wind or the battle is indoors, the destructive power of chi is not to be feared. Bingo. Kikyo lowered her head after catching the cotton candy thrown by Bailan. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Bailan. Lily of the Valley is not a fool either. At this moment, she reacted and raised her hand. Yes, and his attack speed is not as fast as missiles. We are not afraid of missiles, let alone him. No wonder he doesn't look tired. It turns out that he borrowed the power of nature. We can achieve this level completely by relying on our own flames. The sword energy that the Phantom Knight pursues can be easily released with flames. Seeing Bailan smiled and nodded. Suzuran patted her chest and laughed, revealing an expression of enjoying watching a play again. She immediately conducted a popular science in the chat room. Suzuran. Puff puff puff. In summary, whether the chi is strong or not depends on the mood of God. Suzuran, I laughed to death. Suzuran, if you stand at a distance and aim at Sawada Tsunayashi with a sniper rifle, do you think he can dodge the bullet? Can you find the sniper? Gakudera Hayato, what are you talking about? Who can do it? Who are you? Suzuran, lil guess. Say Sagawa Ryohei, really arrogant. Kaze, hey. No need to argue, using chi can achieve the above 2 points. But, I don't know when TSUNA will realize it. Gakudera Hayato, hey. Suzuran, nonsense, do you understand chi as well as we do? No, who are you, ah? Read books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Target 030, Self-Destructive Cultivation Method. Linglin was originally making fun of the group. When she saw Feng's comment, her eyes widened. Isn't this the guy that Bai Lan mentioned, who knows chi just like you? Beside him, Bai Lan narrowed her eyes slightly. She was rubbing marshmallows in her hands. As if she was thinking. Obviously, Feng's words were beyond his expectations. Subconsciously, Bai Lan was thinking about whether there were any omissions in the parallel world of chi. The light screen waits for no one. At this moment, the picture started playing again. It has been 3 days since the day of destroying the storm. In 3 days, TSUNA was not in a hurry. He was still strengthening his control over chi. The incident of the last storm. It made him feel that his control was still not mature enough. Until today. There was almost no tremor in his body. But between breaths, there was a white airflow shuttling through. Sometimes it turned into a wavy line, sometimes it turned into a triangle symbol, and sometimes it moved in a circle at high speed. His obedient appearance. Everyone was terrified. Where is the previous arrogance? Gathering a storm, he turned into Feng Bo and cried. Everyone still remembers it vividly. Now looking at the gentle airflow, there is a sense of seeing the goddess who has been pursued for a long time, and turned into a dog. People who see it are envious. However, everyone also knows. This is the result of 3 days of control by TSUNA. Well, 3 days. When I think about it, TSUNA goes to school as usual every day, and usually helps his mother with housework. The real time for cultivation is very few. This result is even more enviable and sad. At this time, TSUNA sat cross-legged on the ground. Because it was the first time to try. TSUNA was also a little cautious. The soles of his feet were facing each other, and the 5 fingers of his hands were aligned one by one, and the fingertips could sense the overlapping heartbeats. Pudong, Pudong. TSUNA thought of the creature with the largest heart in nature, the blue whale. The size of their heart is like that of a calf, and the weight directly exceeds 200 kilograms. When the heart works normally, it can pump out about 300 liters of blood in 1 second. And what about humans? The human body has less than 5 liters of blood. It is such a huge heart that supports the blue whale's absolute dominance in the ocean. This size is innate to living things. It cannot be changed with current knowledge. Humans cannot have such a big heart, but it is similar to the human heart. There are also beasts such as cheetahs and tigers. When they meet in the wild, it is difficult for humans with bare hands to defeat these beasts. When their hearts work, the amount of blood and oxygen they provide instantly far exceeds that of humans. Therefore, the speed and palm power of the explosion are also higher than that of humans. This made a gang draw a conclusion. If the human heart becomes stronger, even without the claws and sharp teeth of the beast, the power of a punch with bare hands can be improved. As in the famous Oriental works. The walker punches the tiger to death, which will no longer be a legendary deed. However, how to strengthen the heart, and other organs that must have the same potential? The lungs of breathing related to the sense of qi. The liver dissolves toxins and excretes them. The kidneys are responsible for vigorous energy, etc. Through precise scientific exercise. There are also aerobic and anaerobic exercises, which can be improved slowly, just like athletes or fighters. And this is what TSUNA had been doing before. There is an effect. But there is no qualitative change. With such exercise, human internal organs still cannot exceed their own limits and surpass the blue whale. Not to mention extending life and pursuing the truth. Until the appearance of qi. It made him realize that there is a more convenient possibility: use qi to run internally and let qi exercise internal organs that cannot be exercised externally. At this moment, his whole body is in a state of connection. A wisp of white qi was born quietly. It's about to start. The voice echoed in the light curtain: use the internal circulation of qi to strengthen the internal organs. Outsiders cannot see the movement of qi. They can only see TSUNA meditating on the spot, and occasionally there will be airflows on his skin. It's like some little mice running around hidden inside, tied with ropes and turned into a mouse cart. Galloping and wandering inside TSUNA's body. Even though there are clothes blocking it, some important parts can be seen, slightly raised, and suddenly calm. People who watch it are terrified. Sweaty. Until now. Many viewers realized what kind of incredible exercise TSUNA was doing. I haven't practiced the outside yet, now, start practicing the inside? It feels so dangerous. The qi that can cut off the storm is controlling the operation in the body. If you are not careful, you will explode directly. Hiss. Indeed. It's like walking on an extremely thin tightrope between two cliffs. No, even if I have the sense of qi, I dare not practice like this. How small is the human body? How powerful is qi? I can still keep my body intact if I take a bullet, but if I explode, I will die without a complete body. So he is the boss. Do you understand what it means to have a superb understanding? Urgent. Urgent. Can the light screen show his inner self? In order to see more clearly, it is best to see through the clothes. I declare in advance that I am not a pervert. Is this what Senior Feng said, a way to avoid sniper rifles and find the enemy? Looking at the lively news, Bai Lan came back to his senses slightly and recalled the relevant content. He stuffed the candy into his mouth to replenish the little brain power he had consumed. Found it. Tell me quickly, what is it? Breathing method. Bai Lan searched for scattered memories in the corners and explained, that world started studying qi hundreds of years ago. In the end, it was discovered that if you want to become stronger, you can use qi to train your internal body, just like he is doing now. Then what? Lily of the Valley was very skeptical. Can you really sense bullets? And find the position of snipers? Then, they exploded. The few people of the True Six Flowers were all shocked by Bai Lan's words and saw Bai Lan laughing. There was a kind of speechlessness of being successfully fooled. Lily of the Valley puffed up her cheeks. Angry. Bai Lan smiled and said, I'm not kidding. It's extremely dangerous to have qi running in the body. Tsunayashi-kun has perfectly controlled qi in 3 days. How many people can barely control it after 30 years of experience? But in order to become stronger, they took risks and wanted to use qi to train their internal organs. As a result, of course, the qi rioted in the body and exploded. But paused. Bai Lan showed a trace of calmness. Even though it was difficult, some geniuses really succeeded. Go to work. Update. Thank you for the data support. 360-degree surround thanks. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Target 031, Natural Talent. Lily, what will happen after you have mastered it? Seeing that she was getting serious again, Bai Lan laughed again. Lily immediately understood the answer without saying a word. She sat down on the sofa. After a while, after stopping her teasing, Bai Lan said slowly, "It's useless to master it. The body trained by Qi has indeed undergone some evolution. I have seen the best in that world. They can smash rocks with one punch. At the age of 70 or 80, they can walk briskly, but that's all. Their performance is similar to that of the physical enhancement warriors who use technology. They still cannot reach the realm of prolonging life that Tsunayashi pursues. Even because their Qi control is not perfect, there are damages inside the body. After reaching a certain limit, the accumulated hidden injuries will instantly erupt. The fighting master who was able to leap and jump before became unable to move in the next second. Basically, he is destined to die within a week." "Ha hum," Kikyo murmured. "The effort and reward are not proportional." "Yet," Bai Lan said calmly, "the fire is the answer to the version. It's not impossible to go the wrong way, but you are destined to be defeated by others. Anyway, Bai Lan is just watching for fun now." Before TSUNA discovered the fire, he felt that there was no threat. The light screen continued to play. TSUNA also made new movements. He opened his eyes. The light in his eyes seemed to be a little brighter, the difference was subtle and not easy to detect. "It's quite troublesome," TSUNA muttered. "The internal organs are fragile, and the control force needs to be adjusted all the time. The body is vast, and it takes a lot of time for the airflow to travel around." Summary: it's necessary to spend energy. If you don't pay attention, there will be a risk of damaging the internal organs. Once damaged, it will definitely take a lot of time to wait for repair. Fortunately, there are still results. TSUNA clenched his teeth lightly, and a stream of air escaped from his mouth. Others couldn't understand it, but he knew it very well. The air should be condensed a little more. This achievement was demonstrated by the integration of the internal organs that were trained, and the cardiopulmonary function was involved. Obviously, this road was not wrong. At this time, Bai Lan was slightly surprised. "I used the breathing method for the first time, explored by myself, and not only did I not die, but I also noticed the most important problem." Sure enough, the talents of the predecessors in that world for hundreds of years combined may not be so exaggerated. The understanding is really not a joke. However, how are you going to solve this problem? Bai Lan looked at it with interest. He has countless experiences and memories. It was obtained after conquering the world, which does not mean that he has the ability to innovate. So, how to solve the problem of internal organ damage? Bai Lan's solution is, use special medicine from other worlds. How is A Gang going to solve this problem? Or in the backward world more than 10 years ago? Can't think of it. He is really curious now. After listening to A Gang's self-talk, other viewers didn't even know the harm until Feng explained it. After understanding, look at A Gang again. The emotions are more complicated. It's like seeing a person walking on a tightrope between cliffs, and the wire is corroded and about to break. Just thinking about it makes me sweat. My hands and feet are cold. So, when they saw that TSUNA didn't continue, they were relieved. At this time, TSUNA walked to the table, picked up a business card on the table, pondered for a moment, and went downstairs to the entrance. He dialed the number on the business card. "TSUNA, hello, Professor Tianzhong, I am Sawada Tsunayashi, we met in the library." The voice on the other end was very happy. "Tianzhong, haha, I have been waiting for your call, how is it? Is there any problem?" After attending the academic conference last time, the old professor regretted it. At that time was in a hurry. "I couldn't get any information from this little genius, and I was afraid that TSUNA would ignore his business card. Fortunately, today I finally waited for a call. So enthusiastic to strangers. Naturally. It is also because of the old professor's cherishment of talent. TSUNA didn't intend to be polite, and asked, "In your 2 books, there is a description of the concept of visceral exercise. I would like to ask, what is your basis?" This. The old professor was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect this question. Soon, he answered seriously, "The theory of use it or lose it is reasonable in exercise, although there is a limit to progress." Paused. He said, "I went to the East for academic exchanges. Through the introduction of a friend, I saw a martial arts master with my own eyes. At the age of 60, his movements were more flexible and powerful than those of athletes. According to him, he used the energy called qi to exercise his internal organs every day. I was very curious, so I asked him many times and invited him to do the test. But it didn't work. I am a little skeptical about the qi. And his exercise was extremely hard, even tragic. Normal people can't bear it at all. So I proposed a therapy such as food supplements, which can slowly maintain the internal organs. The effect is minimal, but at least it is safe." The old professor sighed with great emotion. "The ancient East does have a lot of mysteries, but we still have to believe in science." "Yes," gently interrupted the old professor's sigh. "Gang, so, can you help me contact that master?" "Ah." The old professor went from sighing to being confused, rubbing his reading glasses at home. "Little friend, are you interested in qi? That's just an illusory thing." Speaking of the latter, he was also a little anxious. It's like seeing a train suddenly change lanes. "Gang, please," he said calmly, "I also have some experience about qi, and I want to communicate with the master." The old professor was completely confused. He looked at the phone, hesitating whether to hang up and calm down. What a joke this kid is. If his students answered like this, even the best temper would become speechless. "I just said that qi is ethereal. Believe in science." In a blink of an eye, "You said that you have research experience on qi? Isn't this just teasing me? But when I think of this child, he has an extraordinary temperament in the library, immersed in his own world without anyone around. Plus the ability to remember everything he sees. He is simply a natural scholar. He dare not think about it. If the child pursues the truth wholeheartedly, he can reach such a dazzling and enviable academic realm." The old professor smiled bitterly. Decided to try to get the child back on track. "So, how about we meet?" He decided to give the child a good guidance. Best, after solving the other person's doubts, accept him as a disciple and teach him personally, a genius teacher. Just think about it. The old man is already excited. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Objective 032, Guidance from the Son of God. The meeting time was scheduled for Saturday, and the location was still the library. This caused different opinions among the people. This old man is a little bit arrogant. I can already imagine how shocked he will be on the day of the meeting. The one who called you was TSUNA, who used sword energy to destroy the storm. You told TSUNA to believe in science and not pursue the illusory qi? You made me laugh. Levi, telling the biggest secret to this old man is not necessarily a good thing. A kid is a kid. If it were me, I would never leak the secret. Bajir, this Lord Sawada over there is just a child. He doesn't understand intrigue. Isn't this a very normal thing? He is only 6 or 7 years old. Lans, do you think that children don't understand anything? How ridiculous. Rokudomukuro, Kyufufu. Oregano, it is indeed a bit risky. Now we can only see if the other party is a kind person. The worst possibility is that the other party threatens to study the secret of qi. Lao Murchi, is it that serious? At worst, I can just fight my way out. No one can stop me now. As long as Sawada Tsunayoshi doesn't want to, the other party can't do anything about it. With the dense barrage of exchanges, time quickly came to Saturday morning. In the agreed library, the old man Tianjing Zhong came excitedly. In the familiar place, I saw the handsome child who was alone and reading books like playing. He sat there. Naturally, there is a layer of aloof aura that keeps people away from him. If it weren't for the eager desire in my heart or the confidence in myself, I'm afraid it would be difficult to come forward and communicate with him. Seeing TSUNA again, the old professor couldn't help but admire him in his heart. More and more firm in his belief, such a good child must be pulled into the path of scientific research. It is my duty. Then, secondly, it is equally important, I must let him become my apprentice. I, the old man, may become famous all over the world because of this child, he. He walked to a distance from him with a burning heart. Without waiting for him to call, TSUNA put down the book and asked calmly, "Professor, if she really exists, how do you treat this mysterious energy that you have never touched?" Slightly surprised by his sharpness, feeling a little helpless, the old professor squatted beside him and said seriously, "If she really exists, it is definitely an important scientific project worthy of research." TSUNA: yes, being able to create a training system that has never existed before to strengthen oneself is an irresistible thing for scientific researchers. His tone has a deep feeling that does not match his age, and his tone has a gentle magic. His face is still calm. Unfortunately, the old professor didn't care. Tianjing Zhong was already immersed in it, as if he had met a person who was similar to himself, who was slightly famous in the academic world, but still wasted half his life. If there were no accidents. In terms of scientific research, this is how it is in this life. The old professor sighed, "It doesn't matter, even if there is no now, there will always be in the future. What we can't do, the younger generation will definitely be able to do." His eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at Gang, "You're off topic. Little friend, I'm here to tell you that chi doesn't exist, cough cough. Or rather, there is no way to prove its existence now." "In that case," the old professor said patiently, "let's first master the knowledge of the system. When we really encounter chi, we can analyze it better. Only in this way can we be considered down to earth." The old professor was a little nagging and earnest. Gang withdrew his observation. He handed the book to the other party. The old professor was stunned. He took it in his hand and wanted to find the key points on it. The next second, he suddenly heard the sound of wind. Chi. Hwalala. The pages of the book kept turning. "Where does the wind come from?" The old professor frowned strangely and looked up, then his eyes were full of confusion. Beside him, the child who was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground. Now he put his hands in his pockets and floated. The whole person floated. He was suspended 70 to 80 centimeters above the ground. Clear. The white smoke was like a mist, shrouding the child. The old professor wondered if he had not taken medicine today, and his blood pressure was so high that he saw hallucinations. At this time, Gang spoke calmly, "I think it is easier for you to believe in the existence of chi this way." "Chi? You mean, that? Chi?" A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Connect everything. It was as if the fuse of a bomb was instantly ignited. Bang! The old professor who had been squatting was shocked by such a strong and intuitive picture, and his blood stagnated all over his body. Or maybe it was too strong wind. He was unable to maintain the squatting posture. He was dizzy. His knees had touched the ground, his hands were spread in front of him, the books fell, his thoughts were confused, and his face was full of shock. The past research theories on life. It was like a goblet that was accidentally overturned. Not to mention the knowledge filled in it, even the container itself became a pile of debris. Snap! A gang straightened his calves and stepped on the ground as naturally as if he stood up from a chair. His eyes were deep and his gaze drooped slightly. Like the guidance of salvation from the Son of God. He stretched out his hand with a serious face. "Professor, let me tell you all the secrets about Qi." He said it with such certainty. The old professor stretched out his hand tremblingly. He seemed to accept the will of God. In TSUNA's view, he just stretched out his hand and helped the professor up. At this moment, no one happened to pass by. Otherwise, passers-by would be shocked and confused. A child stretched out his hand, and the old man was already kneeling on one knee on the ground, but his head was still deeply bowed, as if he was performing some kind of noble greeting etiquette. However, the audience who watched everything from beginning to end, but felt their scalps tingling. The worries or doubts about TSUNA were also shattered by the bombardment of the truth. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Target 033, God's Creation. Chat room. By Anki, Het. The old man thought he was here to save a lost genius, but he probably didn't expect that he was the fish that took the bait. Levi, something's wrong. Very wrong. Belle, shut up, don't embarrass yourself. Levi. Area, everyone seems to have forgotten that Tsunayoshi-kun has mastered the mind-reading technique. I believe that the old professor's business card was an unexpected encounter, but from the moment Tsunayoshi-kun picked up the business card, everything was already in his plan. Dino, shame on you, I completely forgot. I was worried that he didn't understand intrigue. The teachers and students who were rejected from the experience exchange are about to cry. Scavaro, tisk. From the moment the old man came in, the initiative was no longer in his hands. Ridiculous, this kind of guy still wants to be Sawada Tsunayoshi's teacher? Awesome. From TSUNA's tone, he definitely wants to be the professor's teacher. Oregano, sorry. It seems that my inexperience is too weak, so I made a wrong judgment. Add 1. I am also a rookie. Rokudomukuro, I am really looking forward to the encounter between me and Sawada Tsunayoshi in that world. The scene continues, the car is driving on the road. In the main driver's seat, the old professor's face is full of expectation and excitement. The child sitting in the passenger seat has calm eyes. TSUNA didn't know, and didn't care about other people's evaluation. He just made a reasonable analysis. After having Qi, TSUNA easily realized that the old professor must have had contact with people with Qi. There are similar descriptions in the works. Then it was a matter of course. Beep. The car entered a forest entrance. The trees were lush and green, and the birdsong seemed extremely clear and bright in the rustling of leaves. The grey-white cement road led all the way to the depths. It meandered and circled up the mountainside. Until a small white building appeared in front of the two, the car slowly stopped and turned off. The old professor was still excited. This is one of my personal research laboratories. I can't do complex projects, but we have equipment for body testing. As soon as TSUNA got off the car, he smelled the salty air of the ocean. According to the map in his mind, he knew that this place was only 1 kilometer away from the coast of Namimori. A lighthouse was built on the slope not far away. The hillside in the distance echoed it. Entered the laboratory. After fingerprint verification, the old professor let TSUNA take a look at it casually, and he left impatiently and returned soon after. Holding a USB flash drive in his hand, he inserted it into the computer and explained, "The master gave me some information about the secret of Qi, and it's all here." Probably he didn't believe that anyone could practice it. Plus the old professor has a good character. So the master gave it to him very quickly. No need to waste time contacting. It's worth being happy for TSUNA. In front of him, there is a big head machine. It's the first time TSUNA has come into contact with a computer. However, the books he has read include electronic devices. After a few seconds of use, he was able to operate the computer skillfully and scroll through the text on the screen. I haven't taken a closer look yet. The old professor asked embarrassedly, "Can I check your physical data first?" "Okay. The thing won't run away here. I can look at it later." Science and technology, in terms of data, is definitely the top priority for testing. Compared to self-assessment, Gang is also very curious about what the data will be like now. The old professor has changed into a white robe. Holding a pen and paper in his hand, today's test items include strength, speed, and organ testing. Strength testing is very simple. Just punch at a target. Gang naturally would not punch with the idea of destroying the target, so he did not use the energy of chi, relying solely on the body. A simple hit. Bang! On the side, the numbers on the display screen jumped up quickly, and gradually stopped. 103 kilograms. The old professor said in disbelief, "It's already the level of an amateur boxer. Is this the result of chi training? It's really amazing." "No." Gang interrupted him and shook his head, "It's not too long since I mastered chi. Before this, I had professional training for myself. This result is normal." He kept modifying the training plan. It is the most perfect training plan completely for himself. Therefore, normal force can reach the level of an ordinary adult. For him, this number is not surprising. As for the listener, the feeling is very subtle. Self-training? Training to the level of an athlete at the age of 6 or 7. The old professor smiled bitterly, "I almost forgot that you are completely different from normal people. If you use gas, the target will break." Gang reminded, "It's meaningless to measure the data. I will use the skills to test it again." "Okay." The old professor did not doubt it, and watched intently, and then found that Gang did not have any extra preparations, and it was not much different from the last time he punched. Bang! A crisp explosion. The old professor's ears buzzed for a moment. On the display screen, the numbers were jumping wildly, like a buffalo with its tail on fire, rushing to the top in an instant. Hiss! 999. Not to mention the old professor, everyone else was also confused, only to hear the old professor muttering, "World record, the highest punching force is 331 kilograms. You almost tripled it." "No, no. This is not your limit, it's the limit of the target." The pen in his hand was broken by him excitedly, and the old professor's eyes were full of light. "Incredible! Incredible! What kind of skill is this? No chi." Seeing Gang shaking his head, the old professor is now extremely fortunate to have reached a cooperation with the child in front of him. Not to mention chi, just the force technique is enough for him to study for a long time. Genius! "No, the old professor's tone is inexplicable, maybe there are gods in the world. And you are the most perfect creation created by gods. If there are no gods, then you are a perfect biological miracle born in the infinitesimal and subtle probabilities of nature." The old professor looked at Gang's eyes. Also became more and more respectful. This change comes from the heart, like the imprint of thought, it will gradually deepen. TSUNA noticed something, but for him, it was nothing special. His attitude was still calm, and indifferent. And this, in the old professor's opinion, it was already the most normal thing. There was no reason for a perfect life to be compatible with an ordinary life form. Outside the light curtain, a group of people were already full of enthusiasm. More than 10 times the burst skill? Perfect muscle control is so awesome. This wave is not a data test, who would have thought it? Just slapped myself twice. I didn't care before, but now I regret it. It turns out that the dust that the boss wiped off is gold to us. Why am I still picking and choosing here? Chi training is a long way off, but perfect muscle control is something that can be seen with hard work. Thank you, Lord Sawada, I will start working hard now. Practice later. Sawada Tsunayoshi has finished the test and is now going to look at the secret book. Maybe I can understand it by chance and practice Chi directly. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Target 034, the 5 Saints Chi Training Method. 100 meter sprint, 11.02 seconds. Punch power, 103 kilograms. The old professor is still analyzing the internal organs. The above is the data obtained by TSUNA, who currently has no bonuses and is in the state of flat attack. Once the muscle burst technique is used. The above data, just take a look. However, no matter how high the skill multiplier is, it also needs a large basic value to play a real effect. The important thing is, how much can my basic data be improved through the training of Chi? No one interrupted. TSUNA turned on the computer again. The notebook recorded the number of words. It was just a few hundred words. The beginning first explained what Chi could do. Fists can break rocks. Palm can stop the flow. Break the hair between breaths. Okay, that's right, TSUNA nodded silently, now I have reached this realm. The previous description is very correct. The authenticity of the latter is equivalent to rising. Accumulate a tiny force, generate a wisp of pure air, lead it to Tiantu, Shenzang, Shufan, Qi. Control it for a cycle, accumulate it into a yuan without leakage, and leak without leakage into leak. The people who were ready to learn secretly were confused. What the hell is this talking about? Even if the light curtain is magical and has its own translation, I can't understand where these strange names are. Fortunately, there are many kind people. Wind, after accumulating power, stimulate a wisp of air in the body, control the air to pass through the acupuncture points just mentioned, and record it as a cycle. Keep circulating until the body can't stand it, then stop. This is what I mean. The secret book I saw at the beginning is similar to this. Thank you, Big Brother. Having read the book and knowing acupuncture points on the human body, TSUNA understood, this gives several routes that can be used to exercise with Chi circulation. But when I exercise, I basically walk through all the places on my body that can pass through. It seems that the secret book only contains a few simplified routes. After a moment of silence, TSUNA decided to give it a try later. Maybe there are some secrets in it. There should be more than just these years of experience from the predecessors. TSUNA scrolled the mouse wheel, and the last content emerged: 5 saints are born by themselves, and heaven and man are one. It ends with these 8 words, and that's it. 5 saints? He fell into thinking. The audience also began to complain. Ruslia, if I were Sawada Tsunayoshi, I would probably be speechless now. The secret book I got is not as comprehensive as my own practice. Gokudara Hayato, nonsense. Do you think everyone has the terrifying talent of the 10th generation? Those guys are just a little older, and the 10th generation can easily surpass them. Rokudo Mikuro, Kyufufu. I have some secrets about fighting spirit, but unfortunately I can't tell Sawada Tsunayoshi over there. Boss. Request a copy. Please, boss. Bell, he. Some people can't even control perfect muscles, why do they need so many secrets? Are they for collection? LOL. In the stadium, TSUNA tried hard to look at the important information and had a mental struggle in his mind. Reborn raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? I want to try. TSUNA clenched his fists. The other me is much smarter than me, and his choice must be better than mine. Stupid TSUNA. Scold me again. TSUNA felt a little wronged. Ever since TSUNA taught him a lesson, he is now very proactive in wanting to gain power. In fact, Reborn saw through him at a glance. But this matter really can't be messed up. He said calmly, "You can't chew too much. You know that TSUNA is smart, but you are not as smart as him. You still want to practice the same thing as him? Isn't this asking for trouble? Look over there." Across from him, Levi suddenly groaned. He fell to the ground. He was twitching all over. Xanxus only took a glance and cursed, "Idiot. If it weren't for the light curtain rule, you would have died now. What's so good about his power?" Xanxus took out his double guns. If it weren't for the light curtain blocking him, Levi would have exploded with anger by now. His subordinates actually followed Sawada Tsunayashi to learn? Even if they were from another world. He wouldn't allow it. Levi was groaning, his whole body was sore. His condition would not deteriorate under the light screen, but the pain he caused himself would obviously not be erased. His face turned black and purple. He thought he could control his muscles perfectly, but ended up with muscle spasms all over his body. It was a painful lesson. It made TSUNA's back cold. On the barrage, there were also a lot of people wailing. "I can't learn it. Big brother, please save me. It's so difficult. Feng, hey. I can't control my chi perfectly either, how can I teach you?" Feng, as for perfect muscle control, I can give you some experience, you must first learn to feel the wind. Oh. So it's about feeling the wind, hey? Feel the wind? Who understands? God, I finally understand. Big brother's thinking is completely different from ours. How can we learn it? Oh hey. It's over. Reborn hummed, "Do you understand? Even if Feng is here, I don't recommend you to learn this." TSUNA was shocked. He thought that Feng, the son of the rainbow, as a martial arts master, would definitely go further than Black TSUNA. Unexpectedly, Feng couldn't control the chi perfectly and could only simply circulate the route. Then, isn't Black TSUNA walking on a thorny road that no one knows the way ahead? TSUNA couldn't help but worry. At this moment, in the picture, the silent TSUNA slowly opened his eyes. After thinking for so long, he decided to try a few cycles first. If it doesn't work, at worst, he will do it his own way. As for the 5 saints, I hope my guess is right. TSUNA sat cross-legged on the floor. The soles of his feet were facing each other, and his fingertips were facing each other. A light tap of the teeth produced a wisp of fresh air. Circulate in the body according to the first route. The light curtain was also very sensible. This time, directly on TSUNA's body, every acupuncture point where the chi passes is marked with a light spot. Soon, one cycle ends. No changes occur. TSUNA's mood remains unchanged. Keep moving forward. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 10 times. At this time, the barrage of comments quiets down. It seems that the eyeballs are also following the wisp of white chi, repeatedly wandering around the acupuncture points. Suddenly, they take a breath of cold air. The speed of the cycle suddenly speeds up. Seeing TSUNA, as if impatient, he starts to control the chi calmly from the beginning. Later, it seems to be at double speed. Triple speed. Even the eyeballs can hardly keep up with the speed of the chi circulation. People who watch it feel dizzy, their eyes are full of stars, and they can hardly breathe. Good fellow. What's wrong with TSUNA? Is there something wrong with the chi? Is the rubbish route map pirated? Oh my god. I'm cross-eyed. I can't keep up. Gan, I'm sick of reading. I give up, you guys go learn. In the stadium, seeing TSUNA showing a constipated expression again, Reborn kicked him. Just say it if you have something to say. I'm just talking nonsense. TSUNA hesitated for a moment. Don't you think that the chi and the acupuncture points are connected? It looks like a stick figure. Hey! After a pause, Reborn raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you think it looks like? Snake. At this moment, suddenly, the familiar picture paused, which surprised everyone, and then ecstatic. The reward question and answer is here again. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Target 035, Chi also has attributes. Question: how many kinds of ki did Sawada Tsunayoshi gain after this training? A. 0, B. 1, C. 2, D. 3, E. 4. Please choose. Chat room. INU, I know all the answers to this question. The 5 saints that Vongola muttered at the end must be talking about 5 kinds of ki. Since he is so powerful, he must have cultivated all 5 kinds, so I choose, et. Chigasa. Your analysis seems to make sense, but the answer does not include 5 kinds of ki, which in turn shows that your reasoning is unreasonable. Gakudera Hayato's expression was very embarrassed, and he stopped talking halfway through. Oh my god, is my IQ at the same level as INU? He also thought of 5 kinds of ki. In the end, there was none in the options. Of course. There are many smart people like him. Everyone thought it was 5 kinds. Now I am confused, and I feel that any option may be right. Except the first one. 0? Impossible. With Sawada Tsunayoshi's understanding, it is impossible to be 0. Wait. Yamamoto Takeshi pinched his chin. There is actually an option of 0. Is it the same as last time? The least likely one is the possible one. He chose A. Mammon, for a guy who is difficult to guess, common sense can only be used for nothing. Reverse choice, the villa is by the sea, I choose A. Makes sense. It's so true. This is the boss of the Rainbow Suns, I follow. All in. 6-path Mikuro, not necessarily. He can stop practicing at his own will, so the other options are all possible, I choose E. Kikyo, that makes sense. I also think that the 5 saints are 5 kinds of chi, so when practicing to the 4th kind, they will stop to prepare, E. Yes? There is nothing wrong with this logic, I am the same, I choose E. I guess I can't rank in the top 3, hey, just join in the fun. Hibari Kyoya, D. Originally, he was wary of the light curtain, but he didn't catch up with the reward or the chance to fight Sawada Tsunayoshi last time. This made Hibari Kyoya feel very unhappy. Perfect muscle control? He was also trying, but Hibari had a cold face and didn't react to the pain of failure. Under the rules of the light curtain, failure in training will cause muscle spasms, and the pain is unbearable for Levi, an elite assassin. But for him, it is the price to pay for becoming stronger. Relying on will, you can break through the siege. Black TSUNA, who has a supernatural comprehension, is perfect when training, and his shortcomings are all compensated by the experience of failure under the light curtain. He wants to fight with the strong. And the desire to become stronger has never stopped. Just in time. Whether it is perfect muscle control or chi, the research of Black TSUNA is very suitable for physical masters. Hibari has been learning silently. They rarely speak in the barrage. Now choose D. It's not that he has any unique understanding. It's just his personal personality, since the probability is the same, those who are not chosen can enter the top 3. Only the top 3 can get the reward. Then BCD still has a chance. Smart, calm, stubborn, arrogant, and not changing his color even when the sky is falling, it is exactly the personality of this lonely guardian, Hibari Kyoya. Lizuran, humph. You are so good at playing, maybe you only learned one in the end? Choose B. Gakudera Hayato, UBD, if you have the ability. Don't participate in the question and answer. Who are you looking down on? Lizuran, Lolya lo hit me. Bermuda, B. Onamaiki, C, hee, give it a try. In an independent space. Onamaiki scratched the back of his head shyly and looked at the man on the throne. Master Iron Mask, I'll give it a try, you won't mind, will you? Of course, no. Gakafai said calmly, with a faint smile. Bermuda of the Avengers couldn't help but choose to participate, which shows how attractive the reward is. Onamaiki, then why don't you participate? Gakafai's didn't say anything. What I want is the reward that the light curtain may not be able to give. He wants the world not to collapse. Everything is moving in the right direction. No longer needing cornerstones and flames to maintain. Can the light curtain do it? The choices of everyone soon came to an end. With their own expectations. The picture continues to play. The light spots connected by the white gas, when TSUNA turned on the double speed. From the scattered and independent at the beginning to now, the traces of the route are gradually solidified. The more people look at it, the more scared they are. With Feng's explanation, they already understood how difficult it was to circulate qi. First, you had to at least be able to perfectly control your muscles to obtain qi. If you could barely control your qi, you were qualified to risk circulating qi. However, once you made a mistake, qi will cause damage to the body, from mild to severe. Internal organs will be damaged and bleeding, and from severe to severe, it will explode on the spot. It depends on the degree of control of qi. Even the wind. You have to carefully control qi to complete a difficult cycle of qi in the body. It's like holding a balance pole on a cliff wire, trembling. Who is like Sawada Tsunayashi? Damn! Running back and forth on the wire with bare hands is not enough, and later I changed to riding a bicycle and a motorcycle. Now, I'm racing on the wire. What? How can a wire accommodate a four-wheeled racing car? It's unreasonable. Everyone looked complicated. Yes. It's unreasonable. How the hell did they do this? Now, in their eyes. Often in their sight, the traces of the previous cycle have not dissipated, and the next cycle covers it again. The speed is as fast as riding a rocket. It's really numbing. Until the end. Qi, like a snake with its tail. Keep chasing, and finally bite the tail. At this moment, a pattern that keeps circulating and flowing, without any gaps or starting points, and can't distinguish the head and tail is born. In an instant. Even the dullest person also uttered a voice in surprise, snake. The pattern is winding. A magical breath is slowly born. At this moment, a gang is like entering a state of emptiness and clarity. His mind is wandering. The old professor who was processing data not far away suddenly felt a different atmosphere, and his nostrils twitched. He took a deep breath, and his eyes seemed to become brighter. Is this qi? Suddenly, a gang opened his eyes. In his eyes, a touch of green emerged. Blooming amazing divine light. He opened his mouth and spit. A light green wave-like airflow spurted out, and it actually swirled around him. Qi. It was obviously qi. The old professor was immediately excited. Holding the glasses he had just put on, he stretched his neck and looked forward. Hey, is this qi? In his eyes. The light green thing looked like some kind of little guy with biological signs. Suddenly, there was no time to distinguish carefully. A gang cut a wound on his arm. Bright red blood oozed out. The old professor was stunned for a moment, before he shouted to get the medical kit. Just saw. The light green qi suddenly surrounded the child's white arm and swam in circles. The blood was blown away by the airflow and disappeared. The cut wound. It was healing, visible to the naked eye. The old professor opened his mouth. It vividly performed the expressions and reactions of the people who were watching the light screen at this moment. In silence. Only A Gang showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He whispered, "The 5 saints are the 5 internal organs. The liver belongs to wood, so it produces the chi of the azure dragon. Main healing. Start work. Start work. Please ask for data." I didn't ask the editor to read it, I just wrote it blindly, and waited to see how much improvement it would have after it was put on the shelves and subscribed. Thank you for the data support. Thank you so much. Oh, it's still too early for the word count to be put on the shelves. At least the day after tomorrow. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Goal 036, The Gap of Genius. In the bright laboratory. Spotless. Telling the superiority of science and technology. Showing the civilization of human development. Until this moment. Looking at the airflow that healed the wound. The old professor said a few words, "This is not scientific. No, I don't understand it." Before the cooperation, TSUNA said that he would tell the old professor about the secret of air, and now is the time to fulfill the promise. The audience was surprised and excited. Staring. TSUNA, at first, I was thinking why these specific roots. Later I found that each root vaguely touched one of the 5 internal organs. The barrage immediately had a bunch of question marks. No, where is it vaguely displayed? Why didn't we see it? TSUNA called up a human acupuncture point map from the computer and pointed to each root with his finger. The old professor immediately came closer to look. He didn't even want to blink. The result was the same. I didn't understand it at all. I had to look at TSUNA eagerly, hoping to get an explanation. However, in TSUNA's opinion, these are all very simple questions, and he is too lazy to talk about them. You will know after practicing. Skip, skip. TSUNA, I can control the chi perfectly, but the creators of the line should not be able to do so. So they adopted the plan of rubbing. Every time they pass through the 5 internal organs, they rub it, so that the chi of the 5 internal organs can be drawn out. What? The old professor leaned back in shock. The 5 internal organs have chi? Is that so? Is it strange? TSUNA casually released 2 different colored air currents, one blue and one white, wandering in front of him. He said calmly, "Isn't the initial feeling of chi also the chi stimulated by the body? The body itself contains chi of different attributes. The heart fire is strong, so the chi disorder in the tianqi makes people manic and unconscious. The kidney water is insufficient, so they often feel tired, weak, and powerless. The lung metal is restless, causing sudden stabbing pain all over the body, like a knife cutting or a needle, and it is painful. The liver wood is deficient, unable to detoxify and replenish the body, prone to diseases, insomnia at night. The spleen earth is restless, the center is disordered, causing evil chi to invade, the 4 directions lose contact, and the army is defeated." Of course, A Gang reminded the other party, if you use scientific words to explain it, it is also very simple. If there is a problem with the 5 internal organs, you can understand the related diseases without me saying much. The old professor has studied Eastern culture. Nodding repeatedly, yes. When there is something wrong with the 5 internal organs, the symptoms shown by the human body are like this. Okay. A Gang continued, so, when they can run the chi, they try out 5 unsafe routes. The purpose is to rub the 5 internal organs and let the chi of the 5 internal organs flow out and take effect. This. No leakage to leakage? So this is what it means. The old professor widened his eyes. Do they want to exercise the 5 internal organs by destroying and repairing? Just like exercising muscles. Those ancient warriors. They don't understand technology. Maybe they think that the methods of internal and external training of limbs are the same, but They probably don't know that the internal organs are very fragile. The old professor looked regretful. The behavior is dangerous, and it will leave hidden injuries over time. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it's like a bomb explosion. Unless you can control it exquisitely every time. Let the 5 internal organs be like a balloon as big as a wheel filled with air, and just poke a small dot on it. It can release gas without exploding. Otherwise, the consequences are self-evident. One needle goes down, and the balloon bangs, and it must be dead. Even if I succeed every time by luck. A balloon with densely packed small holes, burst? Just waiting for the right time. TSUNA, they know the danger. Anyone who can simply control the air can be called a martial arts master, and is definitely not a reckless man. The old professor was at a loss. Then, he immediately reacted. He knew it was going to happen but still did it. It must contain extraordinary value that made martial arts masters take risks to try it. Just like the Azure Dragon Chi just demonstrated. The 5 internal organs are the 5 saints. In addition to treatment, the other 4 saints' chi can definitely lead to their own special effects. The old professor was immediately itchy. He was extremely curious. He gritted his teeth. He picked up the paper cutter beside him and pointed at his arm. Can I try it? He got TSUNA's consent. He cut directly. Maybe because of his strong determination, the cut was a bit fierce, and blood gushed out. He was so scared that he forgot to breathe. Fortunately, he didn't wait for him to cry out in pain and regret. The Azure Dragon Chi just released surrounded him, and the wound was numb and healed visibly. When the Azure Dragon Chi completely dispersed, the old professor rubbed it repeatedly to confirm, it's really healed. Amazing. Too amazing. Oh no, he suddenly showed a panic expression. If you call on the Azure Dragon Chi, won't your internal organs also be damaged? Damn it. How can I repeat such a dangerous thing out of curiosity? He was panicked like an ant on a hot pot. He regretted it very much. And he didn't know how to make up for his mistakes. No. Immediately interrupting the other party's emotions, a gang looked at him with puzzled eyes. They can't control it perfectly, so they need to release the chi of the 5 internal organs through destruction. What does it have to do with me? I have figured out the principle. I can guide the chi of the 5 saints by shaking the 5 internal organs directly. As soon as the voice fell, 7 or 8 small azure dragons suddenly appeared beside a gang, swimming happily. There was no trace of forced fatigue on his face, as natural and casual as breathing. Ah, this! The old professor was embarrassed and speechless. Yes. I almost forgot. The person in front of me is a perfect life form. Worry about him? It's better to worry about your own heart. The old professor covered his chest and felt that everything that happened today was too exciting, too crazy, and too magical. Chat room. Feng, so that's it. I've learned a lesson. No wonder after using the route map, the body will undergo different changes, either increase speed and strength, or temporarily enhance physical strength, and then fall into fatigue. Reborn, the chi stimulated by the internal organs, because you can't control it perfectly, you even let it dissipate and act on the body without noticing. Gakudera Hayato, hiss. In other words, even Feng used the chi of the 5 internal organs as a violent skill? If you use it, your internal organs will be damaged. Lao Milchi, absolutely. For the first time, I saw the gap between ordinary people and geniuses in Feng. Feng, in front of him, I am indeed just an ordinary seeker. Woo. The world's #1 rainbow suns are all ordinary people. Are we ordinary people still considered human? Wild, I can be a paramecium. Rough. Fantasy night, fantasy. Magical, just the remaining 5 saints chi can give you a chance to turn the tables in the battle. I really want to see the full power of the 5 saints chi. The barrage surged wildly. Seeing this, Linglan couldn't sit still again. Her face was full of shock. The chi that can heal? Isn't that the characteristic of Qinjian? No. Didn't Balin say that chi has been busy for a long time, but it has no attributes and no characteristics? Isn't it completely inferior to flames? Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Objective 037, remember to take notes. 7 kinds of flames, 7 characteristics. Red storm decomposes, green thunder hardens. Purple cloud proliferates, yellow clear activates. Blue rain calms, indigo builds. The fire of the sky is to reconcile. The activity of the clear flame is to accelerate the division of cells, so that the wound can heal quickly. Lily of the Valley looked at Bai Lan questioningly. Her tone was very dissatisfied. Bai Lan. Didn't you say that chi is not as good as flames? I will be embarrassed in that chat room soon. Lily of the Valley. Kikyo suddenly pressed her to the ground, looking at her with cold and solemn eyes. Shut up. Lily of the Valley was extremely stunned. Kikyo, who always treated them gently. His expression was so ugly. His means were so rough. Of course she was not happy. I just asked Bai Lan, did she make a mistake? She was about to struggle, and suddenly, she heard a laughing voice from above, embarrassed. It was Bai Lan. His tone was very calm. If you really care about it, it is indeed me who told you that I am not as powerful as fire, and I am really embarrassed in front of you. Lily of the Valley slowly gave up struggling. Suddenly felt. It turned out that Kikyo's hand pressing on her head was not to bully her, but to protect her. At this time, Bai Lan suddenly raised her tone. I embarrassed you, what do you decide to do? Lily of the Valley. Kikyo, Lord Bai Lan. Swish. A residual image passed by her face. It fell to the ground. It was a white dragon-shaped dart. Seeing this, the others immediately knelt on the ground. Without saying a word, red blood flowed from the wound, interrupting Kikyo's words, and also made him understand that he could never stop what the master was going to do now. Speak, Lily of the Valley. The voice echoed slowly, and Lily of the Valley's body trembled slightly, as if she had just realized it. Unknown. For Bai Lan, it didn't seem to be completely a pleasure. Lily of the Valley's body stopped trembling. As if she realized something. Kneeling on the ground, without raising his head, no, it's okay. If the light curtain is lifted, we can find that world and kill Sawada Tsunayoshi. The atmosphere was quiet for a while, and the people of the True Six Flowers became uneasy. Ha ha ha. Bai Lan suddenly laughed. Well said. He clapped his hands. That's how you have to be ambitious. I think this world is too comfortable, and you have all forgotten your own strength. Get up. As if I'm going to kill you. Several people were silent. I stood up immediately, and the bearded Shilu laughed awkwardly twice. I almost took it seriously. Ha ha ha, I acted well, didn't I? Bai Lan tore open the new bag of potato chips and said with a smile, come here, Ling Lan. Li Lan smiled far-fetchedly. I walked over honestly and took the snacks. Under Bai Lan's gaze, I picked up the potato chips stiffly and ate them bite by bite. Because it was too dry, or maybe because she ate too quickly, she suddenly started coughing continuously. Everyone looked at her sideways. Bai Lan quickly patted her on the back. Handed her a glass of water. Ling Lan drank it and looked at him timidly. She could no longer tell the truth from the false. Bai Lan put down the water cup. Okay, don't look so aggrieved. I was just wrong. Smiling. He held his chin, 5 different attributes of Qi. Plus the great sky fire he possesses, and the terrifying understanding he has been showing. To be honest, even I was thinking about where this parallel world is just now, Bai Lan's tone was a little more solemn. If qi is the same correct path as fire. With his talent, I'm afraid he will really become the strongest individual in that world. Ling Lan looked aggrieved. Muttered, I've reminded you. Hat. Bai Lan patted her head, okay, keep watching. It's still uncertain whether the path of qi is just a flash in the pan. Don't forget, qi doesn't have weapons like box weapons. He is unarmed, no matter how strong he is, he can't be the opponent of the countless troops under my command. Even if he really becomes the strongest individual, I can gather the power of several worlds and kill him. Bai Lan narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Compared with the previous mentality of watching the show, I have to admit. At this moment, Bai Lan is also serious. I thought that all other worlds had become broken archives that could not be cleared, and only this world was left with the possibility of being cleared. Unexpectedly, there was actually another mist world that I had no memory of. And this, Sawada Tsunayashi, who would obviously become the strongest person in the mist world. In order to clear the world, become the god of all parallel time and space, Bai Lan would never give up any possibility. So, at this moment, Bai Lan had already determined, I didn't expect that the obstacle to my final clearance would be Tsunayashi-kun. It happened that the light screen was playing. It was also these two Sawada Tsunayashis. It was really interesting. The purple eyes became deep and silent. In the light screen, Black Tsuna didn't know that he had been targeted by the enemy of the future and parallel time and space. After being able to instantly release the Azure Dragon Chi, several other routes. For Tsuna, it was like the reference answer, omitted. For students, it was a very uncomfortable thing. Especially after 2 months of crazy fun during the summer vacation, tomorrow is the next day and the homework is going to be done tonight. It is enough to make people scratch their heads. Fortunately, he is the one who sets the questions. No need to care about other people's lives. This is written by Tsuna, which means that the questions are too simple and no answers are needed. Roadmap? It's just a picture book used by preschoolers. The professor doesn't need to read it again. Once you understand it, you will understand everything. Through perfect muscle control, Tsuna remained calm and gently vibrated several other organs. Chi of different colors immediately appeared. There was no time to spread. Instantly wrapped by the white air around. In 1 second, it was included in the system. Became a member of Tsuna's control. Puff 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 puff. In the raised hand. Blue, red, gold, black, yellow. 5 chi flow. The gorgeous colors made Tsuna look like a banished fairy controlling fairy magic, and looking at it, he was dazzled. Even Tsuna himself. There was a kind of floating like a fairy. It was as if the body was flooded with infinite energy. With infinite possibilities. Therefore, Tsuna said to himself calmly, your speculation is not wrong. The 5 saints are born by themselves, and heaven and man are one. The old professor was puzzled, who? The barrage was also confused. Feng sighed. The seekers who have devoted their hearts and souls on the road of Qi have no regrets. Just because the most perfect seeker successfully practiced the theory and gave an affirmation. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel solemn. Understand the value of this affirmation. The look at Tsuna. There is a hint of indescribable reverence. Light curtain. In silence, Tsuna suddenly turned his hand, took back the 5 chi, and looked at the old professor. Did you invite other people? Ah! The professor was at a loss. With AO, Tsuna remembered the 2 people who came uninvited that night, and felt a little lucky. Fortunately they were not at home. There should be no need to call the police. So my mother wouldn't have to worry. Tsuna turned around. Looking at the old professor leisurely, according to the agreement, the next thing to show is the secret of the 5 chi, remember to take notes. Ah! The old professor was confused again. At this time, outside the safety door of the laboratory. Click! The door lock sparked and made an electric current explosion. Strange gunshots. A series of sounds like rain. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Target 038, Jengjin Sword Energy. The camera of the light screen zoomed out at this moment. On the boundless blue sea, a light and agile speedboat suddenly emerged between the surging golden waves. No one knows. How did they come to this sea area? But obviously, the shore is their landing place. On the speedboat, a drunk guy, looking up and blowing a green wine bottle as long as a baseball club, printed with Cyrillic, wiped the corner of his mouth with his hairy arm. With a red face, he muttered, "I hate this country, there is no stimulating good wine." Sitting opposite him, a thin figure wrapped in cloth strips, wearing sunglasses, with an unclear face. A deep male voice came out, "Too bad that you are in charge of logistics this time, Bala." Goo-ha-ha-ha. Bala patted his stomach, "Don't worry, Thorn, I'll be sober after drinking some wine." Burp. Shit. Thorn immediately picked up the stick-like object wrapped in a long cloth strip on the ground. "Be careful. BD. He he he." After wiping his mouth with seawater, Bala turned his head back to the cabin and picked up the intercom. "Explosive and dirty rat, this is Bala. Has the outpost been cleaned up? I left a lot of things." He glanced at Thorn. "As logistics, my precious guns are all in there." Chi. There was a noise inside. Bala knocked, no response, and started cursing again. As he manually controlled it, the boat was heading to the coast quickly. Chat room. "Levi, these guys, why do I feel a little familiar? I seem to have seen them somewhere." Bell, "Ugh. What a disgusting tone, Levi, have you damaged your brain?" Levi immediately glared at Bell. Bell whistled. "Ruslia, Levi is right this time, I have indeed seen these people. Squarrow, bastards. They are the assassination team basement. Remember these bastards who have hindered our actions." Hiss, basement? The assassination team that claims to have the strongest firepower? It turned out to be them. So what? TSUNA has mastered the 5 energies and can destroy the storm with one sword. 10 more assassination teams are also useless, right? It's hard to say. 3 years ago, the Wadey family was razed to the ground overnight, don't you know? It was done by the basement. Oh shit! The Wadey family in the mountains that is known to be the most difficult to conquer? Didn't they say that they were numbed by bombers? How could the basement get such a thing? Everyone's eyes were wide open. Then they looked at the bearded man in the picture. They felt the invisible terror of Slav. Hospital ward. Dino frowned, "This is troublesome." His subordinate Uncle Romario squinted and nodded. Snipers and fighter pilots are indeed completely disadvantageous opponents for the 10th generation. Just as Suzuran declared. Enemies fighting in the distance can't stand still and wait for TSUNA to come and fight in close combat. Not to mention the fighter in the sky? The sword energy that absorbs the natural wind is sharp. The fighter can't stay in the air and wait to be hit. Instead, it dropped the bomb. The range attack cost is definitely not something that can be avoided by moving more than 10 or 20 meters. Compared with this, the 2 killers who broke through the security door. Not only did they not worry everyone. On the contrary, the barrage was full of silence. R.I.P. Sizzle. The fingerprint password lock exploded after being shot. The security door moved slowly. The light inside was revealed at an angle. The hunched man with a halfback and a face full of traces of smoke and fire grinned strangely. "Baola is really good at finding things for us to do." As he said that, he changed the magazine in his hand. He held a Thompson submachine gun, a classic model widely used by gangsters. Give him less points later. I'll kill more people and get more points. The tall man in black laughed nervously with a hoarse voice. Guess how many are inside? I guess 2. If you guess wrong, I'll swallow the gun. Who cares how many there are? The man with a dirty face and a rat-like face held the Thompson horizontally. They all have to die. He he he. The tall neurotic man was also laughing. Both of them put their fingers on the trigger. No matter how many people are inside, a burst of shooting can quickly solve the problem. They are too familiar with this operation. The security door was only a quarter of the way. The muzzle of the dirty rat's gun couldn't wait to reach in, but before he pulled the trigger, suddenly, a dazzling platinum light shone through the gray security door, dazzling the eyes of the 2 people. Damn! Zhuangshi cursed. UBD, you dare to resist? Playing these tricks with us? Die! Die! He pulled the trigger angrily, but the expected torrential song did not play. On the contrary. In the silence, with a click, something fell to the ground. Zhuangshi looked down and saw the barrel. The thin black barrel. He was confused for a moment, and he doubted the origin of the smooth-cut barrel. It's F.ed. Is there something wrong with this batch of goods from Baola? At this time, the security door slowly opened. The 2 saw the child standing at the door and the old man holding a pen. Hey! Just 2 people. Explosion and Zhuangshi looked at each other. Instantly judged that the danger was 0. With a nervous smile, Blast switched his gun to a dagger. Leave it to me, I guessed it right. FKU, I want to get 2 more commissions. Dirty Rat also took out a dagger. The 2 were like sharks that smelled blood, completely ignoring the psychology of their prey. They rushed in one after another. At this time, the 2 were startled at the same time, and they always felt that the kid in front of them seemed to be taller. No. I fell down. What happened? They didn't understand the situation, but as professional killers, they reacted instantly, their muscles instinctively activated, their waists and abdomens exerted force, and they ejected. Hey? Why can't my waist work? Where's my waist? Snap, snap. It was like 2 fish struggling to get ashore. Big mouthfuls of blood gushed out. The 2 tilted their heads and saw the confusion and fear in each other's eyes. Gilu. The consciousness became more and more blurred. Blood foam blocked his mouth, and he wanted to say something, but it turned out to be an indistinct murmur. Snap, snap. The child's ankle suddenly appeared between their sights, and in their gradually dimming eyes, he walked over without stopping. Walking and talking. It was like doing a simple experiment, and then calmly gave the corresponding evaluation. The lungs belong to gold, and they produce the energy of Zhengjin White Tiger. The effect is extremely sharp. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Objective 039, Sniper Bomber. The corridor of the laboratory. Covered with blood. Even the old professor who often does experiments and has dissected a lot of cadavers feels too bloody. This is the first time he has seen someone being killed. The feeling of nausea slightly emerged. He suppressed it again. The other party's gun was extended. He came with bad intentions. Should he be merciful? Such a fierce criminal should die. Good death. The only thing that made him feel upset. Still the sense of contrast. TSUNA looked very calm when he attacked. There was no reaction after killing. It was like 2 corpses on the ground. There was no difference from a table and a chair placed in the laboratory. Take notes. The old professor suddenly woke up. He hurriedly wrote on the paper. The energy of the blue dragon can heal, and the energy of the white tiger is so sharp. His eyebrows jumped from left to right. His own laboratory. The door is made of steel plates of dozens of centimeters. It can withstand bullets. The result. Platinum-colored air flashed from TSUNA's fingertips, and the two people outside the door were clearly separated. I didn't even notice it. Magical. So magical. The old professor was trembling with excitement. On the corridor, TSUNA walked through the scattered debris on the ground. He saw a walkie-talkie. There was a crackling sound inside. As the sound gradually became clearer, the person inside said, "It's really troublesome. Finally got in touch. Has the outpost been cleaned up?" On the beach, Baola scratched the hair on his chest. Thorn subconsciously looked around, and seemed to be quite fond of the cliff not far away. That's a good place for sniping, but it's a pity that the destination of the mission is not here. Tisk. They haven't finished yet. The Slavic man raised his hand. He tapped the walkie-talkie. Finally, there was no noise. He asked about the situation on the other side again with a smile, but what he got was a childish voice speaking English that he had never heard before. "If you still want to continue killing people, I'll wait for you on the beach." Swish, swish. The intercom became a noise again. Silence for a while. Baola scratched his hair. "It seems that Blast and Dirty Rat are dead. This kid is quite arrogant." For the death of his teammates, neither of them felt sad. However, Jingzi had already lowered his head and ran towards the cliff over there without saying a word, and disappeared in an instant. Baola, who stayed behind, sighed. He raised the bottle on the ground and smashed it towards his calf. "This bottle of wine is for you. I'm mainly annoyed with this stinky kid." He twitched his big red nose. He cursed, "The cost of transporting it here is too high. Who will reimburse me for this?" There was a figure on the beach, running with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and soon disappeared. Chat room. I give up. Did this guy really bring the bomber in advance? Where did they get the connection? Are all the people in Japan a bunch of idiots? They don't care about this? Hee. Maybe one of them wants to assassinate the enemy faction? I believe that the people in Japan can do this kind of thing. Why bother? I want to see a river of blood now. Come on, is there anyone who wants to bet online? Bet whether Tsunayoshi Sawada will defeat the bomber and the sniper rifle, or whether he will be killed by the two. Larmilchi, where did so many rookies come from? In the first question and answer, Tsunayoshi Sawada is alive and well. Isn't the answer obvious? It is also possible that the two found Tsunayoshi Sawada difficult to deal with, so they gave up revenge and went on the mission. Dirty Rat, FK. I don't give up. If we keep a distance, I can kill Tsunayoshi Sawada by myself. My favorite time bombs and RPGs are useless. Died like a maggot. We lost because of the lack of intelligence. Who the hell could have thought that the security door was not even opened, and a stream of energy went straight through the door? Mother F. Oh shit. The dead are resurrected. Stupid, stop posting comments. This dirty rat is from our world. If they hadn't met Sawada Tsunayoshi, the members in the basement would still be arrogant and active. Baola, guhahaha. Don't worry, we will avenge you in another world. Sivalo, stupid. Sivalo, how can a killer have so many excuses? A weakling must die. Even if I was outside the door, I would be killed instantly by that Gengjin White Tiger Sword Chi. Phantom Knight, I agree. Xanxus, that's because you are just a garbage shark. Trash. Only slightly stronger than the other two bastards who died, but still garbage. Scum. Ha 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 ha. Sivalo, hey. I'm just speaking the truth. If Sawada Tsunayoshi can deal with bombers and sniper rifles next, it means that high-speed mobility and long-range attacks are not effective. At that time, you who have the same characteristics will have to admit his threat. Xanxus. Seeing this scene, Belle and Levi suddenly shut up. Dare not express any opinion. As Varian's vice captain, Squirrow's relationship with the boss is obviously different. Although they both mocked Squirrow for not dying directly in the shark's mouth after his defeat. But seeing Squirrow so fierce and preaching to the boss, the two still trembled in their hearts. Levi was practicing secretly just now. He was almost blown away by Xanxus. Wouldn't this Persian Squirrow be directly expelled from Varian and put on the boss's wanted list? Who would have thought? When the two secretly looked at Xanxus, but found out. Xanxus, with a gloomy face, did not speak. At this moment, an inexplicable sense of horror hit the top of their heads. The two widened their eyes. Thoughts surged. Boss, don't you want to refute? Suddenly, the light curtain began to clang. With a terrifying roar, a bomber soared into the sky in the gradually darkening night. Fortunately, the coast of Binshung is already remote, and few people come here in the winter season. Now on the beach, there is only a young child. Under the light of the lighthouse in the distance, it seems like a ghost, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The switch has been tripping these 2 days. I asked someone to fix it today. I said a lot and left with the door-to-door fee. The desktop computer has been shutting down many times, and it feels like it is about to have problems. I can't type well. It's only the second chapter of today. Sorry. No more words. I will continue to type and upload later. Sorry. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Goal 040, confidence in hitting the target. The sunset glow was dim, and there were only a few stars. The cold wind whistled in the low altitude. It was like a cold blade hitting the bat-like bomber. The shadow paint made it difficult to detect, and the majesty of the steel made the cold wind shatter vigorously. The bombs painted with smiley faces on both sides were like the epitome of the god of death, blazing but cold. Bala, wearing goggles on the bomber, called his companion Thorn below, "Are you there?" "We are there." Lying on the cliff, Thorn's slender body showed amazing flexibility. The grass leaves around him became his companions, covering him firmly on the ground. Even if the rare creatures in autumn and winter passed by in front of him, his eyes did not shift. The animal ran away from him without noticing. Through the eyepiece of the sniper rifle, Thorn saw the figure on the beach. Indeed, it was a child. It appeared and disappeared under the light of the lighthouse. Only when the white light of the lighthouse turned around could it be seen. In a blink of an eye, it was not clear again. "Report the location." Baola shouted, "After blowing up these bastards, I will go blow up that shitty outpost." "One person." "What?" I said, "Only one person." "Oh shit." Baola muttered, "Be careful. I don't know which robbery killer group we ran into. This person must be a bait thrown casually. Don't expose your position." "Understood." Jingzi also felt strange. There was only one child on the huge beach. No matter how you look at it, it must be a bait. As for the possibility that a child killed Explosive and Dirty Rat in such a short time? What a bullshit joke. So, this child must be the enemy's bait. If he fired a gun, the hidden enemy might figure out his current position, so the best way is to let the bomb solve it. 113, 21, 99. This is the position coordinates built with thorns as the center. Baola looked at the position displayed by the radar. He showed a hideous smile. He shouted, "Death is coming." Bang! Under the cabin, the hanging gun barrel emitted a red flame, and in the increasingly dark night sky, a falling red meteor condensed. At the same time, Thorn's eyepiece immediately moved around, looking at all the surroundings where the enemy might be hidden. That kid will definitely be blown to death. There is no doubt. Now we have to look at the real enemy. With his many years of combat experience, he put himself in the shoes of the other party and thought about where he was going to attack. Lighthouse? No one. In the bushes on the shore? No one. On the beach at low tide? No one. No one, no one, no one. Boom. While he was confirming, a violent white light and roar sounded. It seemed that the whole cliff was shaking. But Jingzi had already skillfully avoided the bomb landing point reported just now. He didn't want to be blinded by the light of the bomb. After a moment, Baola, hasn't it come out yet? No. Jingzi muttered, wondering, could it be that the opponent is also a master of lurking sniper rifles? Hiding so tightly? When the eyepiece casually swept across the beach. Suddenly, his body froze. The passing lens. As if carrying a little confusion, it shifted a little to the left again. At the center point of the eyepiece, a child stood there calmly, looking up. It seemed to be admiring the stars in the sky. Howli Siat! Jingzi burst out with a swear word, and Baola in the sky was stunned, and heard him shouting again, "Where did you throw your bomb?" "The Pacific Ocean, where your grandma washes her feet." FK. What are you talking about? That kid is totally fine. Bullshit. Then just blow him up. Thorn repeated anxiously, attack again, this time I'll see everything with my own eyes. Damn it. Muttering, Baola pressed the button and reluctantly shouted again, "Death, come." In the barrel, the blazing flame roared again. It turned into a meteor under the dark blue night sky. Hoo-woo. Thorns widened his eyes, concentrating and holding his breath. The beach. Watching the blazing meteor descend again. TSUNA calmly put his hands behind his back. The Zhengjin white tiger energy that penetrated his body, facing the gradually changing night sky, went upstream, and suddenly approached the blazing meteor in the air, and then penetrated. Boom! The explosion sounded again, lighting up the sky. A pair of pure eyes, however, followed the Zhengjin sword energy to look at the path of the meteor. Arriving at their farthest distance, the white tiger chi, which lost control and cohesion, gradually dissipated. There is still some distance to the target. With my current physique, I can only throw it so far with sword chi alone. Moreover, unlike pure chi, which can stir up natural chi and increase power, the 5 chis maintain their own properties until they disappear, each has its own strengths. Considering whether to compress the Zhengjin chi and then explode, theoretically it should be blasted to a farther distance. A Gang changed his mind and said, "Forget it, let's talk about it later. There are still 3 kinds of chi that have not been tried." Decided. Next, let's try kidney water, Suanwu chi. There was silence on the other side of the cliff. Shit. 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 The terrified voice of Thorns rang wildly in the channel. Baola, are you crazy? Oh. Damn it. I'd rather I was crazy. FK, your bomb was destroyed by a strange white shining light in mid-air. You're really crazy. A hole. I'm not kidding. Thorn shouted in the most serious and urgent tone, there are no other enemies. Stop deceiving yourself. This kid is the most terrifying enemy. Okay. Just assume that I forgot to drink. Baola said seriously, I believe you, and what should I do now? According to you, my bomb is invalid. Let me do it. Thorn took a deep breath, the bomb is so big, he might be able to see it and intercept it. My bullets are faster and more concealed than bombs, and the power is enough to blow people into a ball of blood. Wait for your news. Soon, Thorn exhaled deeply, forced his body to control, and entered a state of calmness like a robot. Even if the enemy is very weird. As if he has superpowers. But After many years of fighting and encountering so many weird things, I won the final victory. It must be the same this time. Thorn's eyes became cold, and through the eyepiece, he locked onto the child, who was walking in the dark shadows at the moment. The light of the lighthouse flashed by. Now, a divine light suddenly flashed in Thorn's eyes. As if with divine help. He felt unprecedented confidence. Pull the trigger. In an instant, Thorn seemed to have lost all his strength. But under the mask, he showed a bright smile of victory. When the light flashed, he could know whether the basketball would go into the basket when it left his hand. It was the same at this moment. He knew. The bullet would hit the bull's eye. Bang! An 18-centimeter pointed bullet, after being hit by explosives, accelerated, and accelerated wildly in the spiral rifling. Push! Push! Push again! The muzzle flashed. The bullet passed through a fallen leaf, shattered it and burned it black, and then reached the beach nearly 1,000 meters away. Puff! Where the light of the lighthouse shone, a cloud of blood mist as high as a person really exploded. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Target 041, invincible before self-immolation. After the sandstorm, TSUNA felt the energy of Suunwoo. His senses were magnified several times: vision, hearing, smell, touch. It seemed that a sense field without any blind spots was formed around him. At the moment the bullet was fired, the field sensed the change in sound. The brain clearly identified the direction of the bullet, so, before the danger came, he took a step back. One step difference, for ordinary people, is the difference between life and death brought by a miraculous flash of inspiration. Slowly opened his eyes. The light brown eyes intertwined with the black energy. It seemed to absorb all the light. It turned into a deep black hole, extremely ghostly. He had no experience as a sniper, and the sense field of Suunwoo energy was not that far away, but TSUNA had an inexplicable intuition. It seemed that he felt the existence of the other party. So, even if it was thousands of meters away. At the moment when the sandstorm fell from his eyes, TSUNA glanced at the cliff in the distance. Cliff. Behind the eyepiece. Seeing the blood mist, no. After the sand mist disappeared, the child was intact. Thorn's confidence seemed to be torn into countless pieces by the tornado. Just as the basketball was about to enter the basket, the entire basketball hoop suddenly twisted. It was like seeing a ghost. Then, suddenly, through the eyepiece, Thorn saw the vague sight and dark eyes of the other party. Hiss! Ha! 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 He tilted his head and hid in the grass stems. His rapid breathing made the insects around him flee. He heard the anxious shouts of his teammates. His hands trembled slightly. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and felt cold in his hands. There was sweat on his hands, and he almost couldn't hold it tightly. That guy is a monster. Not only did he dodge the bullet in an instant, but he also saw me. Baola suddenly asked, otherwise, let's go directly to the mission. To be honest, I think you may be under too much pressure recently. Found that his teammates still didn't believe it. They were quickly moving positions. Thorn couldn't hold it anymore, a hole. I'm telling the truth. That guy definitely saw me. Hoo. Suddenly, Thorn felt a little hot. Time went back a few seconds. TSUNA decided to trust his intuition. Maybe it's the hidden effect of the black tortoise's chi. He remembered that in the book he had read, it was said that if the observation is detailed enough, through deductive reasoning, the answer that is infinitely close to the truth can be inferred. Maybe the perception field has the effect of all-round observation, so it seems to enhance the intuition, but in fact it is still a correct reasoning? At this moment, among the viewers, A ball of orange flame jumped slightly. The first generation of Vongola was full of emotion. At this age, he has awakened the super intuition of blood talent. Regardless of comprehension, his physical qualifications are also unique among the successors of the leaders. He suddenly smiled with relief. He has developed his body to an unprecedented level. Perhaps because of this, the super intuition can be revealed. On the beach, TSUNA's speed suddenly increased. Shuttled in the light of the lighthouse, just like in the dark, leaving an unclear afterimage. Perfect muscle control and gas assistance. A distance of 100 meters normally takes 10 seconds. But now it only takes 2 or 3 seconds to pass. Even with the advanced judgment of the perception field, the soft sand under the feet and the sudden obstacles cannot form obstacles, but become stepping stones. Like flowing water and clouds, silky and smooth. The afterimage swayed and arrived at the bottom of the cliff. In the night, the cliff was like a wooden stake split by a divine axe. It stood abruptly, with an unreachable and awe-inspiring atmosphere. This is exactly the side where snipers can feel at ease, without worrying about someone climbing up and attacking from here. However, on the scattered rock walls, TSUNA lightly jumped, like an antelope hanging its horns without a trace, and the nearly vertical rock wall was as high as 100 meters. There were only a dozen points that could be climbed. There were many distances of 7 or 8 meters between them. Even with professional climbing equipment, it was necessary to consider it again and again, and it might not be possible to swing over with inertia. But under the eyes of everyone, TSUNA was like a light ghost, or a creator who changed the rules. He was walking on such a high and difficult cliff as if it were flat ground. A vertical distance of 100 meters. It took only a few seconds. The moonlight was hazy. A figure stood on the top of the cliff, with deep eyes and black eyes, observing the many trees and rocks below, searching for traces. The viewers just felt cold in their hearts. They could not hide their respect and admiration for Sawada Tsunayoshi. They were awakened again and had a horrifying memory of seeing these ruthless eyes for the first time. It seemed the people hiding became the ones behind the light curtain. Once they were discovered, suddenly, their hearts suddenly shrank and beat wildly. Their eyes locked on the target. The other party was holding a sniper rifle and quickly moved positions in the leaves to avoid. Oh! It's over! Everyone's heart trembled. Then they saw that the black color in TSUNA's eyes faded and red appeared. Heart fire! The spirit of Suzaku! Plop! 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 The beating of the heart changed its frequency. As we all know, the stronger the heart beats, the more terrifying speed and attack it can burst out. You can refer to creatures in nature. At this moment, TSUNA felt as if he had replaced his heart with a blue whale, heavy and powerful. Every time the blood pumped out by the beating was like a huge wave. Plop! 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 Different from the perception field brought by the Suinyu-chi, it seemed that everything was under control. The Suzaku-chi made TSUNA's blood boil. It was as if he had changed from a human to a giant spirit, and suddenly had the strong confidence to destroy everything. Hot! TSUNA looked around, and the evergreen pine needles gradually shrank and turned yellow. The weeds on the ground seemed to curl up in fear and fled to the distance. Suzaku-chi! It really has the heat of fire. No. It's better to say that I became the heat source. The constantly increasing heat has enhanced my all-round strength, but also brought limitations. TSUNA realized that in this state, if the physical fitness is not enough, forcing the Suzaku-chi to open, I am afraid that it will end up with a self-immolation. But before the self-immolation, he was invincible. Start updating, today will definitely be 10,000 words. I was so scared that I didn't know if the switch was okay. It seemed okay, but it didn't seem okay. If it was okay, it was okay. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Target 042, Problem with the light curtain? Hot. So hot. Thorn, who was running to change positions, was thirsty and everything in front of him was shaking like waves. Water. I need water. It was as if a furnace was stuffed into his body, and the surroundings became a sauna. In just a dozen seconds, he couldn't help but tear off the cloth strips on his body, revealing an ordinary face, cracked lips. The extreme dehydration changed his thinking ability, and he didn't even know why he came here. He had only one thought: water. Bang! Snap! Thorn fell to the ground. The reason was just a very ordinary stone. There was a noise from the black walkie-talkie that fell to the ground, and the sound became very distant. Thorn couldn't understand what the other party was saying. He couldn't care about these. When he raised his head with difficulty, just saw a clear spring on the ground. Sweet and cool. Water. Thorn was ecstatic and immediately put his head in. Drink the fountain of life to his heart's content. Unable to raise it for a long time. When TSUNA came over, seeing this man who had stuffed his head into the crack of the stone, he was as quiet as an ostrich and had lost any signs of life. He was dead. The water in his body was evaporated, and he died of heat. He was filled with a beautiful illusion before his death. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sparks appeared on the leaves all around. Blood flowed through the body like magma. Before the intercom melted, a rough and anxious voice came out: "You damn bastards!" The voice stopped abruptly. The intercom also turned into a pool of mucus. Like black asphalt. TSUNA had already noticed that the Suzakuchi was obviously a single-handed ability. After it was turned on, it would not care about the lives of everyone, and it was a test of fire resistance. It was a bit of a pity. In this state, the bad guy died before he had a direct confrontation with him. I just found out that using the heat of fire to expand the air can make it fly. TSUNA was a little regretful. At this time, beep, beep. The sound of bombers was circling overhead. Bala's face flushed. Go to hell, BD. Blow up this damn cliff. He still didn't know what happened on the beach below. He didn't even see the enemy. But he heard the sound of Thorn's death, so the enemy must be on the cliff. In that case, I'll blow up the entire cliff. Go to hell. Bala looked down and finally saw a bright red light on the cliff in the darkness. And suddenly it seemed to be closed. It suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a red light suddenly rose from below, like a retrograde meteor, rushing into the night. In an instant, it came to the front of his flight path. The Slavic man was startled, holding the lifting rod, staring closely at the red light. He could barely see a figure from it. People. The bomber trembled in the air, and soon regained stability. The flustered Batola realized something and screamed in pain, I made a huge mistake. What Thorn said was true. Monster. This is a monster. Oh. Black God. Let me kill this BD and avenge them. Batola screamed angrily. He pressed the red button in his hand. On the left and right sides of the bomber, huge missiles painted with smiley faces ignited and propelled instantly. However, Batola saw. Not only did the other party not avoid it. Instead, he stood in the air and took a deep breath. The red light beside him. Like a flash in the pan, it returned to his body, accompanied by the slight rise and fall of his chest. The next second, the red mist was like a cumulonimbus cloud, spitting out from his mouth, covering the bomber. In an instant, the terrifying high temperature caused the strong man's face to crack. Looking out from the transparent shell of the cockpit, only a ball of red fog could be seen, and no direction could be seen. Batola let out a sharp scream. In an instant, he turned into a charred corpse. 2 terrifying missiles. They were directly ignited in the high temperature. They had not yet flown out of the range of the red fog. Boom! Boom! Under the night, a brilliant firework bloomed, blowing away the red fog. For a moment, the firelight was like an exploding meteor, exploding a sky full of falling iron flowers and stars, beautiful. Plop! Without much control, a figure fell into the ocean below. Crash! Accompanied by the surge of the waves. Looking at the bright moon that finally appeared from behind the dark clouds, TSUNA floated on the sea like drifting with the waves. He was not injured at all. He was not exhausted. But suddenly I had a feeling, the 5 chi characteristics have made me an extraordinary person. Is there no other way to gain power in this world? There should be. I just haven't found it yet. So, do I need to continue looking for those ways to gain power next? A huge wave hit. It hit TSUNA into the cold sea. The sea surface was turbulent. The seabed was also filled with countless undercurrents. At this moment, TSUNA saw countless creatures on the seabed. Compared with the marine life illustrations, TSUNA recognized most of the creatures. There are many more. It was the first time he saw a small thing. However, no matter how the environment changes, no matter what kind of fish, they are all following the principle of natural selection. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp, Hualala. A huge monster slowly moved forward in the ocean, and many small fish immediately fled in all directions. The huge monster moved forward slowly. Disappeared in TSUNA's eyes. But in TSUNA's eyes, the previous thought had returned to calmness. Not long after, TSUNA continued to float on the sea as before. Under the moonlight, TSUNA whispered, "In this case, I will be a blue whale in the ocean, fearless of wind and rain. Besides, the secret of strengthening the body that I pursue can already be achieved through the 5 chi. Next, let me continue to pursue the knowledge and truth that exists in this world. Pursue stronger strength? No need. TSUNA just wants to forge an invincible body. Then, study hard." The screen paused. Everyone came back to their senses and realized that the rewards were about to be distributed, but they were confused now. Isn't this mastering the 5 kinds of chi? Come to the light curtain, tell us, which of the 5 kinds of chi is the answer you gave? This paragraph is long, but the effect is not very good, but fortunately it is finished. There is still work to do later. Whispering, the main reason is that the circuit breaker is always tripping, which makes people lose their minds and break their train of thought. I have been reading for a long time today, and I took out my notebook to write. Have a meal, and continue later. Black TSUNA is the path of chi and dead chi fire. Didn't you find that dead chi fire is dead chi? See you later. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Target 043, a true entanglement. Answer: how many kinds of chi does Sawada Tsunayashi master? The answer is determined by personal will. The correct option is B. Sawada Tsunayashi believes that he has mastered one kind of chi. Chat room. By Anki, it is obvious that TSUNA treats the 5 kinds of chi as one kind of chi. Principle? In his opinion, the birth methods of the 5 kinds of chi are the same. Phantom Knight, agree. Dino, then, the answer is indeed one kind of chi. I wonder who guessed it this time. The top 3 correct answers to this question, Suzuran, Bermuda, and Amano Akira. Note, the penalty for random selection is offset by the reward for the correct answer. Rewards are being distributed. Bermuda, substitute. Reward introduction: a mysterious witchcraft exists in a certain world. When selected, you can designate a person who has spoken in the chat room to replace the selected effect. Bermuda? An unknown person from somewhere? Onamaiki. Gamma, acquisition reward. If you don't know how to use it, you can trade the right to use it to me. As long as you use it according to my needs, I can do one thing for you. The abacus is beating loudly. Who the hell are you? Mr. Bermuda, I can help you do 10 things. No. 50 things are fine. The chat room is as lively as a big market. Everyone knows that this prop is not a reward for improving strength. At first glance, it has no benefits, but it is actually an exemption from punishment. When I think of the experience of being chosen to become a sheep, and the limited time bounty order to sign up and get beaten, who knows what weird selected activities will be in the future. In the dark and chaotic cave, the cold breath permeated, and the surrounding stone walls condensed into cold water droplets. However, at this time, the atmosphere changed slightly, very, very subtle. However, Rokudo Mikuro, who was in it, was a typical human spirit. His eyesight was originally sharp, and because of the yin energy of the Sharingan, his observation ability was better. It was seen at once. This group of cold and gloomy Avengers. There was a little commotion. He thought silently, could it be that one of the Avengers is called Bermuda? Kyufufu, interesting, this group of arrogant mafia, I'm afraid they don't know that the object of their promise to trade is this group of monsters. It's too funny to think about it. Outside the site blocked by the Avengers' bodies. Like an extra staff. Like a lonely ghost. Bermuda stood on Yeka's shoulder and was also very surprised, there is actually a reward. The reward is not a physical entity. But he can feel that he has mastered the rite of designation once, which is very difficult to describe. How? Yeka asked softly. Bermuda immediately understood what he meant. Why do all the Avengers exist? It's because, revenge. They became like this, neither human nor ghost, all thanks to ABD. Iron Mask. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Even if their hearts are already rotten, dark, and withered. Bermuda couldn't help but let out a low and strange laugh. Next time, I'm going to choose randomly. Choosing an answer randomly will be punished. After being punished, you can designate someone to replace. Wait. Yeka suddenly reminded, the designated target must be the one who is going to speak. That guy, he shouldn't have spoken yet, right? Or, he has spoken, but we don't know his name or code name. Bermuda's surprise suddenly calmed down. It was like being poured with cold water. Although it is not certain what the next punishment will be, it is indeed a bit uncomfortable to feel that this great revenge is about to be avenged, but it suddenly stops. After a while, he calmed down. You're right, I was too happy. For many years, we haven't found his exact location, and we couldn't start our revenge. Finally, I saw an opportunity that was within reach, and I lost my composure. But since there is such a reward, we must insist on answering questions. It is more efficient to answer questions and kill the Iron Mask than to search hard. What the hell is the light curtain? As long as it can help revenge. Then it will swallow all the Avengers present as a price, and Bermuda will not hesitate. Mysterious space. The narrow-eyed Onamiki was frightened and took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Fortunately, you didn't speak, sir. Gakafis didn't say anything. Watching Bermuda get the reward, there was an unprecedented thought in his eyes. If the light curtain can even interfere with me, does it mean that the light curtain really has the ability to achieve my ultimate goal? Onamiki showed a horrified expression. Are you going to take the initiative to take the bait and try to punish me? Gakafis shook his head, but he was thinking in his heart whether he could reveal his identity after seeing the punishment. This will verify the strength of the light curtain. After all, this planet involves too much. He and his people have also paid too much. I dare not gamble easily. Rewards are being issued. Lily of the Valley, Entanglement Reward Description. After launching the reward, the initiator will have an entanglement with the person of the light curtain in the corresponding light curtain world, and fate is destined to create an opportunity for encounter. Chatrumo. What kind of reward is this? Kikyo, ha-hum. Literally, if Suzuran is playing in a certain world and activates this entanglement, the Suzuran in the corresponding world is destined to meet Sawada Tsunayoshi in this world. That's it. Suzuran, pa. What kind of stinky reward is this? I don't even want it even if it's given to me. Who wants to meet this guy? Can't rewards be rejected? Gokudara Hayato, BD. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. You keep talking nonsense. You don't understand the greatness of the Judame at all. I want to be the Judame's right-hand man in every world. Yamamoto Takeshi, ha ha ha, I want it too. I also want to play games with the shady TSUNA again. Rambud, humph. Give it to Lord Raymaud. Wild, what a bunch of idiots. Idiots. Do you know how terrible this reward is? Idiots shouldn't have rewards. Refuse it, idiot. TSUNA, et? As a scientist of the Rainbow Suns and a world-leading researcher, the weight and lethality of Wilde's words are obviously not on the same level as the reactions of a bunch of trash. Linglan was scolded until her face turned red. Holding a mysterious purple gold light in her hand, who is this big idiot calling an idiot? If I had known about the operation to kill the Rainbow Suns, I would have participated and killed this big idiot 100 times. Pomegranate covered her stomach and laughed wildly. That BD is really rude, but you have no chance. We have killed all the Rainbow Suns in all the worlds. Ha hum. In the world where Kurosawada Tsunayoshi is, the Rainbow Suns should all be there, and we can kill them again. Linglan, don't be angry, he must have a meaning for saying that. Sorry, Lord Balin, with my shallow wisdom, I can't understand it. Hey. Balin showed a trace of relief. Fortunately, I really know the answer to this question, otherwise I will be embarrassed in front of you again. By the way. Looking at Linglan with puffed cheeks. Bai Lan said in a deep voice, don't refuse this reward, and you must activate this entanglement. Suddenly, Linglan was stunned. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Target 044, Lily of the Valley's critical hit. Standing there. Like a female ghost who was punished to stand. Linglan blushed, feeling indignant. I mocked that guy so many times, but I didn't get it right once. What's wrong with Chi? Not as good as fire. What's wrong with the weather? Chi is garbage. What's wrong with me using a sniper rifle to snipe from a distance? I will definitely be able to easily gossip Sawada Tsunayoshi. How long has it been since these words were sent out? In the next scene. Chi has 5 attributes, one of which is not shown. Is it to reflect the fault tolerance rate? He also specifically explained in his voice that the 5 Chi are very stable and have nothing to do with the weather. Then the gossip sniper and the bomber. I was so angry. At that time, many people in the barrage opened mockery. Linglan was still holding on. Pretend not to see it. Unexpectedly, after finally guessing the reward was such a thing, entanglement fate? Bah! I don't want it. Dirty thing. Seriously, Suzuran was about to do what was said in the barrage and refuse the reward on the spot. Unexpectedly. Balin suddenly gave an order. Use the entanglement. I just said, you don't need to throw it away. Ouch! Isn't this embarrassing me in the barrage again? She was screaming in her heart, but with Balin's previous face-changing skills, Suzuran is much more honest now. She didn't dare to reveal her heart so bluntly. She could only look at Balin with a red face. Her face was full of tangles and discomfort. I hope Balin can change her mind. However, Balin didn't care about her and said seriously, as of now, the 2 screens are playing the past of Sawada Tsunayoshi-kun and what happened. Black Tsunayoshi-kun is only 6 or 7 years old now, but the last choice has played the scene when Tsunayoshi-kun was in junior high school. What does this mean? Suzuran couldn't think and just wanted to escape. Pomegranate was blank and ignorant. No culture. Wolfsbane, Hinabi, one is a masked monster, the other has psychological problems, let alone answering questions. The most reliable one is Kikyo. His eyes changed, what is being played now is the past of Sawada Tsunayoshi. If Suzuran uses the entanglement, does it mean that the light curtain can fabricate and reverse his past? As described in the reward, it changed his fate. After saying this, Kikyo showed a horrified expression. Changing the past of another time and space? What a great power! Even Lord Balin only obtained the common memory of the future world and could not interfere with the past. Absolutely correct. Bai Lan crossed his legs, supported his head with one hand, and leaned on the sofa, his eyes serious. I was wondering why I had never seen the world where Kuro Tsunayoshi was. You know, any choice may give birth to a parallel world, so starting from the birth of Sawada Tsunayoshi in the dark world, there should be countless future dark worlds. But, there are none. There is not even a similar world. What does this mean? It means that the dark world is unobservable. Bai Lan directly said the guess, his eyes suddenly brightened, this world is like Schrodinger's cat. When we see the content played by the light screen, that is the past of the dark world, and the content we don't see is chaos. He said it so easily. Several people were actually drawn into this magical inference, shocked beyond words. But they didn't think it was fake. Pomegranate touched his stubble, so, in the dark world, everything is possible. To be precise, Bai Lan seemed to have seen a perfect new game, his eyes full of greed. As long as we are qualified, such as the reward of Lily of the Valley, we can also appropriately interfere with that world and change our fate? Haha, I prefer to call it changing the plot. Kikyo stood in place and murmured, last time it was a projection battle, this time it was an entanglement. Could it be that in the future I can still travel to the world where he is? Ha ha ha. Who said there is no possibility? Bai Lan laughed, you are worthy of being my most trusted captain. Ah! I believe the light curtain will satisfy my wish, I really want to see this black Tsunayoshi with my own eyes. At this moment, the smile that often hangs on his face can no longer block his true heart, the dark malice and the fun of playing with humans like gods or demons, surging wildly. Even if they don't face this emotion directly. Everyone present, still dumbfounded, their body and mind were cold. For a long time. Until Bai Lan realized and restrained herself. She smiled again. Several people were relieved, as if they remembered how to breathe, with a tremor of fear and excitement. Looking at Bai Lan, full of reverence. Realizing that this observation was to verify the importance of whether Bai Lan's reasoning was correct. Linglan gritted her teeth and crushed the entanglement. Anyway, I have been ridiculed so many times. Damn it, next time I will definitely ridicule that guy after the dust settles. The purple gold light intertwined and entangled. For a while. Like the planets in the solar system, rotating around the sun while rotating on their own, everyone ran together in the boundless universe, romantically and wantonly. It was a meteor magnified countless times. Throwing into the black light curtain. At this moment, the child who returned from the sea suddenly saw the brilliance appearing in the night. Not only the child. All the viewers saw it. That shocking and romantic, alien from the universe. Countless purple gold meteors fell on the night sky, weaving a brilliant river of pearls and jade. Beautiful. So beautiful. Even TSUNA stopped in his tracks because of this beautiful scene that he had never heard of or seen in books. He suddenly felt. Perhaps. He wanted to have a longer life, more energy, and a more perfect body, just to witness more such brilliant moments in life. Just as he was still immersed. The golden light did not stop. Still running on the track. But, getting lower and lower. Getting lower and lower. Therefore, TSUNA suddenly felt something was wrong, blinked, and showed a rare silly expression. Why does it feel like it's coming for me? Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Target 045, Medical Miracle Needle. The meteor hit like a light curtain. In an instant, TSUNA opened the perception field, trying to read and predict how to deal with this situation. His intuition, which had always worked, was lazy like a child who stayed in bed, and he didn't react at all. After the meteor passed through his body, all the brilliance disappeared. The night, the ocean, the tide, as always. Nothing was different. TSUNA checked himself and touched his body again. Nothing happened? It shouldn't be an illusion, right? Scratching his head, he couldn't figure it out. Nature is really mysterious. When he was walking on the way to the laboratory, the light curtain was very lively. Good guy, finally there is a situation where TSUNA is confused. It makes people feel warm. I don't understand, TSUNA doesn't understand, so I am equal to TSUNA. The formula is instantly solved. Gakudera Hayato, funny, right? Didn't you say you would refuse the reward and throw it away without using it? It's a waste to give it to someone who is inconsistent like you. Damn. I am anxious, this guy is anxious too. Leolin is also the king of being slapped in the face. I have predicted it so many times before, but it didn't work once. Maybe this Leolin is the real light curtain comparison. Shirosawa Tsunayashi should be replaced by him. Chun Chun is a clown. Ha ha ha. It's actually pretty good. Even the Rainbow Sun said that this prop is very powerful. We can see how powerful it is if it can be used. But it's just a meteor shower, and I can't see anything else. Leolin gritted her teeth. Before she used it, she felt that she was going to face another wave of ridicule, but she didn't expect that people's hearts are sinister and these people's words are really unpleasant. Now, she can only hope, I in another world must make that guy look bad. Fantasizing about using Shurikai box to beat Sawada Tsunayashi. Kikyo on the side was hesitant to speak. According to the chronological order, how many years will it take for you to master Shurikai box? Will Sawada Tsunayashi meet you until then? The probability is very low. From previous experience, this light screen is all about immediacy. Every reward or punishment comes as soon as it is said. I have never seen a delay of too long. But Kikyo did not say anything. I am afraid that Suzuran will really break the defense. In the picture, TSUNA greeted the excited and busy old professor in the laboratory and prepared to go home. The old professor held a test tube in his hand. His face was full of excitement. Especially after watching the general process of the battle remotely. I know how Chi is a supertime existence. He was completely excited. There was blood collected for TSUNA in the test tube, and he was preparing to analyze it. He looked up and said hurriedly, I will take you back, and I will come to analyze it later. He just encountered a life and death crisis due to the arrival of the killer. Now he is busy with the research project. He is also very carefree. TSUNA waved his hand, I want to fly back. What else can the old professor say, with an envious look on his face? Have a nice trip. Actually I have a dream. Let's talk about it tomorrow. TSUNA didn't want to take the old man to experience flying in the sky, it would be inconvenient to put him anywhere halfway. After bidding farewell to the old professor with a look of regret, TSUNA reopened the Suzaku-chi. With the blessing of his heaven-defying understanding. He had used it once. He had already gained a lot of experience. This time, he restarted. The speed of his body heating up was at a level that he could control. After all the muscles in his body could be controlled, and this operation was very simple. Shuttled through the clouds, feeling the cold air in the sky melting slightly on his body. Not long after, TSUNA flew straight back home, and the return speed was much faster. Nana knew that TSUNA went to the library today. Seeing that he came back a little late, She didn't mind too much. The mother and son sat at the dining table and ate dinner. Nana asked about his experience. TSUNA picked a book he had read and started chatting with his mother, but he was thinking in his mind, there is no need to change the normal way. Let the old professor do the research and make money, and I can just support him from behind. This is what he thought when he came back. In the ocean, the blue whale is very big and intimidating. So the ferocious killer whales and super octopuses will not target it as prey. However, these predators will target the small blue whale. Just because it looks young. It is easy to become a target for hunting. TSUNA doesn't want this. As a human cub, without a strong human to protect me, I maintain the daily life of an ordinary person. Naturally, I will encounter things that ordinary people will encounter, and the probability of encountering danger will be reduced. Well, the danger worries in the eyes of ordinary people. It's nothing more than money and health. In terms of money, start with biotechnology and let the old professor make money. In terms of health, there is the energy of the blue dragon, and TSUNA can ensure that he and his mother will not have disease problems. At this moment, in the barrage, the envy of Nana once again reached its peak, and the messages were as dense as a waterfall. However, in the underground passage of the Italian Vongola, the glasses girl Oligano and other subordinates showed subtle expressions and looked at their leader. Sawada Tsunayashi's father, Sawada Imitsu, is the real second-in-command of the Vongola, the leader of the outside consultants, and the strongest person second only to the 9th generation of the Vongola leader. In Sawada Tsunayashi's heart, he didn't even think about it at all, and didn't even realize that he had a father. Imitsu. Don't watch it, I'm embarrassed too. Fortunately, the light screen continued to play. Through simple editing, everyone learned that, in addition to daily exercise and reading, TSUNA and old Professor Tian Zhong founded a biomedical research company. By making biological needles retaining the energy of the blue dragon in them participating in some difficult operations. The energy of healing is much stronger than adrenaline. Directly increased the success rate of the operation. The medical community was shocked and caused a great uproar. I don't know how many people had other ideas. Fortunately, the biological needle cannot be transported and stored. It can only be made and used on the spot. Let many giants in the medical community finally feel at ease. Use more euphemistic ways to obtain it. In this regard, the old professor and a gang took an open attitude. Let the spy thief stroll around the company. It would be strange if he could find it. This thing is purely handmade. If a gang is there, it exists. If not, it does not exist. Almost a year has passed, and many companies still have nothing and can only give up. They all admire the company's ability to keep secrets. Although the biological needle cannot be sold, it has passed the surgical verification and proved the authenticity of the biological needle, and it has attracted a lot of cooperative investment. Adhering to the concept of not letting outsiders interfere, no one else was chosen to invest. The entire company is under the management of the old professor. A gang does not care about money. In order to keep the identity and intelligence ordinary, perfectly concealed himself. Even if anyone came to investigate, they could not tell what other information an ordinary child had besides being handsome and having a mother who depended on him for life. But what does TSUNA need? Just make a request directly. The old professor has long been a loyal believer in perfect life forms, so naturally he would not have any idea of refusing. Only in the process of studying Qi, it is necessary to trouble TSUNA. The old professor would propose a motion to disturb. That day, the old professor came with a file bag. There is a local tyrant in Osaka who is preparing for a transplant operation and wants to spend a lot of money to buy our biological needle. If you don't want to go to Osaka, then I will refuse it now. TSUNA was surfing the internet. The old professor glanced at the screen and found that the screen was full of flowers and plants, and text materials introducing habits. Hearing this, TSUNA thought about it. At the moment, the information uploaded on the computer is still not as much as the books and ancient books, so complicated. I heard that there is a big library in Osaka. Maybe there will be some new gains? Okay. TSUNA got up and went to get ready. On the computer, it was a picture of a flower branch about to bloom. The famous one next to it was, Lily of the Valley. I slept too late last night and got up late today, haha. It will be on the shelves soon. I will try my best to update. If I can write more, I will do it at night. Today is the first day of the week. If the number of words is not enough, I will put it on the shelves tomorrow. I hope the big guys will support it. Okay. I will continue to write. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Target 046, Poor Emotions. Osaka. The sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. The nurse who was drying the sheets on the rooftop heard a buzzing sound that was getting louder and louder. The sheets and quilts around were swaying and dancing wildly in the strong wind. After finally holding down the sheets that were almost blown away, the nurse covered her ears and stared blankly. It gradually grew bigger and then landed on a helicopter painted white on the apron that had not been used for a long time not far away. What kind of rich man is this? The little nurse was full of envy. Just as she was about to secretly look at him, the sheets in front of her were suddenly blown up by the wind and covered her. After she finished struggling and pulled the sheets away, the helicopter was empty. Everyone had left long ago. On the stairs, the old professor who took off his driving gloves was still full of envy. The perception field of Suinwu Chi is too useful. In the past year, only you can perceive others and use Chi to block their sight. No one else has ever caught your figure. A portable safe was brought over. TSUNA held the scroll without looking up. The biological needle is ready. Counting the time of dissipation, it can be used within 3 hours. If one needle is not enough, give more needles. If you lose control, the Chi will inevitably dissipate. Even if TSUNA has trained for another year and made the Chi more condensed, it will only slow down the dissipation speed. The longer the time drags on, the less Qinglong Chi there is. Give more needles to make up for it by quantity. It's not impossible. The old professor seemed very familiar. Leave it to me. Then you go to the library, I'll contact you if there is any situation. Mobile phones are quite expensive in this era. But it's naturally nothing for the two of them. They reached the corner of the stairs. The two separated. TSUNA saw a girl with blue hair sitting in a wheelchair, staring at the mottled shadows of trees outside the window with lifeless eyes. Chat room. Lily of the Valley, that's totally wrong. According to my age, I shouldn't be here at this time. Ruslia, alala, so you are also a girl? You are a little younger, but you look good, but you are a little too talkative. You need to be as gentle as my sister to be liked. Oh. The Clown King is actually a girl? Tisk tisk tisk, she is pretty. Could it be that the next step is the dating plot that everyone likes to see? Vulgar. At the other end of the corridor, two nurses whispered. The perception field was not closed. So TSUNA heard it clearly. One person said, "How pitiful." Yes. She can only look out like this all day. Her legs are paralyzed in a car accident. It is said that her brother who drove the car also died. Ah. I heard that this child was a great swimmer before the accident, faster than the world champion. She soaked in the water all day and loved water. Now she can't even stand up. How pitiful. Last time I got her medicine, I saw her whispering to a glass of water at the head of the bed. Hey. It's a bit scary. She must be unable to bear the shock and has psychological problems. How pitiful. Yes, how pitiful. Ah. I spoke too loudly before. I'm sorry, Linglan. I didn't know you were so miserable before. Technology is developing very fast now. Miss Linglan, Do you want to contact me? I can provide you with all the medical expenses. I don't mean anything else. I just want to see you. Don't worry, everything will be over. Oh? Really, just to see? Lily of the Valley, shut up. A bunch of idiots, who needs your pity? A whole light curtain. Stop kidding. Do you think that if you do this, my past self will have some kind of fate with Sawada Tsunayoshi? Who are you looking down on? Hey, you women are really blind. Don't everyone want to help you? To put it bluntly, they just feel sorry for you, and you got angry first, hey. That's right. Bianchi, you are such a bunch of bastards. Everyone has a past that they don't want to show. You are so arrogant now, do you not care that you will be exposed later? Arya, as a human being, you must always retain some demeanor. Don't scream like an animal. This. You guys? Is it wrong to sympathize with others? When Tsunayoshi Sawada goes to pity her, will you guys come out and comment on Tsunayoshi Sawada like this? Double standards. Hehe. Tsunayoshi Sawada has the ability to heal. I don't believe he can be healed. Don't you want to be healed? However, at this moment, as the protagonist of the picture, Tsuna didn't care much and turned away. The barrage suddenly became quiet. For a long time. Bell, he. You all seem to have forgotten that for Tsunayoshi Sawada, other people are all unimportant creatures. Pity? So far, has anyone seen him have this emotion? Laughing to death. Sky Tower. Suzuran was very, very unhappy. Sitting on the sofa angrily, I thought he was going to meet me, the one you cured him with, Byakuran. When the time comes, I'll just open the Shura box and beat up this Sawada Tsunayoshi. Let the bastards in the chat room see how terrifying my strength is, idiot. Big idiot. It's funny now. A little girl with paralyzed legs. How could she possibly beat a monster? Fortunately. As Bell said, Sawada Tsunayoshi walked away as if nothing had happened, without any emotion. Only this point. It left a little peace in Linglan's heart. I don't need people's pity. She looked at Byakuran. Byakuran smiled and said, your desire to swim, your dependence on water, and your extraordinary persistence are the reasons why you can become a true six-hanging flower. Although you in this world encountered a car accident, it cannot cover up your qualifications. It just so happens. Byakuran has mastered the technology of the parallel world. It's just a piece of cake to heal Linglan. Linglan nodded constantly. Respect was revealed in her eyes. The car accident caused her to lose the ability to walk and the brother who loved her. So in her eyes, Bai Lan, who saved her heart and legs, was equivalent to a brother, which made her respect and a little afraid. At this time, Bai Lan said with interest, could it be that under the influence of the entanglement, Tsunayoshi-kun replaced my role and became your spiritual savior? No. Liulan refused angrily, I don't want it. The guy who always embarrassed me. I get angry when I see him. How could I ask him to save me? And the me in that world? I am almost the same age as Sawada Tsunayoshi. Does he want to be my brother too? Not bad. This man is cold and emotionless. Lily said angrily, just leave him alone, Bai Lan, you will definitely come to treat me later. Hehe. Bai Lan smiled without saying a word. In the dark world that cannot be observed, who knows what will happen? Bai Lan did not dare to make a guarantee. Should Sawada Tsunayoshi save him or not? It is an interesting question. Pomegranate on the side was digging his earwax and complained casually, you can't interfere with that world, what's the point of being angry? Besides, isn't Sawada Tsunayoshi not interested in you? Look, he left without looking back. Lily. That's what you said, but why does it seem so irritating when it comes out of your mouth? Osaka Library. not far from the hospital. In the perception field, he noticed that there was no sight around, so he started to scan the books. No matter what the content is, he recorded it all in his mind and could check it at any time. The speed of flipping through the books can be imagined. However, the storage capacity of the library should not be underestimated. If you flip through the books one by one, it is estimated that you can't finish it by dark. When there is no one around, TSUNA directly flips through them with his breath, and can flip through several books at a time, which doubles the efficiency of reading. He doesn't refuse everything. Novels have a low priority. Materials on various subjects and special ancient books are what he needs most, followed by philosophical thoughts, some unconventional doctrines or research theories. Suddenly, he saw a special book. The content inside was all in Hyuxia characters, and it looked very much like the protagonist on some pirated books on the street stalls, Bone Shrinking Skill. A-Gang was a little curious. He flipped through it twice and stuffed it back. The content on it was very little, and as a person who read a lot of books, A-Gang identified it as garbage at a glance. I don't know if the library staff was lazy. They stuffed this martial arts secret book in. The content inside was purely fabricated. The price on the back was 99, and there was not even a publisher, which showed the noble temperament of the street stall book. A-Gang was not a novice. Normal bone shrinking skills meant that the joints were flexible, and the bones were folded or squeezed inside the body to shrink into a ball. He could do it perfectly. The main thing was to control one's own muscles. But, according to the description of this book, the title should be called Change Size Anywhere, as small as a little over 1 meter, and as large as more than 2 meters. It's very outrageous. However, this did give TSUNA some ideas. Muscles can be controlled, so can bones be controlled. There are no nerves on bones. It's obviously impossible to control. Fortunately, with the existence of Qi, using Qi as an auxiliary tool, it seems that bones can be controlled. There was no one around. TSUNA tried it quietly. Attach the Qi to the bones. Apply a little force. Crack. Looking at the left arm that suddenly dropped, TSUNA touched his chin with one hand. It seems interesting. Just like before the Qi was generated. A slight inspiration emerged in his mind. This time, he had some new ideas. But it was not a new power system. Or a new Qi. Buzz. 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 A vibration sound came. TSUNA calmly took out his mobile phone and looked at the call for help from the old professor. He saw that 3 hours had passed and it was almost evening. He had to go back to the hospital. Make some biological needles again. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the blue-haired girl. It was as if there was guidance from somewhere. Right. TSUNA hurried on his way, muttering to himself, it would be more convenient to try to get a wheelchair to sit on. Seeing this wave of thoughts, a large number of people were speechless. Is the fate of entanglement guiding like this? Bai Yankee shook her head and sighed. Compared to the love values of white TSUNA's adolescent boy, black TSUNA doesn't care about the feelings between people at all. In addition to his mother Nana, there is also the old professor who is now considered a partner. The screen played for so long. I didn't see TSUNA have any extra emotions. Soon, TSUNA returned to the hospital. He found a place to complete the handover with the old professor. The operation took too long and caused the biological needle to fail. This kind of thing happens occasionally. It's not an accident. As for wheelchairs, there are more in the hospital. TSUNA borrowed one and found a corner. He started practicing secretly. Anyway, there is Qi, so there is no need to worry about accidents. The left arm that had just been broken has now been reattached, and there is no difference from before, not even a little damage. After all, he controlled it himself. He has a very delicate sense of proportion. Sitting in a wheelchair. In a few seconds, TSUNA removed all the leg bones and arms, relying on muscles to support the body, always ready for the Qinglong Qi to repair. Don't say it. Don't say it. After breaking his limbs, TSUNA also felt a new experience he had never had before. It was definitely not very good. Just when he was about to study. Gurgle. The sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground sounded. TSUNA looked up. He saw the blue-haired girl with a look of surprise. 2 people, 2 wheelchairs. Little Lily looked at little TSUNA. The 2 legs were obviously very weak. The 2 arms also drooped there weakly, and for a moment, they were speechless. Extremely subtle. The girl showed a pitiful expression. 11 reads books every day and has fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Objective 047, to whose sea are we heading? On the contrary, Tian Gang. At this moment, the people watching had only this thought, and felt deeply speechless. Liulan, right? You don't let people pity you. You yourself are quite good at pitying others. Even Liulan herself. People were dumbfounded. Isn't this too coincidental? Sawada Tsunayashi broke his bones during an experiment. I just happened to rush over and saw it. If I had come earlier, or if I had turned around and seen Sawada Tsunayashi going down the stairs so quickly, I wouldn't have had this misunderstanding. I was anxious. Liulan was really anxious. I wished I could travel through it now. Replace another self. In the light curtain. TSUNA was also quite surprised. I thought this place was quite remote. So I didn't open the perception field. The 5 Saints' Chi cannot be used in combination at present. He is using the Azure Dragon's Chi. Opposite. I didn't expect TSUNA's tone to be quite calm. Little Lily of the Valley came back to her senses and said quickly, it's very remote. Nurses usually don't come here. Oh. Not caring why the other party came, TSUNA said politely, then I'll change a place. Little Lily of the Valley showed a more complicated expression, staring at his arm with her eyes, turned her head, not suitable. Oh, right. TSUNA reacted. My arm is now unusable. As expected. People take what they have for granted. Don't cherish it. TSUNA didn't say anything. Anyway, it's like this. Either use the Azure Dragon's Chi to repair the body, or continue. The changes in the body are very subtle. The other party can't detect it. Thinking of this, TSUNA continued to work. The atmosphere became quiet. Little Lily of the Valley turned her head quietly. She looked at the other person. They both had healthy bodies once. Now they both lost their legs. And the other person was in a much worse condition than her. He's so handsome. A strange thought came to her mind. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the colorful colors of the dusk were like crayons smeared on his face and body. He was sitting there motionless. But he looked like the king described in a fairy tale. Isn't he a prince? Little Lily of the Valley thought about this doubtfully, and then casually discarded this little doubt. I don't know why. Maybe she heard too much encouragement from others. When she met the silent TSUNA, she suddenly felt a little more relaxed. Even she took the initiative to have a conversation. I really like swimming. What sports do you like? No. TSUNA was doing 2 things at once and answered calmly. Exercise is all for strengthening the body. The effect of sports is not as good as the customized training plan of Chi, and he really has no interest in sports. Tis. The little Lily of the Valley frowned, and her grey face shrank into a ball, with only her cheeks puffing up a little. She couldn't chat anymore. The desire to chat that had finally risen. It also dissipated instantly. It turned out to be a cocky guy. At this time, the little Lily of the Valley remembered the purpose of coming here. She suddenly became nervous. She turned her head, but the angle was not enough, so she turned the wheelchair again and looked back, but she didn't see any figure. Suddenly, she breathed a sigh of relief. TSUNA looked at her silently, without saying anything. The little lily of the valley seemed to be angry. She didn't say anything either. She just pushed the wheelchair with her pale arms. She pushed it to the window. Her figure was very well proportioned, with smooth lines, but she was not very tall. Sitting here, she could only see the sky. Just like before. However, the dim sunset was obviously not her favorite. She took a deep breath. She immediately took new actions. One hand grabbed the horizontal bar on the windowsill. There are many such devices in the hospital. They are generally used for rehabilitation of patients or as tools to assist elderly people with limited mobility to walk. Coincidentally, in this remote place, there is also a low fire cabinet. A red square. Her arms were straining, and her face showed a slightly labored expression, but her body had been pulled up. It seemed to be premeditated. When her two arms were about to give up, she let go of her hands to the side and just lay on the red fire cabinet. Hoo! Sweat was slightly flowing from her forehead. For a child, there was a certain element of shock from falling. But once upon a time, this kind of small cabinet can be climbed up by lifting your feet, as simple as drinking water or eating. Fortunately, up to this step, it was successful. She rested for a few seconds, and then couldn't wait to take new actions. With both hands, she continued to use her strength to drag her entire body onto the top of the cabinet, and then turned around. She faced the handrail of the horizontal bar again. Like a dwarf who used the box to reach a higher place, she successfully climbed onto the windowsill. Then she looked down. The sunset completely dyed her face red. It also blurred her eyes. She was shaking, not knowing whether it was because of excitement or because she couldn't support herself and was about to lose the strength to lie here. But it was obvious. She had the idea of continuing to climb again. Her sleeves rubbed against the corners of her eyes. Xiao Linglan used her greatest ability to pull her entire body to the windowsill and wanted to sit on the windowsill. However, TSUNA only saw her struggling there. No matter how she moved her body, her legs would never give any reaction. Just like the most trusted family. The eternal backing. At this moment. But he stood coldly, watching her efforts, but no longer had any support and encouragement. I have to say, this is like a betrayal. More importantly, after losing her original strength, Xiao Linglan clearly felt that the probability of success was constantly decreasing. From her clenched teeth, she squeezed out the sound of painful struggle uncontrollably. It was like a distress signal sent by the body that could not bear the load, hoping that the owner would give up. But she ignored it. She just wanted to climb up. Rising, falling. Rising, falling, only her arms were still trying to cling to the windowsill, like a wisp of straw in the water. The anxiety caused by failure gradually intensified. The sweat on her forehead had soaked her hair. Just at this moment, an anxious voice was faintly heard. Did you see her? She disappeared as soon as I turned around. Go find her. If she falls down by herself, she won't be able to get up. Hurry up. I'll look over here. You're just causing trouble for others. Can you run around when you're paralyzed? I'll keep a close eye on her next time. No. The girl lying on the windowsill finally made a nasal protest. Hurry up. I'm going up quickly, damn it. This is the last chance. If I get caught, there will never be another chance like this. She clenched her teeth, listening to the sound of footsteps becoming clearer in the distance. It felt like a huge firework was stuffed into my heart, exploding in bursts, and the adrenaline in my body had never been as strong as this. A moment of explosion, more and more intense than when swimming. I can do it. A huge impulse and courage rushed to my mind. The blue-haired girl fought hard, betting everything on this one chance. Holding her arms tightly on the windowsill, she jumped up like a fish that jumped out of the deep water and suffocated for too long. After a slight rise, suddenly, the whole body was occupied by the weightlessness of falling. Pa! The girl stared at the ceiling blankly. On the floor, the blue hair was like a blooming dandelion. Obviously, not only did she fail, but in the end, she fell off the fire cabinet and lost all her chances. By the ear, the nurse's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Even worse sentences were vaguely heard. It was very unpleasant. Head, buzzing, numbness, concussion, dizziness, nausea. Lying on the cold ground. Lost all strength and means. The girl was like a wooden man. Lying here, waiting for the nurse to come. But at this moment, she heard another voice. The boy asked calmly, "Do you want to die?" No. Little Lily of the Valley didn't want to talk, but she seemed to feel that if she didn't say something, she would not be able to hold on. She didn't dare to face the angry nurse who was coming. So she answered woodenly. But less than a second, the sound of strange footsteps was heard. She suddenly saw the other person's cheek. First covered the ceiling, then returned the ceiling. She was suddenly stunned. She raised her head, and although it was very close, it seemed that she was in a very far place, and saw the boy standing at the window. He stood there, with his hands on the windowsill. He was much taller than himself, and could easily see the pool below. Yes. Just like everyone else. Standing there, you can see the pool. DS. Suddenly, a sob sounded, and in less than a second, it turned into a storm. Ah! Ah! The girl shouted desperately. Tears were like a rushing tide, flowing down her cheeks and toward her ears. I could have endured the pain. Why? But you were able to stand up? My pity, my sympathy, my carefulness not to touch your wounds, and my efforts just now. Are they all the funniest jokes? Pain. The pain that has never been experienced swept over. Let the little lily of the valley who has persisted until now. Completely broken. She was still young and didn't know what betrayal was. She didn't know how to take revenge on this boy. She could only shout desperately. Attracted the nurse who finally appeared in the corridor. As soon as she showed her head, her face was full of panic. What's wrong with you? She confirmed so loudly. Her steps became more urgent. The end of the corridor was only a few thousand meters away. TSUNA looked at the crying girl. Suddenly he picked her up. She was very light and thin, but TSUNA held her seriously and respectfully. Not out of pity or anything. But he saw the same pursuer. What he pursued was ordinary truth. What she pursued and loved was ordinary water. I'm sorry. I misunderstood, he whispered, so you want to go to your sea. He put her on the windowsill. The stormy crying suddenly came to an end. The little lily of the valley, with tears on her face, seemed to see the whole world the moment she saw the pool below. At this moment, the nurse became the anxious king. Her tone instantly turned into panic. That damn kid, what do you want to do? Stop it. The little lily of the valley's breathing immediately became rapid. Realized. This will be her last chance. In front of the pool. She can forgive the whole world. Including this stupid idiot who pretended to be paralyzed. She shouted anxiously, please. Shaking his head, TSUNA pushed open the window. The cool breeze outside blew in. He easily jumped onto the windowsill, crossed the window frame and stepped on the edge of the outer windowsill. It will be a little cold. Little Lily's eyes were full of anticipation. Excitedly, she said, I'm not cold. TSUNA smiled. A hint of red flashed in his eyes. The blood was heating up. The temperature was just right. The girl's heart was pounding. The nurse also screamed, "Tonic!" TSUNA didn't respond. Holding Lily of the Valley, he stepped into the air and jumped. At this moment, for Lily of the Valley, the world was rushing in. It was short-lived. She forgot everything. Even forgot herself. She could only reach out her hand towards the water. Plop! The warm and cool water was the same as that in the swimming pool. This alone. It made her feel like she was back in her training days. On her slender arms, the muscles trembled slightly, but she paddled skillfully, instinctively pulling the body rhythm. But she couldn't swim as she wished. She remembered. In reality, her legs could no longer move. Even the water she loved the most seemed to have gradually turned into a kind of pressure, suffocation. Her body could not float to the surface of the water, so she had to keep falling down. Gilyalu. She spit out many small bubbles. For a moment, Lily of the Valley thought about sinking. Integrate with her own world. But before she could think about it anymore, TSUNA, who had been waiting quietly since she came down, had already hugged her and got out of the water again. Ah! Breathing in fresh air in big gulps. Above the 4-story window, the nurse saw 2 heads popping out. Under the huge surprise, fell soft on the windowsill. Needless to say, more and more people rushed here. TSUNA reminded, "You will be scolded." Hee. Lily of the Valley was very happy. "I'm not afraid, good king, you run quickly, if you are caught, you will definitely be unlucky." Dell. Supporting the edge of the pool with one hand, holding Lily of the Valley on the shore. TSUNA had already determined the direction of departure when he was at the window. When he was about to leave, Suzuran made a sound. "My name is Suzuran, what about you? What's your name? Where do you live?" Sawada Tsunayashi. After thinking about it, out of respect, TSUNA didn't mind telling the other party the truth. "I live in Namimori town. I go to Namimori Elementary School. My hobby is reading. My current wish is to be an ordinary student. That's it." "You are really fun." Suzuran smiled and waved her hand. "Goodbye." TSUNA nodded. Met a group of people at a corner. Those people were busy checking the patients and comforting them. They had no time to care about anything else. An ordinary child. That's it. TSUNA returned to the rooftop, and the Suzakuchi evaporated the moisture on his body. The old professor was already waiting here. On the way back, the old professor asked curiously, "How is it? Are there any new discoveries in the library? It was quite lively downstairs in the hospital just now." "Forget it, you don't care about these things anyway." Gang took the book. After thinking for a while, he said, "The company should recruit some testers and open a clinic for re-examination." The old professor looked back through the eyepiece in surprise. Seeing that he was immersed in the book again, put away his surprise. "Okay." The helicopter was buzzing in the sky, getting farther and farther, passing countless high-rise buildings, from low to high, even passing through high-rise buildings, until a picture flashed in the camera. It was a few gangsters who were surrounding a junior high school boy. The boy stood at the dividing line between sunlight and shadow. His eyes were calm, holding a book. "Zi. It's on the shelves. The next chapter will enter the plot. Please support everyone. I will update hard today. At least 3 updates. If the data is good, I will stay up late to update 4 updates. Objective 048, the teacher is fake. Chat room. May you chase your C. It's so sad. Once upon a time, I was also a young man chasing dreams. I don't know when I lost the sea I wanted to go to. Is it possible that the sea is there? It just depends on whether a person is willing to chase it regardless of everything." Chasing? You say it's a dream, then I'll talk about something realistic. If it weren't for Sawada Tsunayashi's help, Suzuran's end should have been caught by the nurse, and then she would never be able to get out of the ward, right? Can you guarantee that you can meet Sawada Tsunayashi in the process of moving forward? Gemma, people should be more sober. If you don't have the ability and still work hard, the result may be worse than death. Just when the barrage was silent. Reborn, Tisk. Reborn, death is the end of the choice. Before that, when you can make a choice, the first decision is, don't let yourself regret it. This, knowing that you will fail and still struggle. Reborn, knowing that you will fail. Who told you that you will fail? Listen to your own voice more. Bianchi, I still look too superficially at the emotional system of Black Tsuna. I even thought that he would ignore Suzuran, and I never thought that he would jump down with Suzuran. But on second thought, I felt that it was indeed a choice he would make. It's incredible. Gakudera Hayato, Humph. I have said long ago that the greatness of the 10th generation is something you cannot understand. He. I can't wait to see how I in another world met the 10th generation. That's right. Time jumps so fast. It should be the same as in the white screen, skipping repetitive and unimportant plots. Now it makes sense why this Sawada Tsunayashi invited those gangsters to the clinic. Tut. They should be taken to conduct research on Chi. Is Suzuran there? Why is the Clown King silent again? In the Sky Tower, Suzuran sat in place, and this time she didn't really care about the ridicule on the barrage. Bai Lan was still clapping uncontrollably. This brought Suzuran back to her senses. With dissatisfaction, why are you clapping? It's wonderful. Bai Lan's eyes were full of admiration. Remember that I spent a lot of time to help you get out of your psychological shadow. But Tsunayashi's hug when we first met completely conquered your heart. Bai Lan. Suzuran blushed, and it was hard to tell whether she was angry or embarrassed. Make it clear that she is she and I am me. He. Bai Lan propped her chin with her hand, and said in her heart, in order to make you a true 6 hanging flowers, I have referred to the experience of several parallel worlds before tempting you to sign a contract. How could he have the patience to figure out Suzuran's thoughts? The next step was to make up for the information gap in the parallel world. Imitated Suzuran's deceased brother. Replaced his brother's position. Then used the power of the Marley Ring and Shura's box opening to restore Suzuran's ability to swim. The price was that Suzuran became his tool to conquer the world. So, if it was this world, Tsunayashi did the same thing as Black Tsunayashi, Suzuran would probably be conquered by him in one go. It's incredible. Byakuran was honest in his heart. But he didn't deliberately expose his subordinates. After all, he was not as good as Tsunayashi in winning people's hearts. It would be of no benefit to him to continue to delve into it. He took the initiative to change the subject. While eating candy, he muttered, well, some of the daily life that the light curtain skipped, if it was Tsunayashi on the white curtain side, it would be nothing. But for Black Tsunayashi, I always feel that there will be a lot less information. Yes, Lord Byakuran. When Black Tsuna made Byakuran pay attention, Kikyo silently recorded the corresponding information. At this moment, he said, the spleen and earth energy of the 5 saints and the research on controlling bones have never been shown to us. However, according to the rhythm of the comparison of the light screens on both sides, Kurosawada Tsunayashi should also meet Black Reborn. Reborn came to train Sawada Tsunayashi according to the instructions of the Vongola headquarters, so Kurosawada Tsunayashi will definitely show all the abilities he has at the moment. In the light screen, the fragmented picture just stopped at this moment. Restart the ultra-clear video. Early morning. The night has not completely dissipated. Nana, who already has short hair, rubbed her eyes, yawned, and walked to the mailbox box at the door. The past 6 or 7 years seem to have not left too many traces of time on her face, which is enviable. After getting older, Women will care more about their appearance. Even Nana in the ward showed an envious expression. Only at this moment, she couldn't help thinking, if only Xiao Gang here could give me a skincare secret recipe, I'm already an aunt now. Ha! Nana, who was standing by the mailbox, took out a new newspaper from it and read it while walking. Then she saw a brand new letter, which she picked up and flipped through. It said, "Dear Madam, although your son's grades are excellent among middle schools, BDFF, have you ever considered letting him enter a world-class university? If you are interested, I will train your child to become a world-class leader. You can get a job after graduation from my name and be appointed as a director of the company. Remuneration, food and accommodation included." Hey! Her confused eyes gradually became round. When it came to her son's future, Nana was completely sober. You can become the chairman after graduation. What kind of teacher is so powerful? She hurried into the house. On the telephone pole in the distance, a little baby in a black suit, holding a green telescope in his hand. Seeing this, he jumped down with satisfaction. The telescope immediately turned into a paraglider, gliding in the wind. Reborn looked at the peaceful Namimori town. Grassland, bridge, coast, cliff. In his mind, there are already countless training plans. He only heard him mutter, "Sawada Tsunayashi, 14 years old, 2nd grade at Namimori Junior High School. He has excellent grades since childhood and has always been in the top 10 of his grade. He is good at all kinds of sports, has excellent appearance and good popularity, and is the most popular person in Namimori." Seeing this, TSUNA in the stadium was stunned. The barrage was laughing wildly, "Ha ha ha! Remember the last Sawada Tsunayashi, who was not good at anything, and this one has been talking for a long time without 10 shortcomings." TSUNA was at a loss for words. Jakutara Hayato wanted to comfort him. TSUNA scratched his head and smiled and said easily, "He is better than me. With his strength, he can definitely become the 10th generation easily and protect everyone." He seemed very embarrassed. But the words he said were extremely sincere. It made Hayato Jakutara's eyes red. Yamamoto and Ryohei saw this scene, walked forward one by one, showing TSUNA's shoulders, and laughed. The Obsidian trio watched quietly. The atmosphere was harmonious. Reborn's mouth curled up. He was in a good mood. He educated more than one person, but a family. However, he was mocking skillfully, "Stupid TSUNA. You can achieve what you have now, after all, because you have the world's best tutor. Yes, yes, yes. You are awesome." TSUNA immediately turned from being touched to complaining, "But the other me is so good, what else can you teach him?" Reborn suddenly got a little stuck, blinked, turned around, and whistled while watching. "Don't look away." TSUNA suddenly got excited, "Yes. He is super strong in combat. He has a photographic memory which is exactly my ultimate goal of learning. What else can you teach?" "Humph." Reborn raised his arm and said calmly, "Of course I have my own arrangements." "Well, stop talking nonsense. You will know if you read on." "Hey? Oh." TSUNA agreed suspiciously. Seeing that Reborn was confident, he became uncertain, is it really within his expectations? Think about it carefully. This guy is calm every day, and nothing has escaped his control. Could it be that the other me can't escape Reborn's clutches? TSUNA's expression became sad again. In his opinion, Reborn is so face-conscious and petty that he will definitely not fight a battle without confidence. In fact, Reborn, it's over. He didn't change his face. But he was thinking in his heart, the information of the black TSUNA was disguised, and the other me had no idea that he would still fight. The first judgment must be that he is regarded as a student. Tisk. If I let my guard down in front of him, I'll be slapped in the face in public. Then I'll be executed like the stupid TSUNA. Social death. The curled horn beside Reborn's ear trembled slightly. Yes. Just as TSUNA observed. Reborn is a very face-conscious person. In the light curtain. Gliding over Namimori town. Seemingly reading intelligence. Actually, he was praising TSUNA all the way. Black Reborn paused. Compared to that loser Dino, this kid is already very good. But with the long-term vision of the 9th generation, I guess he saw the possible dangerous events in the future. Then, what I want to teach this kid is the fighting methods and the leader's character. As he talked to himself. White curtain world. Dino in the ward looked embarrassed and was backstabbed. Became the representative of the loser disciples. Stadium. TSUNA was particularly looking forward to it. Sneaking a peek at Reborn's expression. Fortunately. What reassures Bai Liboen is that. Hey Liboen pondered, as a killer, it is taboo to overtrust other people's information. It is still necessary to observe closely to determine the true situation of Sawada Tsunayashi. Submitting a resume is just the beginning. Sawada's house. First floor kitchen. The two are eating breakfast. Nana shared with her son with great anticipation, "Look, TSUNA, someone wants to be your tutor." Took the letter. Holding the bread in his mouth, he opened it and took a look. TSUNA swallowed the bread in 2 or 3 bites. Calmly handed the letter back. Fake. Hey. Nana was surprised, it's actually fake. Mom, if I wasn't in this family, you would have been deceived and fallen on the streets long ago. TSUNA quietly gave an example, the tutor who can let me become the chairman after graduation must be arranged by the chairman to test me. Oh, the truth is out. Real name report, this person is Gui. He took the script from the screen and didn't even want to act. But TSUNA calmly asked back, who would let me be the chairman for no reason? Could it be that dad who never came home? We have a family business. Pressing the corner of her mouth, Nana smiled awkwardly but politely, it shouldn't be. Your father is just an ordinary and great manual laborer, a miner who searches for oil all over the world. A very manly man. So. TSUNA spread his hands, the information is false. Finished the breakfast in front of him. But Nana hadn't finished yet, so TSUNA didn't clean up. In this family, it is customary that whoever finishes eating last cleans up the dishes, although Nana doesn't want to do this. She always wants to clean up every day. There is no way. TSUNA doesn't want to. Later, she gradually accepted it. Ding ding. The doorbell rang. TSUNA, I'll go open it. Walked to the entrance and opened the door casually. Ciao. Following the sound, looking down, TSUNA saw a little baby in a black suit. The eyes were big and lifeless, and he wore an oversized hat. On the brim of the hat was a small green creature that looked like a lizard. Bang! The door closed. Outside the door. The smile on Reborn's lips was slightly stiff. Blinked. Inside the door. Nana poked her head out of the kitchen. Hey? Who is it, TSUNA? Why did you close the door? Are you selling? A little baby. I guess I walked into the wrong door. TSUNA answered without any abnormality on the surface, but his heart was calm. A baby in a suit? This guy looks weird no matter how you look at him, and his daily life is full of violations. It will definitely not be good to contact him casually. 7 years as an ordinary student. TSUNA understood a simple truth, taking the initiative to avoid strange and bizarre things can often completely stay away from danger and adventure. But Nana came over. She said worriedly, little baby? Could it be that he was abandoned in our house? Open it and take a look. Oh. TSUNA opened the door calmly. Outside the house. The confident little baby looked up and greeted the two people again. Ciao, I am Reborn. I am the tutor described in my resume. I came here to make your son a world-class leader. The self-introduction was completed. What a cute child! Nana's eyes sparkled, and he can already speak. Do you remember where your home is? Until now. Even Nana felt that her son was right. Such a small baby is a tutor? It's impossible. Mom. TSUNA interrupted her rarely, picked up the school bag on the entrance, and said with a smile as usual, I'm leaving for school. I'll see if I can find his family on the way. If no one claims him, I'll hand him over to the inspector. Nana thought for a while, okay. So, TSUNA squatted down and showed a warm smile, little friend, come with me, okay. Okay. Reborn was very calm. Walk together. It just makes it convenient for him to observe closely. Anyway. The tutor's seat. In his opinion, it's a done deal. Reborn walked in front. TSUNA waved goodbye to his mother behind. Slowly put down his hand. The inner voice sounded calmly, it is best to solve the troubles that come to you at the moment of their emergence. If you can't stay away from troubles, just solve them quickly. This is the secret of Gang's normal life. Please continue to support me. I will try my best to continue to write at night. From the current data, it is quite satisfactory. I don't care about that, I will continue to write. It may not be possible to write 20,000 words in 4 chapters today. But after that, I will strive for 3 chapters and 15,000 words every day. Guaranteed 2 chapters and 10,000 words. Goal 049, Free Labor. Hey! Reborn jumped onto the low wall beside the road and walked. He shortened the physical distance between him and TSUNA. He started from 0 frame. He said, in fact, my real purpose is to accept the commission of the 9th generation of Vongola, in order to make you a qualified 10th generation of Vongola. TSUNA was slightly surprised by these words. So, you heard the example I just gave to my mother while hiding outside the door? Of course, this is just a complaint. But the same logic of rhetoric. If you can think clearly, the person who took the initiative to set up this situation will certainly think clearly and then take the initiative to explain. To increase credibility. Originally, he planned to find out the other party's purpose before taking action. TSUNA was not in a hurry. According to the example given, he talked about his father. He asked casually, then my father's real identity is related to Vongola? Speaking of which, what is this Vongola? Oh, when you came, you greeted with hello in Italian, combined with your suit. Is Vongola a special kind of Italian mafia? According to the information he dug out. In the process of asking back, TSUNA completed a wave of reasoning. Then, he stopped, turned around and looked at Reborn who was not far behind him, tilted his head to indicate. Reborn stood on the wall and was silent. On the barrage. Everyone was silent at this moment. No. You are like this. It makes us who are watching look stupid. It feels so unfulfilling. Did my God's perspective exchange with yours? At this moment, Reborn walked slowly. Under his large and lifeless eyes, he was thinking deeply, is it really meaningful for the 9th generation to let me come here? This child's thinking ability and knowledge are obviously not at the level of an ordinary genius. Just a letter plus the details of my body, he made a perfect judgment. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Even Reborn would doubt whether Sawada Tsunayashi's father, Sawada Imitsu, had revealed the relevant information early. The father and son are deliberately teasing him here. The 9th generation will not do such a thing. It involves Vongola. Imitsu would not do such a thing. So, there is only one truth. This boy's talent is more terrifying than the intelligence. The intelligence is indeed wrong. Reborn readjusted his assessment of the boy in front of him and said calmly, what if I say yes? The tone was calm. But it seemed that all around were silent. The morning breeze was blowing on my face. It was refreshing, but there was no one else here. The two communicated across the air. He threw the question back to the other party, and still left it to TSUNA to judge the truth or falsehood. In other words, at this moment, Reborn has entered a serious state. No longer looking at an ignorant child. Words are a kind of confrontation. Judgment. For a killer or a leader, it is a very important link. Well, let me test your judgment ability first, will it be affected? Smart people sometimes get stuck in a maze. This is the secret of language and psychological game. Opposite. TSUNA looked at the other person's big face, trying to read the micro-expression, and then sighed, no expression, this guy has done professional training, his job should be quite special. However, he did not delve too much. Because at this moment, for the question thrown back by Reborn, he already had an answer. Whether what you said is true or false, it is not necessary for me. I want to live a peaceful life. The 10th generation of Vongola? I refuse. Oh? Reborn nodded slightly. Did you skip the part of proving the truth and get the answer directly? Not bad, but a little too naive. Naive, like a child of this age. Reborn felt a little relieved. But his tone became serious. As the legitimate bloodline heir of Vongola, your status is similar to that of a prince or a grandson of a royal family. With your thinking ability, you should understand that you can't help yourself. You want to refuse trouble, but trouble will come to you one after another. And do you have the ability to refuse? I don't know. TSUNA responded quickly and seriously, and then looked at him with a clear look, a little curious. With your strength, what level are you in Vongola? He understood the meaning of his tone. Reborn lowered his eyes slightly, and the wide brim of his hat covered his dark eyes, revealing only the slightly arrogant corners of his mouth, as if he had heard something very interesting. At this moment, he slowly extended his hand, and the little lizard Len quickly climbed onto his hand and turned into a green gun. I hope you don't treat me as an ordinary baby. The muzzle of the pistol pointed at the side. It was not pointed at the target. It meant that there was still room for communication. This kind of code word. Reborn believed that the other party should understand. However, TSUNA calmly replied, how could it be? Beyond the thinking logic of babies, a magical animal similar to a lizard that has never been seen before, and the momentum gathered all over the body. No matter how you look at it, you are not an ordinary baby. Indeed. At this point, the other party's words about the Vongola and his own identity are basically no longer in doubt. Just as Reborn said. At this point, it is no longer a matter of refusing, staying away or solving a problem in front of you, which can be solved once and for all. Then, TSUNA will not go into a dead end, Song will find a better solution, test the other party's highest combat power first. The two sides are only one step away. One tall and one short. But their sights are focused together. One is a dark eye. It is like a black cloth covering the wellhead. 0145123113 Fila 1810011141. It covers all emotions. Anyone who wants to uncover the black cloth. The other one. It is like a sea that can be seen at a glance. At first glance, it is clear and transparent, but in fact, it is the abyss of the seabed. TSUNA's eyes are too clear. So those who want to pursue the truth in his heart can only continue to go deeper in the clear ocean. Will die. Those who try both will die. Those who hinder them will also die. The observers who saw this scene suddenly came to a common conclusion and were swept by the tense atmosphere. As an audience, they all felt it difficult to breathe. So strong. The world's #1 killer is definitely not fake. TSUNA's comprehension is even more not fake. At this moment, it seems that a silent area has condensed around. A cute orange cat strolling leisurely in the distance. Strolling lightly on the low wall. Seeing the two humans here. Full of curiosity. Until he stepped 3 meters away. Meow. Meow God. The orange cat's fur stood up, revealing a terrifying cat expression, and then his four legs trembled and fell down. In an instant, the two of them moved almost at the same time. Reborn's gun muzzle was pulled hard. The boy's eyes flashed red. Stupid TSUNA. A call from a distance. The gun immediately climbed above the brim of the hat and turned into a cute little lizard sticking out its tongue and hissing. TSUNA also turned his head and showed his usual expression, Lily of the Valley. A young girl with blue hair and uniform flew over, puffed up her face and raised her arms. The sleeves of her loose school uniform fell directly to her elbows, revealing her fair and well-proportioned arms. Puff puff puff. Punches landed on his chest. Dancing like a hot wheel. Angrily blamed, "Why are you so late today? I have been waiting for you at the intersection over there." Stupid idiot. Big idiot. Sorry, it took a while. TSUNA explained. As for Suzuran's beating? Well, should it be said that it was weak and powerless, or that it didn't hurt? Well, after so many years, TSUNA has gotten used to it. At this time, Suzuran stopped punching and looked at Reborn. "This strange baby took up your time? Hey, I haven't heard that you have a younger brother, a distant relative." Chow. Reborn waved his hand, with a harmless face. "I am TSUNA's new tutor, Reborn." Speaking. Suzuran was curious. "Oh, you can already speak. Hey? You? You are TSUNA's tutor? Why don't I know?" "No, when did it happen?" "He likes to tell little lies." One. TSUNA stopped the curious Lily of the Valley. "It's a lost stray baby, we sent him away after crossing the street." "Oh, is that so?" Lily of the Valley stamped her feet, hummed a song, and ran and jumped in front. Her slender straight legs were dazzlingly white. The two fell behind at this moment. TSUNA spoke first and calmly reintroduced himself. "Sawada Tsunayashi, 14 years old, living in Namimori town. I come from a pseudo-single-parent family. I go to Namimori Junior High School and go home on time after class every day. Occasionally, I participate in club activities as a temporary substitute. On weekends, I go to the technology companies or libraries that I am interested in to study. After exercising and meditating every night, I go to bed on time and get enough sleep. I never think about extra things. I am just an ordinary junior high school student." "I know." Reborn nodded. "What you said is the information that you deliberately showed, which can be collected normally." TSUNA ignored his sarcasm. He said calmly, "I just want to say that I have no extravagant desires. I just want to live peacefully as an ordinary person. I don't want to get involved in bad encounters, sudden adventures, and other troubles. But if it is a trouble that cannot be avoided, I will want to solve it first." TSUNA looked at him. "Before my daily social relationships are damaged and affected." "I can hear it. You are not kidding." "But Vongola is stronger than you think." Reborn reminded. "The armed forces you have will bring you countless troubles. Of course, none of them are as strong as me. Your temptation just now makes sense. I am very curious now, what trump card gives you the confidence to fight? You will know." "Oh." Reborn smiled. "Well, not bad. As a tutor, I will understand and give guidance. Just a temporary partner. It doesn't matter. As a teacher, I am very patient." TSUNA was too lazy to correct him. He had seen that Reborn was determined. Emphasizing it twice is a waste of time. If it wasn't for the moment of tension and provocation, the other party would not have released any malicious energy. Encountered an outsider. He even took the initiative to maintain his daily life. The above is a little worse. TSUNA would not choose to cooperate with him. In order to get rid of the bigger trouble. Vongola. Communicate with a person with sense. Obviously, it is much better than Facing those messy people directly. Consider this point. The 9th generation, who I remember meeting, must have made some kind of choice before arranging Reborn to come and teach me. Sure enough, it's still annoying. Reborn glanced at him. After crossing the road and jumping onto the opposite low wall, he commented, "It is indeed very convincing to say that people are annoying with a calm face. I will convey it to him truthfully." TSUNA was not surprised by Reborn's understanding. In fact, he took the initiative to express this disgust. "I hope that the 9th generation over there can prevent most of the troubles for a little conscience, so that he can have more time to deal with the Vongola." At this moment, the 9th generation in Moscow was ashamed. As the leader of the Vongola, he felt that he had done everything he could. 0. For the continuation of the Vongola, he chose TSUNA, and arranged his most trusted and most powerful friend Reborn to protect TSUNA. Result: in the eyes of Black TSUNA, it was all unnecessary trouble. From the other party's point of view, it is indeed so. The 9th generation fell into deep thought. Did I do something wrong from the beginning? If I didn't seal the flame and let TSUNA accept this responsibility. At this time, go faster. The Suzerain in front returned unwillingly, and asked with her hands on her waist, "What are you whispering about? Do you really think I'm stupid? Do you think he's a stray baby?" Facing doubts, TSUNA didn't explain too much. Next is the other party's room for play. If Reborn can't even handle this little thing, then maintaining daily life is also verbal, and wanting to be a tutor? The secret confrontation still exists. At this time, Reborn has reacted. I was tricked. Together. In order to fulfill the promise with the 9th generation, I have to serve as a tutor. I have to help you with all the unreasonable topics about Vongola that appear in your daily life? Well, although it's not a big deal, I still feel a little unhappy. Obviously, TSUNA could have found a better reason just now. He didn't. He tested me in turn. I became a free labor? Fortunately, there is still a lot of time in the future. Reborn calmed down. Of course I am his tutor, it's TSUNA who doesn't accept the reality now. By the way, why do you call him stupid, TSUNA? Suzerain blushed slightly. The girl's feelings instantly diluted the doubts. Or rather, she didn't care about Reborn's identity in the first place. She was just a little curious. Now, she hugged TSUNA's arm and hung on him like a koala. Pupu, why should I tell you? This is between me and stupid TSUNA. Only a big fool like him. Only then would he hold me and jump directly from there. Can anyone else do it? And if I hadn't been selected by the bioenergy company to participate in rehabilitation and come here to find him, he would have never planned to go to Osaka again. He is still that annoying big idiot. Lolyalu. Lily made a face at Reborn. Oh, Reborn's eyes were subtle. Falling into thought. The girl was completely looking at the boy's attitude. TSUNA acted indifferent, so she was indifferent to Reborn. TSUNA acted casual, so she made faces. Maybe the selection of family members can be decided by TSUNA's side. The friendship built by people who accompany each other day and night is always stronger than looking for some strangers. At this moment, the black light curtain paused. Everyone felt that they had not seen enough. On the left, the white light curtain slowly lit up. My head was not very clear at night. I still have to get up early to write. I originally planned to post this chapter tomorrow morning, but I think I should fulfill the promise of 3 updates today. Okay, I will connect to the plot. Please continue to support me. Then, I don't have any green when writing books. I didn't notice this point at the beginning of the subject matter. I will find a way to solve it later. Goal 050, Points Answering Contest. Chat room. Oh my god, I almost forgot that there is a Sawada Tsunayashi here. But fortunately, according to the previous situation of the light curtain, the white curtain will at most introduce the characters who may appear. The playback speed is very fast. There is no comparison and no gap, tut tut. I wonder if the me in other worlds is doing better than the me now? It's a pity that we can't see our light curtain. Not necessarily. I feel that with the unpredictable personality of the light curtain, it is not impossible to suddenly insert a clip of someone else. I look forward to it first. In order. Now both sides have encountered what happened to Reborn, and then compared? I heard them talking about flames before, but I couldn't get a word in. Now it's a good time to see what flames are. Dino, reminiscing about the past? Not bad, Black TSUNA is a complete monster, but White TSUNA is actually not bad either. Gokudera Hayato, finally said something right. TSUNA, the past when you met Reborn? TSUNA's curiosity about Black TSUNA turned into fear and embarrassment in an instant. I remember that after meeting Reborn, I was first taught a lesson, and then the death bullet. His toes had already started digging holes in the ground, ready to get in. Please, light curtain. Stop, there are pants all over the outside. TSUNA was anxious. But the light curtain is the same as reality. It does not change according to human will. The white curtain lit up. TSUNA was about to go downstairs to school. One step missed the stairs. He fell to the first floor without knowing what was going on. Everyone was suffocated by the sight. No? I'm stupid, cooking a feast right away? Such a dish? I'll go steam a bucket of rice first. Opening Thunderbolt. Brothers, I believe this will not be the end, because this is just the beginning. I'll go add more rice too. TSUNA yelled on the ground, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Then he saw Reborn, who claimed to be a tutor. A little baby is also called a tutor? After questioning, ridiculing, being beaten, and surrendering, TSUNA had to admit the other party's identity. Reborn also explained the matter of the Vongola. Although there is a huge difference in strength. But Sawada Tsunayashi's answer was rejection. The reason for rejection? Of course, because of his own useless, Reborn did not speak. At this time, a puppy from the neighbor's house was not locked up. It slipped out of the door. A burst of dog barking. TSUNA was so scared that he stepped back again and again, and even sat on the ground with his buttocks raised, subconsciously defending himself. Reborn rubbed the dog's head skillfully, and turned back to say something gloomy, you should be the 10th junior high school student who can be scared by a chihuahua? You are really a loser. TSUNA felt wronged. But he also said bluntly, you know I am such a loser, so don't let me be the 10th generation. Strange little baby. Can it bring any good things? As he was talking, suddenly, he saw the school beauty Sasagawa Kyoko passing by, and a strange energetic girl, Miura Haru. They were both fooled by Reborn's cute appearance. They came to talk. After the two said goodbye to Reborn and left for school. TSUNA also retracted his gaze, turned around and saw the muzzle of Reborn's gun, do it with the determination to die. To bang! A ball of fire was directly absorbed into his forehead. TSUNA fell to the ground instantly. His eyes were blank. Damn, they kill people just because they don't agree with you. Are you in need of a tutor? The kind that will shoot you in the head if your grades are bad. It's outrageous. The useless TSUNA also has the right to live. Rokudomukuro, stop talking nonsense, this is a death bullet. Vongola's special ammunition can stimulate the body's potential and ignite the fire of death in the human body. It's that simple. Shamal, haha, if you don't have the determination to complete it even if you are prepared to die, this bullet is just like an ordinary bullet. Do you still think it's simple? Wouldn't that mean he would die immediately? Is it so dangerous? Reborn dared to fire right away. Isn't he afraid of killing the 10th generation of Vongola? Dino, I told you. My junior brother TSUNA is not bad no matter which world he is in. Besides, Reborn's actions are always within his calculations. Oh no! Too much rice. I underestimated him. Yes, after all, he is the future 10th generation of Vongola, he can't be a weakling. Oh shit, his head is on fire. I saw that TSUNA, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes from the dead state, and his face showed a ferocious expression like a ghost. This scene alone made people swallow their saliva. It was like seeing a rabbit suddenly turned into a rampaging wolf, with a terrifying momentum and a huge contrast. Even if the expression was not very good, but with enough momentum, the strong will still be strong. It made them feel terrified. The fire of death is so terrifying. Surprisingly, a bullet can change a person. They opened their eyes wide and dared not miss anything. Then they saw resurrection, accompanied by a declarative shout. The school uniform on the boy suddenly broke and scattered all over his body. Only a large blue shorts was left. There were yellow stars on the shorts. It looked very innocent. Even a little cute. Ah! Why did the clothes burst? Because it was too strong and the clothes couldn't bear it. Then why, the large shorts were fine, could it be a special equipment? The stadium, TSUNA was about to burst. Originally, he was very excited. The light curtain did not reveal that he liked Kyoko, which saved him from a huge embarrassment. But soon he understood. The light curtain was only a little bit kind. In the picture, there was a blazing flame on his forehead, and the momentum was amazing. TSUNA suddenly had an extremely violent speed. He turned into a flying man on land. On the way to school, the storm of running swept up the sand around him. Someone tried to stop him, and the moment he grabbed TSUNA, his feet were suspended in the air and he was like a kite, swaying in the wind like a carp flag. This person was none other than Ryohei Sasagawa, who was exercising. In the end, Ryohei Sasagawa was thrown down in mid-air, but his body was strangely strong. Not only was he intact, he also got up from the ground excitedly and chased after him, trying to ask TSUNA if he wanted to join the boxing club. He didn't catch up. The most terrifying thing was when he collided with a small truck at the intersection. I thought it was a traffic accident. There was a pile of broken parts on the car. TSUNA who was hit. But he flew into the air, and when he landed, he was fine. He continued to speed and finally reached the school gate. It even knocked a passerby named Machida away. Fortunately, the other party was caught by Yamamoto Takeshi. Everyone couldn't help but look at this strange boy. Just at this time, the flame on the boy's head went out. The ferocity on his face turned into confusion. Then, a roar, that classmate without clothes. Are you an exhibitionist? Where are your clothes? A group of students avoided it. But his eyes wandered around and looked at TSUNA's body completely. Machida, a passerby who was hit before, also ran over angrily. Throw down a challenge. At this time, Reborn came late and presented the damaged school uniform that was temporarily fixed with a pin. Really fierce. I have been holding this bowl of rice for a long time, and I have been hesitating whether to eat it or not. Seeing Sawada Tsunayashi's social death is quite delicious, and when I saw this incredible change in physical fitness, the corners of my mouth inadvertently, I can't help but feel envious. The poor people's daily exercise is not as good as the change brought by a bullet. I know I may die, but when I'm really about to die, who will give me a death bullet? So this is the fire of death. Too strong. By the way, if it was the Black TSUNA, and Reborn fired the death bullet, would we also see the scene of his clothes exploding? This is definitely a black history. Great. You are really a talent. Quick, quick, quick. Switch to it. TSUNA, right, right, right. Switch, switch. Woo. Among the crowd of people who were cheering to change the disc, only TSUNA was sincerely trying to avoid the scene of social death. As for the others, naturally, they were all watching for fun. Afterwards, in the light screen, it appeared again. He defeated Senior Machida of the Kendo Club with the death bullet, participated in the volleyball game, used the crotch tactics, faced the challenge and won, was provoked by Hayato Gakudera, and then saved his companions in the bomb. They formed the initial Iron Triangle. The temporary family members of the Vongola: Sawada Tsunayoshi, Yamamoto Takeshi, Gakudera Hayato. Everyone laughed and laughed. At the same time, they were envious. For these three people, as well as Kyoko, Kurikawa Hana, Ryohei, and Hibari Kyoya, they all became familiar faces. Also through Reborn's inner voice. Learned. These are the family members he chose for TSUNA. Gakudera Hayato, hehe. If there was no 10th generation, I would definitely still be wandering the streets of Italy. Yamamoto Takeshi, I didn't expect that we did so many things together. The three of us are really amazing. Sasagawa Ryohei, Sawada is such an extremely passionate man, but it's a pity that he has never joined the boxing club. Hibari Kyoya, gather. It's just that the content of underpants is too high. I'm looking for a store specializing in underpants, so that I can use it on the battlefield in the future. The 10th generation is pouring salt on underpants. I support it. TSUNA, please let it go. At this time, the light curtain slowly came to an end, and TSUNA finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he could survive under the light curtain for a while. Unexpectedly, suddenly, a new version of the quiz popped up. Points quiz competition started. In this mode, the light curtain will randomly pop up questions. 1 point is awarded for correct answers, and 1 point is deducted for wrong answers. The penalty for consecutive wrong answers is temporarily exempted to encourage answering questions. Finally, the scores will be calculated. The top 3 will receive random rewards, and those with scores below 0 will receive random penalties. Question 1. In the video just played, what colors of shorts appeared in total? Please answer. No options. Fill in the blanks. So simple. 2 pairs of shorts. Right, bullshit. How many colors appeared on the shorts? How outrageous. Who can remember this? Blue background with yellow stars, black shorts with pink peach pattern, right? Sawada Tsunayoshi, brother. Can you give me some hints? I really want to get it right once, please, I will remember you forever. Brother. TSUNA, get lost. Looking at a group of people on the barrage, shamelessly asking how many colors their big shorts have. TSUNA blushed directly. For the first time, he cursed in the barrage. Then, he looked at his companions breathlessly. I found that they looked embarrassed. Look left and right. It seemed that there was something beautiful in the shabby stadium. This was an obvious avoidance. Reborn said calmly, understand them. It's not easy to gain an advantage this time. If you say it now, you will directly accumulate 1 point for them. If they answer incorrectly in the future, they can be exempted from punishment. Suddenly, he changed the subject and wiped his eyes slightly. Of course, this is your personal privacy. It's normal that you don't want to answer. It doesn't matter. You just watch them accept the punishment for accidentally answering incorrectly. It's really pitiful. Following a useless leader, you don't enjoy any benefits and you have to consider protecting the leader's face. The leader didn't even want to tell the color of his pantyhose. TSUNA. Gakudera Hayato also said attentively, it's okay, 10th generation. Your privacy is of course the most important. Yet. Yamamoto and Ryohei nodded repeatedly, showing their teeth. TSUNA. You are so considerate. How can I feel embarrassed when you are so considerate? In the end, TSUNA, whose eyes were slightly distracted, still said the true color of the two pants added together. A cross. Bell pricked up his ears and eavesdropped frantically. But Jakutara Hayato was obviously prepared, and he formed a circle and even called on Inu and Chikusa. The two of them were also very cooperative, and several boys secretly grasped the answer together. Then Inu went to whisper to Chrome. Chrome. With a slightly unnatural expression, he filled in the answer in the light screen. Well, this is called rationality. On the other side, Yamamoto quietly told Hibari Kyoya. Hibari Kyoya. I need to know this now. It made him feel extremely absurd that he actually had to fill in the color of the pants of the herbivore. After Yamamoto Takeshi finished speaking, Hibari snorted coldly. There was no reaction. Of course. Everyone can answer the questions on the light screen by themselves. No one knows whether Hibari Kyoya has filled them in. Bell's mouth twitched. He had to give up this answer. If you are not sure, you will get negative points directly. If you don't meet a sure answer later, you must be punished. It's better not to be greedy. Wait until you are sure before answering. Not to mention the reward. At least don't face the danger of random punishment. Time is up. The points have been confirmed. Please continue watching. The light screen did not show the score. Yipping was also worried that the audience would lose hope while watching. Give up the answer. In any case, the white light screen ended. The other end. The black light screen finally lit up again. Namimori Junior High School. Reborn hid his figure. I saw all kinds of students, men and women, and even teachers, greeting TSUNA along the way. His popularity is maxed out. But Reborn was thinking, these students didn't realize that TSUNA's expression was as warm as spring breeze, but in fact his body movements kept a cold distance. Body movements can better reflect a person's inner heart. What a pity. There are very few people who can master this knowledge point. Deft. Reborn sighed slightly. It turns out that even the current state of interpersonal relationships is part of normal. In this way, the plan to select suitable family members in school. I'm afraid it will take some time. Why is Suzuran treated differently from others? Reborn decided to investigate later. Now. He held the pistol and murmured, I have to show my chips first and let him experience the power of the death bullet.